Betrayed.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was betrayed and became the sage of the six paths with boosted gear movie. Before we start, please go support lucifer-ficks for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. After Hyoudou Issei miserably lost for the second time against the third son of the Phoenix Razor, he was cruelly betrayed by his supposed friends and tortured to exhaustion. Chapter 1, Awaken Your True Power. We still see Issei on the verge of death because after Issei interrupted at the wedding of their king Rias Gremory and his secret love and the regrettable defeat by the third son of the Phoenix, the demon said it was a good fight for someone who had only been turned into a demon for a month. Put up a good fight, that's what the demon said after the pocket dimension. It broke into pieces and fell, a very wounded chestnut tree, but before that, it was transported by a group of the Gremory clan to the occult club. The next day Issei woke up with his body hurting like hell when he tried getting up. He realized that he was chained. Issei tried to break the chains and also tried to summon his sacred Jeerd. But he hears a voice say, "Don't even try it, those chains are made to seal a magic and you sacred Jeerd. It is sealed." Issei says, "Who are you?" But when he saw who it was and recognized the voice, Issei was speechless and only one word came out, "Butcho," which makes. "And why does Rias have me chained up? It's time for your punishment for interrupting my wedding." Issei says, "But Butcho, weren't you against that commitment?" Rias answers, "Yes, but you were very wrong. Since Razor is very powerful," Rias says with a sadistic smile, "you are no longer useful to me, so what? I will take you out of the Gremory clan and take away my pawn pieces." Issei says, "But if they take away my pawn pieces I will die." Issei almost screamed. With tears in her eyes, Rias says with a sadistic smile, "I don't care about that, trash, but first we will punish you for disobeying your mistress." Rias, with the chains, dragged Issei like a dog behind the occult club, Akeno says. With a sadistic smile, "But what do we have?" Aki said. Akeno with a sadistic face, Hyoudou says with a cold look, "How could I be a friend of a weak trash like you apart from a pervert?" Asia says, "How could I fall in love with a disgusting pervert like you who only spends all day thinking about breasts?" He said it with a look full of disgust and an expressionless face, "Trash like you must die." Issei, "No. I could believe what are innocent and kind." Asia said, "That shy girl that Issei had risked his life to go to rescue her from the fallen angel Rainer." Issei said with tears in his eyes, "Guys, can I stop doing perverted things? But don't do anything to me please." Rias said with a cold and sadistic face. "First we will torture you," and so began the torture of Hyoudou Issei day after day. Issei, after the tortures by the Gremory clan, was always cured by the Citri clan. Sona could not believe it on the part of Rias. Her childhood friend was capable of torturing one of her dear like that until that tragic day. After Issei's torture ended, he was healed by Sona and her entourage, where Sona said, "Are you fine, Hyoudou?" Issei answers, "Yes, Kaicho," and stood up to leave with a sad look, and Sona says, clenching her fists, "Poor." Hyoudou returned with Issei. He had arrived at her house and saw her very alone. That gave Issei a very bad feeling, and he entered running to shout, "Odo-sama, Oka-sama," but it seemed strange to him not to have received any response, and then the smell of meat hit him. And he thought that his parents were having a barbecue and went out to the yard, but he never thought he would find his parents burned and dead in that. Then Issei starts to change his eyes to blood red with rings around them. And Issei yells, "Who the hell killed my parents?" Drade says, "Calm down, partner, or you will enter the Juggernaut Drive." Issei screams, "I don't care." Dying Drade, "Who was it? Tell me." Drade says, "I can feel a slight trace of magic." Issei, "Tell me, whose magic is that?" Drade says, "It's Phoenix's." Issei screams, "Damn Phoenix Razor, I will kill you." In that, neither Issei nor Drade realized that inside Issei a seal was broken, changing Issei's hair color from brown to snow white and his eyes gray metallic with rings that have 9 magatomas around each eye, and by the new power released and an immense pain from his eyes, I fell fainted, but before falling fainted a dimensional crack opens that drags me. Issei, on the other hand, a witch named Cherry, but was better known as Bayonetta, the Witch of Umbra and the most powerful, says in his thoughts, "So your reincarnation finally woke up, old man." He said it with a smile, "And I feel that he is more powerful than you." On the other hand, in a place as dark as the eternal night itself, large golden dragon with grey parts. What would it be like to see Greedrat as an ant in power? So that child is your reincarnation, and from what I see, he has potential. I will keep my part of the deal and train him to be the new sage of the six paths and be the one who brings peace or destruction to this rotten world, immersed in hatred, evil and wars. Well, that was all. Look forward to the new chapter. I hope you like it. In the new chapter 1 will explain how Bayonetta is in the world of high school DxD and how the dragon would train to his reincarnation and as a term Hagoromo Otsutsuki in the world of high school DxD. Chapter 2 Clarifications. To start with, how Hashirama met the most powerful bayonet and dragon of all time. Well, in this story. Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Amura Otsutsuki sealed Kagaya in the same way before being sealed, I think, to Black Zetsu, but here Hashirama realized it and killed Zetsu to ruin Kagaya's plans in the same way. Hashirama. He seals the same Gyubi, becoming the first Jinchuriki, and which Amura goes to Luna to take care of her mother's body in the same way. Hagoromo has two children, as in the canon Asura Otsutsuki and Indra. Otsutsuki here, since Zetsu never existed, Indra allowed himself to be corrupted by hatred, and Hagoromo, instead of giving him his power, only Asura decided. If half to Indra and the other half to Asura, the two brothers were happy. And Hagoromo asks his children to take care of the Baijas to tell them that he was leaving to explore other dissensions. Aki clarified which Kami when she saw how Hagoromo protected humanity at the hands of her mother, and the Gyubi gave her a sword. Very special that could tear time and dimensions and take him to other dissensions. Kami told him to take care of her. Why? It was too powerful to fall into the wrong hands. He told him his name was Yamato Hashirama. He remembered how he obtained his sword. His children. They were surprised to see their father remain still. They were going to say something, but before saying anything, his eyes opened wide as he saw his Hagoromo raise his hand so that light particles would begin to create a light particle sword. Hashirama quickly unsheathed the sword and sheathed it again, which surprised his children, but they saw how a crack began to open, and Hashirama turned to look at his children and smiled at them, saying, "This is goodbye, children." He said it with his eyes, with tears. His children said with tears in their eyes, "Goodbye, father, from here, let's go where we can see a beautiful black-haired girl with an hergless body that could be drooling over any name." This black-haired girl was Bayonetta. She was walking calmly until a crack opened, and from that crack she saw a somewhat older man come out. Bayonetta asked who it was, taking out her pistols. Hashirama says, "My name is Hashirama Otsutsuki Bayonetta. My name is Cherry, but everyone knows me as Bayonetta, and I'm a witch." Bayonetta asks Hashirama for a fight, which for various reasons Bayonetta wins. Bayonetta smiles at Hashirama. Hashirama says, "I was glad to meet you, besides being very powerful, but I must go." Bayonetta asks, "Where are you going?" Hagoromo says with a smile, "To another dimension." Bayonetta answers, "That sounds interesting. Can I go with you? I'm a bit bored." Hashirama answers, "No problem." So Hashirama opens another portal with the help of Yamato Asia to the high school DXD dimension. Hashirama and Bayonetta appear in front of a huge dragon. This surprised Hagoromo greatly. Bayonetta was excited and surprised to feel the great power of that dragon. The dragon, sensing their presence, says who they are, to which Hagoromo introduces himself with respect. "My name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and my partner is called Bayonetta." The dragon says, "It's a pleasure. I am known as the winged dragon of Ra, but my real name is Imperius." Then Hashirama decides to stay in that dimension, and so 30 years passed, and Hashirama became very good friends with Imperius and Bayonetta. Imperius told him about the three great factions and their wars, and also taught him magic as well as Bayonetta. Until Hashirama was about to die, to which Hashirama hands Yamato over with a bayonet, and Hashirama says, "One day, reincarnate into someone worthy of my power and knowledge." Imperius, "Please, I want you to train my reincarnation and successor of my power, and when it's time, Cherry, you give him my sword." Yamato, "And yours, Cherry. I want you to help him in any way you can." Cherry says, "Yes, old man." With some tears, as Cherry had grown fond of Hagoromo and was now seeing him as a father. And Imperius says, "I will fulfill your last request, old man," and they watched in surprise as Hashirama disappeared into golden particles of light. Well, here is how Hagoromo met Bayonetta and the most powerful dragon called Imperius. I hope you like this new story. Without further ado. Chapter 3 Training. Issei was in a totally dark place, but he could see clearly and heard a recorded voice saying, "Welcome to my home, brat Drade and Issei." They were in complete shock to see in front of them a gigantic dragon more than 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide. Drade says with great respect, "Imperius-sama." Imperius answers, "Hello Drade." Issei says, "You know him?" Drade says, "The three factions know him as the winged dragon of Ra, but his name is Imperius, the fourth dragon god." Issei surprised that he was in front of a god. Dragon Issei asks, "And why did Imperius-sama bring me here?" Imperius says, "That is very easy to answer, it is because you broke the seal that he put on his reincarnation." Issei says, "Reincarnation?" Imperius says, "When you see the bodies of your dead parents." Issei, upon hearing about his parents, becomes furious, even more so when he learns that he was the cursed son of the third phoenix. And the betrayal of his supposed comrades. Imperius says, "Seeing your parents dead, you woke his eyes, and from what I see too, your appearance changed. Apart from the fact that you were able to evolve your eyes, Issei heard that your appearance changed and that you woke up new eyes and that Issei was able to evolve." He says, "My appearance and my eyes then." Imperious, a mirror appeared and Issei saw himself and was surprised by his appearance, which was no longer brown, but white-haired and taller with a more mature face. But what impressed him most were her eyes, which were no longer brown, but blood red with rings and 9 magatomas. Imperious says. The old man told me that those eyes were called Rinesheringen, and they are very powerful, Issei says. With these eyes I will take revenge on the Gremory and the Phoenix, Imperious said to him in a serious voice. If you take revenge you will be just like them, the old man. Incarnated in you so that you would bring peace to this world, not destruction. Issei was left thinking, okay, I will take revenge on the Gremorys, but I will kill that Yukidatori. Imperious says, okay, I will train you for a year, but calm down. In the normal world it will only take a day, but finishing the training you will have to hide your eyes with magic. Issei says, okay sensei, and so Issei's training took place a year later in the dimension, and one day in the real world you see a serious white-haired man with a face without expressions. With a red dragon arm with blue stripes and with blue eyes from the magic he used to hide his true eyes, apart from the fact that he had discovered new evolutions and new measures of the balance breaker. And the evolution of the booster geared that not even Drade knew he had, but made him very proud. Knowing that this guy discovered that new evolution and the evolution of the booster geared that none of its carriers. He never discovered that. By returning to Issei he thanked his teacher and said, thank you sensei. Imperious says, you're welcome boy, but first have this sword, and makes a golden circle, and from there comes out the black sword with red and black chain. Imperious says, this sword is called Zangetsu. With this sword it is capable of not only damaging the body, but it can also cut the soul. Issei was very surprised and was about to open a portal when Imperious tells him, wait for me, you've been like a son to me, I'll give you some gifts in a magic circle. A small black box appeared. Imperious says to open it. Issei does what his sensei asks and opens the box. And takes out 2 pistols, one black and the other white. Imperious says, those guns without Avoni and Ivori and Zangetsu is a demon sword. Imperious says to Avoni and Ivori and Zangetsu, I created them. Issei says, thanks sensei. Imperious says, you're welcome. Issei Drade says, partner, you sweep the floor with the Phoenix without even breaking a sweat. Issei answers, like this, he will be a companion. Imperious says, you will also meet a friend from Hagoromo. Issei with a smile says, with one, and it is beautiful. Well, Issei will always be Issei. Imperious with one knowing smile says, when you see her you'll know Issei while somewhere in the world. Bayonetta. He said in his mind, why I want to kill a dragon and eat a movie with kisses. White Bayonetta says, nah, it's just my imagination. Back with Imperious, this tube a shiver all over his back and said in his, I don't have to meet Bayonetta or things will go very badly for me with Issei. He says, I want to meet that cutie something. He tells me that we will have a lot of fun, and in some parts of the world 3 blondes, 1 pink hair, 5 black hairs. The chestnut-haired 2 blue-haired women had a strange desire to kill a certain red-haired bitch and a very black-haired woman. Beautiful with glasses in the occult club success Gremory group had chills all over their backs, and everyone said in their mind, we are screwed if we know certain girls. Back with Bayonetta, this had a slight shiver, and she said in her mind, no one will take away what is mine. If she was very clear about her desires with a certain white-haired man. Lucky to be back with Issei. He says, yes, we have a lot of fun. Issei says, well, we see Master. Imperious answer, don't forget to visit me. In that case, Issei disappears in a golden circle. Issei's magic circle. Imperious. With a knowing smile he says in his mind, this boy will have fun with so many women. Well, this is today's chapter, I hope you like it. Without further ado. Chapter 4. Fight with Exorcists. Back with Issei, he returned home and everything was the same. His parents were dead and Issei was there. He says, parents, I will avenge their deaths, but first I will give them a decent burial. Issei buried his parents on a mountain somewhat far from Guo City. Then Issei disappears into a magic circle and says, I think I'll start working as a domain hunter and mercenary, in that with magic and the power to create from his eyes, makes a 3-story house with the first floor creates his store. Call me cry. And says, that's all, I'm going to sleep tomorrow to go to school. The next day we go to an albino. Going to his academy. On the way he was attracting lustful glances from young and mature women. He heard comments of young and mature people, maybe that boy is very handsome, in case he has a girlfriend. And women. Young and mature women looked at their husbands and boyfriends respectively and sighed in frustration, and the men. They looked at the albino with contempt, but that didn't matter to Issei. But before entering the academy saw 2 hooded women that Issei noticed were sent by the church, and Issei asked what they were looking for, but before saying anything, Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki arrived, and one of the hooded women said, we're looking for you. To the owner of this territory, Rias Gremory or Sona Citri, the black-haired woman says, that's me, Sona Citri. One of the hooded women says if it's about a matter of utmost importance. But one of the hooded women kept looking at the albino with intrigue. Sona said, we'll talk about classes later. The hooded women retreated and Sona says who are you? In fact, you are a new student and Issei responds hurt, he doesn't recognize me. Icho Sona says no, and her queen denied that they didn't know him. Issei says I'm Hyoudou Issei Sona. And Tsubaki were surprised and said Hyoudou-kun. Issei says Sona Tsubaki it's me, both blushed furiously seeing the new look of the boy who had unconsciously stolen their hearts. She recovered from her blush quickly and Issei and Sona noticed that. They say you will also come to the meeting with the exorcists as a servant of Rias. You will be serious as her representative. Issei says yes. Icho but very soon I will no longer be Ria's servant. Sona confused, says okay, Hyoudou Issei said to us. We see Kaicho, I have to go to class, back to Issei's classroom, the teacher said Hyoudou Issei, but he didn't receive an answer when I was going to give him a foul, an albino came into the classroom and said sorry teacher for being late. Teacher says sorry, but who are you? The albino says, I am Hyoudou Issei. Everyone in the room, men and women including him. The teacher's eyes were wide open and their jaws on the floor and they shouted that classes couldn't continue because of the commotion over Issei's new appearance. After that the classes would end, Issei addressed the student council and the student council, those who did not. They knew Issei's new appearance and were surprised and the women blushed furiously but said nothing. Hooded women uncovered their faces and one said, my name is Zenobia Quarta. She was a very beautiful blue-haired woman with a green streak. And my partner is Irina Shido, she was a very beautiful brunette. And we were sent here to retrieve the stolen fragments of Excalibur that were stolen by a leader of the Fallen and we thought that the demons had allied with the Fallen, so we ask that you do not interfere in our mission or we will have to kill you, finished saying Zenobia very seriously. Sona was very upset because they thought they were going to ally themselves with the Fallen, but then they heard someone laughing. Ha, if they think that two exorcists can defeat a leader of the fallen angels, they are. I was wrong, says Issei seriously and Zenobia says, and who are you? Issei says, my name is Issei Hyoudou. Irina's eyes widen as she recognizes her childhood friend Issei and says let's do a. I'm trying to start a fight. If I win, I'll help them. If I lose, I'll leave. Zenobia says, okay. And Irina says it's you Issei-san, but you weren't brown. Issei answers long story. Irina was very surprised because Issei remembered her. Sona says they were fighting behind the occult club. In the fight, Zenobia removes the bandages from her sword and says this is to exclude destruction. Irina takes out a ribbon and says this is Excalibur mimic. Issei says, but since I don't want to damage my uniform I will use my fighting suit and in a magic circle. Issei was wearing red clothes. Just ignore the rebellion. Sona, Tsubaki, Zenobia, Irina and the rest of the women of the Citri clan blushed atomically upon seeing Issei with that appearance. Issei of a golden circle that surprised everyone, his black-colored sword. And says the sword is Anjetsu, then they start to fight when a circle appears. Well-known magical, and Rias says it's time to punish Issei, but she saw an albino fighting and Rias asked where Issei is and Sona points to an albino, but Kiba sees two Excalibur in front of him. He gets angry and immediately throws himself against the exorcist with Excalibur, but before Issei arrives and returns with an elbow, breaking his nose in the process, to which everyone was surprised because Issei, but they knew, couldn't surpass Kiba in speed. Issei says without turning around, it's better that you stay still, pretty boy. Rias says Asia go heal Kiba. Back to the fight. Zenobia says you are very strong and fast. Irina says you are strong. Issei and then Zenobia and Irina attack him, so Issei he decides to knock them out and hits Zenobia with Zanjetsu's handle, knocking her out. And lightly hits Irina on the back of the head, leaving her unconscious. After the fight ends, Rias cures the exorcists. She says with authority, we have come to punish you, trash. Issei without turning around, says don't make me laugh. That pisses off Rias and says Kaneko attacks, which the Lolita throws herself to attack Issei, which stops her. Hit with a finger, which surprised everyone, and Rias furiously tells Kiba that he had already healed the Kiba, which was thrown in a blur of speed, which Issei stops him with his sword and kicks him away. Then Rias and Akeno they made a magic circle and with all their power they attacked the albino. Issei prepared lightning in his fist and said plasma lightning, launching thousands of lightning bolts at the speed of light, leaving Rias and Akeno very injured. A black gauntlet with a red gem appeared in Issei's hand. Issei charged 2 boosts and transferred them to the entire Gremory group. The less energy they have, the less they will attack. Issei approaches Rias and Issei from a red light, takes out his 8 pawn pieces. Issei says from now on you leave. Of having lowered your orders to the security, Hyoudou Issei, but before leaving he said to Asia with a serious voice, you have 1 day to get your things out of my house, otherwise we'll have a barbecue. And Issei will leave. In the magic circle, Rias with a serious voice says I will punish him for attacking his mistress. Sona says that plainly it can be done. Rias dresses her Power, and I'm sure that's not all his power. Besides, you saw that he stopped being your servant. Rias says it's impossible for him to be so strong. A part needs his punishment, Sona says. Anyway, it was a pleasure meeting you, Rias, but before. After saying something, a huge golden circle appeared that put Rias on guard, but she saw the Asia's things and a note fell silent that Asia reached and read, from now on if they step foot in my house, I will kill them. Asia, upon reading the note, said to her Rias if she could live with her, to which Rias nodded. The exorcists, knowing that they had woken up from the beating Issei gave them, withdrew. Chapter 5. Meeting Bayonetta and Jealousy. Back with Issei, he was bored, so he went out to the city, running into the exorcists Serena and Zenobia, begging for alms, to which Issei approaches and tells them that he invited them to eat, to which they were going to refuse. But their stomachs didn't think the same, and they accepted, a little blushing. They arrived at the restaurant, and Issei ordered a strawberry ice cream with cream and a pizza, and the exorcists almost finished eating the entire menu. Issei says, I will help them look for the fragments of Excalibur. Zenobia says, your master won't be upset. Issei says, I don't have a master, and I'm not a demon. Zenobia says, then what are you? Issei says, I am a dragon, which surprised the exorcists and the spies. Well, here everything is like canon until it is found. But Fried Zelson, and Fried with a crazy smile says, but look what the wind brought me. If they are the servants of the red-haired vixen. That bothered Kaneko and Kiba, but Issei, to add fuel to the fire, said, she's a bucking busty bitch who only knows how to give orders. That bothered them. To the two servants of Rias and Fried says, and who are you? Issei says, just imagine me with brown hair and lower. Fried says that you were that crybaby brat. Issei says, a lot of words but little action. Fried says that you're not going to fight. Issei. He says he would like to, but the pretty boy here is more eager to fight. And Issei says, hurry up, and I hope you kill him. That bothered Lolita, who hit Issei, but Issei only felt a breeze, and Kaneko says, you're not going to help Hyoudou-senpai, your partner. That bothered Issei, and he turned around and started squeezing poor Kaneko's neck. Issei says, look, Pitank, if you try to hit me again, he took out a vori and put it on his head, and I'll shoot you until I get tired. You can only imagine how Kaneko would look. She never thought that Issei would threaten to kill her. Irina, seeing this, got involved to prevent a homicide. The fight here is like canon. Until Sona and her queen appear, and Rias with her queen. Rias was going to say something to the white-haired boy, but before saying anything, he takes out his guns. Duvoni and Ivori. Sona made a magic circle, and Rias, also thinking that Issei had gone crazy. And they attacked them, and Issei fired 4 bullets, but they passed by Rias' side and Sona, and they were paralyzed. I stopped to hear other shots and turned around to see 2 pink pistols with a red one and a black-haired girl, who surpassed them in everything, both in power and beauty. And they listened to the woman speak and say, wow, you really know how to treat a sweet lady. She said it with a smile. Very flirtatious, and you know how to spy on people. Bayonetta raised her hands, saying, you discovered me. Issei. He says that I owe a visit to such a beautiful Bayonetta. He said, you are quite a gentleman, and my name is Bayonetta, the Witch of Umbra. Or as I am known as Kureami. Rias and sounds when hearing that name and that nickname. They were petrified and began to sweat cold, knowing that in front of them they had me. A being of the same power as the 4 mass together will even surpass them. And Bayonetta said, and what is the name of such a gentleman? Issei says, my name is Issei Hyoudou, but now I am Issei Otsutsuki. Rias and Sona were even more shocked when they heard Issei say that his surname was Otsutsuki. Bayonetta says that since you are his reincarnation, you must have also inherited his eyes and power. Issei answers, then you must be the beauty that sensei told me about. Bayonetta answers like this. That winged lizard told you about me. On the other hand, for some reason Imperius felt a chill. Returning with Issei, Issei tells him, not only do I think you came here to talk, or if Bayonetta says you are right. I have come to give you what is rightfully yours, and I come to claim what belongs to me. Issei says that it belongs to me by right, and what belongs to you? Bayonetta. Pointing one of his pistols at Issei, and Bayonetta says, this belongs to you, taking out a sheathed sword, and you belong to me. I came to claim you as my husband. That made Sona and Sabaki furious that a bitch came out of nowhere and wanted to take their man away from them. And they were curious about that sword in the sky. The most beautiful and powerful Seraph Gabriel had an aura around him. Malignant and with a desire for blood, and had the thought of killing a certain black-haired witch, and Grigory Penemu had the same thought. That Gabriel in the underworld, a certain pigtailed Mau, wanted to freeze a certain black-haired witch in China. Another black-haired witch had the same thought as Gabriel in the Forest of Familiars. A certain dragon queen for some reason wanted to burn alive. The black-haired witch finds her way to a Kyoto academy. A certain blonde with pigtails wanted to kill a black-haired witch and show her why she is one of the 12 divine generals in another dragon mecha academy. 2 blondes, 2 black-haired, and 1 light blue-haired for some reason wanted Phil a black-haired witch and in France 3 women, 1 red-haired, 1 white-haired and 1 pink-haired, wanted to. Phil a certain black-haired witch back with Bayonetta is for some reason felt a horrible chill if definitely Bayonetta. I was in big trouble Issei answers it's a tempting offer Sona and Tsubaki frowned Issei sealed. He says, but I have to refuse, but what do you think if you come with me instead, won't we have a very fun time? Bayonetta answers. If you beat me in a fight I'll go with you and if you lose you'll marry me, Issei says okay Issei takes out his sword. Zangetsu and Bayonet unsheathed Yamato and their pistols both disappeared in bursts of speed. Those present could only hear gunshots, bangs, and the sound of metal hitting metal. And so a few minutes passed and then Bayonetta and Issei appeared with some scratches on their clothes Bayonetta. He says you are powerful I admit it so I will go with you but for the next time we fight use your true power Issei says. Bayonetta says, have it and throws it at Yamato. Bayonetta says, that sword belongs to you by right. Issei says thanks and Issei approaches Sona, completely ignoring Rias. Issei tells Sona that if she needs his help, he'll call him on the phone. But the first one who says that I am the servant of the silly redeed would leave them to their fate. That bothered Rias that they called her silly, but before Rias said anything, Issei and Bayonet disappeared in a golden flash. Chapter 6. Dragon vs Cadre and Phoenix. Back at Issei's home, Bayonet asked him why he hates the redeed so much. Issei tells him everything about how they betrayed him and how Razor killed his parents and how his power awakened Bayonet. Hearing that, he felt hatred towards the Gremory group and Bayonetta. He asked Issei if he could show him his eyes, to which Issei agreed and stopped hiding his eyes with magic and showed him his Rinnesharingan in all its glory. To which Bayonetta was surprised to feel so much power in her eyes. Bayonetta says, from what I see, your eyes are different and more powerful. To the old Issei, he says, I think if on the way back to Kuo Academy, Rias and her entourage and Sona, her entourage and Zenobia were there. Having problems with a cadre, a leader of the fallen angels, Sona says, panting, Rias, why not your brother Serziches anymore? Your brother loves you very much, so I doubt that Rias won't come. He answers panting, why don't you, Sona, no more, your sister, Sona. He answers, 1, Sama Akeno, safe Rias already called. The Serziches Sama says that reinforcements will arrive in an hour. Rias says, annoyed, Akeno. But Rias, we need all the help we can get with Kakabiel, she says laughing, I don't know why they continue fighting if their leaders are dead everyone stops suddenly upon hearing Kakabiel say that what? Their leaders are dead. Rias and Sona say, what do you mean? Kakabiel says, this is a secret that the factions. They don't want it to be known, but I'll tell you. In the Great War, not only did the Formau die, but the biblical god also died. Asia fainted upon hearing that god was dead. Zenobia knelt upon learning that her Lord God served what he did. For a long time the Gremory group was dead and the Citri group were in shock when they found out that the biblical god. Kakabiel was dead and says laughingly, he thought Michael was doing a good job with the system. That's why exorcisms and prayers continue to work, but not with the same power as before. That's why these phenomena, like the sacred and demonic sword like those events happen very often, but everyone listens to applause. And everyone turns around and sees a well-known albino accompanied by a very beautiful black-haired woman. Issei says a very nice story and all, but don't you think you were a little cruel when you told the exorcist that God was dead? Kakabiel answers, I thought you weren't going to show up. Issei says, so you noticed me. Kakabiel says, who are you? Issei. Nobody in particular says I'm just your executioner, to which Kakabiel starts to laugh ha you're my executioner, don't make me laugh. Brat to which Kakabiel makes a huge spear of light and throws it at Issei, and everyone thought Issei was dead, but they stayed of stone when Issei held the spear of light with his bare hands. Kakabiel was the most surprised and says impossible that. I should kill a high-class devil Issei answers, but I'm not a devil I'm a dragon Issei with incredible ease. Breaks the spear of light to which everyone would be surprised and were paralyzed, seeing how easily Issei broke the spear of light. Kakabiel says that's impossible. Kakabiel says, wow, sister of the Crimson Mau Serziches. Lucifer, you do have interesting servants. To the daughter of Barakiel, to a Nekomata, a former saint, to a member of the Holy Sword Experiment, and to the security. Issei says annoyed, I am not anyone's servant, and much less will I be the servant of the Crimson Bitch. Kakabiel says then if you are not anyone's servant join me, you will have wings Grigory's hexiest fallen angels will be pleased to have Hex every day with him security. Issei says it's a tempting offer. Rias, hearing that, knew that if Issei went with Kakabiel and with his now great power, he would put them in big trouble. Until she remembered that Issei likes breasts and especially hers, Rias says. Issei without turning around says what do you want Gremory said it with a cold tone. Rias ignored the cold tone with which he spoke to her, and Rias says if you win Issei, I will do whatever you want. Issei answers with a cold voice. If it were my old self I would accept without thinking twice, but you were in charge of killing the old Issei. So I don't care what comes from you. The entire entourage of Sona and her queen and everyone in Rias' entourage and Rias herself. They were completely silent upon learning that Issei had rejected Rias. Issei responds to Kakabiel about your offer. I'm afraid he'll have to decline. Since I have a beautiful woman by my side and I don't want problems, Kakabiel says, it's a shame, but I'll have to kill you. Kakabiel created 2 swords of light. Issei summons Zangetsu. And takes out his 2 pistols. Issei disappears in a burst of speed and cuts off 2 of his wings at once, and Kakabiel screams in pain. Everyone was surprised at not seeing at what moment Kakabiel moved angrily, shouting curses, and so the fight began. Kakabiel threw himself furiously about Issei, to which everyone was surprised to see the beating that Issei was giving to Kakabiel. Issei hits him in the stomach, a blow to the face, and with Zangetsu cuts him 2 more times. Wings and Kakabiel screams in pain and bleeding comes out of his body. Issei with an axe kick throws Kakabiel to the ground. And Kakabiel with his body in the fall created a crater of about 2 meters, everyone surprised to see the monumental beating that Issei was giving Kakabiel. But Issei raises his voice and says, don't you think you already wear enough white, to which the barrier that covered Kuo's academy is. It broke like glass and they saw someone in white armor enter. Everyone except Bayonetta said Hakuryuku. Kakabiel got up, very hurt, and said in a furious voice, Hakuryuku. Reached you attracted the red. The white says no, Azazel sent me for you to take you back, but I see that they are beating you and that the white. He disappears at a divine speed that only Issei and Bayonetta could see. At that moment, the white man tears off 2 more of Kakabiel's wings. And says your wings are really disgusting, Azazel's are blacker than the most eternal night, and with that Kakabiel rose to heaven with great effort and with the power he had left created an enormous spear of light and said, I will kill you, white. Then the dragon's voice was heard saying, divide, divide. And the spear of light disappeared. The white man moves quickly and hits the back of the head, knocking out Kakabiel and the white man. He says I'll take him just like the crazy priest, maybe he has information, but the white man spoke. If that's all your power, rival Kun, I'll defeat you. Issei says, of course not, otherwise our fight wouldn't be fun. The white one says you're right, Hyoudou Issei. The white one says then I'll leave, but before leaving a red gauntlet appears on Issei's left arm. And say if you ignore me. White. Albion answer, are you awake? Great, and I see that your killing instinct has decreased. The same I say. About you, Albion. But accidents like these can happen. Well, see you. BDRAIG. Yes, we see you. Albion. Everyone except Bayonetta is surprised at what the 2 celestial dragons were talking about. Albion says next time we meet. Let's fight, Hyoudou Issei. Issei answers in agreement and the white flies away at great speed, and at that moment Surziches appears with an army and Razor Phoenix, and Rias says Oni-sama. Razor says, and where is the trash of the fallen one? He was going to burn him with my flames, but when he looks closer he sees a white-haired guy and screams you damn should be dead. And throws a huge fireball at him, which Issei easily deflects, and Issei says, Surziches-sama, can I fight against Razor Phoenix? Surziches says, excuse me, who are you? Issei says it's me, Hyoudou Issei. Surziches see. Surprised to see Issei's change. Surziches says, are you sure? Issei says yes, Surziches-sama, but I also want a set of evil pieces. Rias and Sona. They were more than surprised why he wanted to form his own entourage. Surziches says, and why should he? If you won, Issei says, Surziches-sama defeats a leader of the fallen angels who are below a Mao. That wouldn't give me the right to be recognized by the demons. Surziches says you'll have your set of evil pieces if you defeat Razor Kun. Issei says it's okay, and Surziches-sama. But this is a fight to the death. Surziches says fine, and when you want the fight to be Issei, say it as quickly as possible. Surziches answers in agreement. Issei Kun, the fight will be in 10 minutes while we prepare the arena for the fight. Issei answers in agreement. Surziches and his army disappear in a magic circle. Issei too, but before he disappears in the magic circle he is interrupted by Rias. He says you think you can beat Razor, but Rias is completely ignored, and Issei, together with a bayonet, disappeared into the magic circle. Golden colored. 10 minutes later on the battlefield is Razor waiting for Issei. Says that trash has already surrendered. But they see how a golden circle appears. Those present think it is an angel, but they saw Issei come out of the circle with a serious face in the room. Vid. Lady Phoenix. Xerxes. Graphia. Seraphil Leviathan. They were surprised to see what Issei could do. Magic circles of golden color. Like angels. Back to the fight. Issei says with a cold voice, almost dead, I'm going to kill you, Razor, but before that tell me why you killed my parents. Vidroom couldn't believe what Razor killed innocent humans. Surzicha says Razor broke the most important rule of the underworld. No killing. The innocent humans that deserve death. Back to the fight, Razor said, go for having garbage like you should have seen their faces, like your father cried like a little girl. And more so your mother's, who first raped her and then killed her. In the video room. Everyone was surprised to hear Razor say that so brazenly. Back to the fight, Issei was so angry that Bayonetta spoke in a serious voice. The Phoenix is dead. Everyone is surprised by what Bayonetta said and asks Surzichas, excuse me, who are you? Bayonetta with a sadistic smile. My name is Bayonetta and I am a witch, Lady Phoenix, Lord Gremory, Venelana Gremory, Graphia and Surzichas, they said with some seriousness. And what are you doing here, since your power was at the level of a Mayu, and that was saying a lot. Bayonetta says what he achieved. I can't watch my husband Issei's fight. Everyone would be surprised to hear that her husband was Issei Sonitsubaki and for some strange reason Serafal. They became very jealous. In other parts of the human and supernatural world, certain women wanted to kill for some strange reason, right, black-haired witch. Back to the fight, Issei takes out Zangetsu and his guns and Razor his wings of fire and begins to send fireballs left and right. And a pile of dust forms and Issei says in a dead voice, so because of a piece of trash like Rias tortured me and if everyone entourage. Upon hearing Issei say that, everyone looked with serious looks at Rias and her entourage returning with Issei, and also for that woman I sacrificed a part of myself. Body to be able to use the power of Drade, Razor Phoenix says, and what did you sacrifice? Issei begins to draw with his sword. The body, but this one was missing an arm and Razor Phoenix says that you don't know how to draw well, your drawing is missing an arm. Issei says that sacrifice was my arm. And Razor Phoenix says, but your arm looks like a normal arm. Issei answers that's why. What hit it with magic? Issei stops sending magic to his right arm and it turns into a dragon arm with black claws in the arm. It was red in color as if it were starry with some blue parts. In the living room everyone was surprised to see how his arm was that of a plain dragon, it was the arm of a human or demon, but that of a dragon. Rias felt like the worst trash and said or not Sama you knew that. Searches responded. Seriously, Rias, and why didn't you tell me? What was the point of me telling you if you had already started with his torture? You and your entourage returned to the fight. Issei says very well Razor, this place will be your grave. Razor says don't make me laugh and he rose into the sky and began to throw fireballs. Seeing this, Issei just raised his hand. And some dark purple ice pillars went against Razor. That went through his fireballs like they were nothing and hit Razor squarely. Making him scream in pain and fall to the floor with a strange black liquid coming out of his body. Razor very hurt, damn you, damn you. At that, some magic circles are activated in the room. Everyone from the Gremory clan began to scream in pain. And when they saw how their magic was stolen, Surzicha says in his mind with fury, damn Razor. Phoenix back to the fight. Issei says in his mind, so he is absorbing his magic in that. Razor Phoenix says, I will show you. All my power and transforms into a phoenix completely and takes out some black flames that surrounded his entire body in the room. Lady Phoenix and Lord Phoenix said that transformation was impossible and those black flames were forbidden. In our clan, Surzicha says why that transformation is forbidden. Lady Phoenix says that transformation is unique in our clan. It is prohibited because it takes away your regeneration for 1 month and those black flames are the flames of hell. It is said that they are as hot as the sun itself. That surprised everyone and scared those who were interested in Issei. Lady Phoenix and Lord Phoenix said so. You have fallen son, but Bayonetta was not alarmed and women said your husband can die. Bayonetta with a very calm smile answers Issei also masters black fire but is burns for 7 days and 7 nights. Lady Phoenix and Lord Phoenix said it is impossible for that child to dominate those flames, all what flames those black flames are. Of the Hindu goddess Amaterasu, the true black flames. If that child knows how to control them, Razor is dead. Surzicha's Serafal, the Gremory patriarchs, the Gremory clan, and the Citri clan. They were surprised that he could handle the flames of a goddess. Back to the fight. Razor Phoenix rift eyes damn. He throws the black flames with all his power and detransforms Issei who stands still without doing anything. And the attack of the Phoenix girl Razor against Issei, causing a large curtain of dust. Phoenix Razor started bragging about his victory and that the idiot had died in the video room. All the women interested in Issei felt a lump in their throats. Sona says with tears in her eyes Issei-kun reached this dead. But then everyone heard a very calm and cold voice say, that's all. Everyone saw where Razor threw his big fireball to see a shadow. Back to the fight, Razor Phoenix saw that and almost shit himself in fear since in front of him was Issei without a scratch, seeing protected by dark purple eyes. Issei says with a dead voice, when your gaze changes from hope to despair, it is a true pleasure for me. He said it while his eyes They turned a dark purple and a strange mark appeared on their forehead. Seraphil and Surziches were scared by the power that Grafia gave off. He says it's impossible. In fact, that magic and that ice is Rias. What's up, Grafia? Why are you so upset? Grafia answers that ice and that magic are not normal at all. Seraphil is very serious. Says so you noticed Grafia. Grafia answers, that's how it is Seraphil Sama the only magic. Ancient magic capable of killing even Mayu, all except Bayonetta. Upon hearing Grafia say that, a great shiver ran through them and one wondered what that magic and that strange ice really is. Seraphil responds. I've heard of the dim magic slayer. Sona hit the nail on the head. And says don't tell me that strange mark on Issei-kun's forehead. And that strange ice is ancient magic, dim magic, slayer. Bayonetta says. That's right, that's the magic that Issei-kun mastered after all, he is. But they heard a cry of pain, agony and suffering that surprised everyone except Bayonetta. Moments before Razor Phoenix very scared says Crespo, why do you have that strange mark on your forehead and those eyes? I'm afraid of you, but Issei disappeared in a burst. Speed Razor tries to look for him, but then he feels a great pain. And when under his gaze Issei was piercing his stomach, Issei gave him a powerful blow. In the mouth that sent him to the sky a few meters, Issei appears above Razor. And kicking Razor in the stomach, sending him to the ground. But before falling, Issei moved his hand and dark purple eye stake beads were created. That went through Razor's whole body, making him scream in pain, and that strange black liquid began to come out. Issei fell to the ground and moved his hands and eye stalactites were created. Issei says die damn frozen burial and the eye stalactites cowering against the Razor's body. Who screamed in pain, despair and agony. Issei screams still not and returns. He raises his hand and a huge eye stalactite emerges from the ground, impaling Razor and taking him a few meters into the sky. And Razor no longer screams since life had already left him. And Razor's body began to turn into thousands of dark particles that disappear. Chapter 7 Forming a team. Back at the fighting arena with Issei, Grafia was very surprised and a little blushing. Says the winner is Issei, and the pocket dimension breaks and Issei returns back to where they are all. Bayonetta approached where Issei was to congratulate him on his victory, and to the jealousy of the women Grafia, Seraphil, Sona, Tsubaki, and the women of the Gremory clan, gave him a small kiss on the cheek. But they could do nothing, as the bayonet far surpassed them in both power and beauty. Surziches says. Congratulations on your victory, and as we agree, I will give you your own set of evil pieces. Issei says, thank you Surziches. Sama Surziches says you're welcome and gives him a paper and says to give it to Ajuka Beelzebub. Rias was going to go where Issei was about to tell him something, but Issei and Bayonetta disappeared in a golden magic circle. Surziches has a curious way to disappear. In the laboratory of the Mayu Beelzebub, you can see a young man with green hair who did not appear. For more than 30 years, a golden magic circle appears, which puts the Mayu on guard, thinking it was an angel. But he sees a white-haired man with a very beautiful black-haired woman appear. That's what the Mayu Beelzebub thought. And Issei sees the Mayu Beelzebub and asks, you are Ajuka Beelzebub? Sama Ajuka Beelzebub says, and you who are you? Issei says. My name is Hyoudou Issei, and Issei showed him the paper that Surziches gave him, and Ajuka Beelzebub tells him what a sphere of energy the size of a soccer ball. Issei in his mind says, hey lizard with wings, how can I make all my pieces are mutated? The lizard, sorry I say. Raid says, like what lizard with wings? Issei says, don't play with him, remember he can use Susanoo and give you a beating. Drade says, come on, man, I'm not scared of him. Weird eyes. Issei says, now I'll kill you, the clown, and you'll get a beating. And Issei in his mind activates Susanoo and started the Madrasa of Drade. We see in Issei's mind HIV Drade. All beaten up in a corner, chained with a depressive aura surrounding him, saying damn brats. Issei says they don't respect me, and next time I'm going to put you in an illusion where I'm going to make you and torture you for everything. A year. Drade says no, everything, but that Issei Sama, and if he wants your pieces to be mutated. You just have to make 2 spheres of power, one with your power and one with my power, and merge them. Back to reality. Ajuka Beelzebub says, are you okay? You stood there doing nothing for about 2 minutes. Issei says it's nothing and makes a sphere as black as night and another one of a golden color and fuses them, creating a sphere of color between black and gold that sphere gave off a great amount of power. And Ajuka Beelzebub says, wait for me an hour and you will have your pieces like this. Retreating Ajuka Beelzebub. And Bayonetta asked why he made 2 spheres. Issei answers, one is the power of Drade and the other is my own power. Bayonetta understood. And he didn't ask any more. An hour later, Ajuka Beelzebub came out and handed him a black box with some pieces of a beautiful golden color. And says, Ajuka Beelzebub, here are your pieces, but these are different from the others since all they are mutated apart from what who will incarnate will be 100% sorry. Dragon Issei says, thanks Ajuka Beelzebub Sama, to retreat in a magic circle. Back to the human world, and the dim Maycry appears in the store, a magic circle of golden color, and was waiting for Zenobia in the store with a smile, and they ask me what the hell Zenobia is doing in the Devil May Cry. Well, flash black. Zenobia seeing the beating that Issei gave to Kakabiel, and knowing the death of her lord god Zenobia. Seeing how powerful Issei is, she fell in love with Issei and decided to follow Issei wherever he went. The end of flash black. Back at the residence, Issei and Bayonetta appear, and Zenobia says, how good that you're back, I was already desperate. Issei replied, I had some things to do, and asked Bayonetta and Zenobia if they wanted to be part of it. From his entourage, Issei says that they will be 100% dragons. Bayonetta and Zenobia were surprised and shouted that yelled for a few seconds, leaving Issei deaf. Bayonetta and Zenobia, like, what will we be 100% dragons on that? From Issei's back came out 30 pairs of very beautiful golden dragon wings. Zenobia. He did the most sensible thing any normal person would do, he fainted. They only managed to hear a sound. As if suddenly, when they saw it, it was Zenobia with little stars in her eyes, and she was muttering things that were not understood. Only one thing was understood, which bothered the bayonet. Zenobia says, I fell in love with a god. In the next chapter 1 will explain how Issei has so many dragon wings. Without further ado, let's continue. After what Zenobia and Bayonetta woke up, they wanted explanations. A long explanation, then Bayonetta agrees to be the queen and Zenobia the knight. Issei continues to reincarnate, in the name of Issei Otsutsuki, your Zenobia 4th and Bayonetta will be my servants and family for all eternity. Seal this pact with me. So Bayonetta was the most powerful queen, and Zenobia courted the Issei knight says we have to rest because tomorrow. Oh, Bayonetta and Zenobia say we want to go to the academy with you. Issei answers, okay, but you, Bayonetta, will be a teacher. And you Zenobia will go with me in the same grade. Zenobia says hi. Then Issei, Bayonetta and Zenobia go to their rooms, but at midnight they both go naked to Issei's room, where he was immersed in a deep sleep. The next day we see Issei wake up, but he feels a weight in his chest and another in his arm, which makes him raise his head. And sees Bayonetta on his chest and Zenobia on his left side, but both were naked. Bayonetta had an hergless figure, D-cup breasts, beautiful curves, long legs and tons, a small waist, beautiful hips, a big and very appetizing butt, and a beautiful face. Zenobia, D-cup breasts, long legs, small waist, wide hips, and a beautiful face. In short, Bayonetta and Zenobia look like angels. After Issei woke them up, they both said good morning Issei-kun. Issei says good morning, it's time to go to Kuo Academy, but Bayonetta, don't you think it would be weird to call you Bayonetta at school? Bayonetta says then what would you call me Issei-kun? Issei says what do you think Rukia? Bayonetta says I like it. The name Rukia, well let's go to the Kuo Academy in the academy. Girl 1 says did you hear that? We will have a new math teacher. And a new student. And I heard that the teacher is very beautiful and the student too. Boy 1 says did you hear? Boy 2 and they say they are beautiful. That we will have a beautiful teacher. And a new student. In the classroom Issei was asleep with his feet on the desk. That rebellious boy facet seemed very attractive to the girls. And the man looked at him with jealousy, but the director came in and said young Hyoudou feel well please. Issei listens with some anger. And the principal says, I present to you your new math teacher. Everyone saw a black woman with glasses and a black suit enter, and a figure that was as enviable as it was beautiful. The girls looked at her with envy. And man with lust. Bayonetta Rukia bows making bouncier a part of her charms. What made the men drool and says introduce me, my name is Rukia Hyoudou, and I will be your new teacher, and enters. She has blue hair with a green streak and introduced herself. My name is Zenobia Quarta. The room screamed in joy at having two beauties. The director says he retired me, but as always the good things never last, or is it the writer who loves to be able to people in a student says excuse me, Rukia-san, why did you say that your last name is Hyoudou? Bayonetta, Rukia answers, that's why I'm Issei's wife. And then several glasses were heard breaking. Those were the hearts of some men, never even in their wildest dreams. They thought that one of the group of the now perverted duo had such a beautiful wife. The man looked at him with hostility and envy. And women with envy and jealousy. Zenobia says I'm only interested in Hyoudou Issei, and more hearts were heard breaking. Itsuda and Motohama grabbed Issei by the neck and called him a traitor. You never said you had a wife. Cable clarified that she was in the same room. And when she heard that Bayonetta was Issei's wife she ran out of the room in tears. Back with Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei says annoyed if they don't let me go all three will be badly injured. Issei and wait counting 3, 2, 1. Issei says jealousy I warned and says in a whisper that nobody heard Quicksilver and when the perverted duo reacted and were stamped on the wall unconscious Zenobia. He says in his mind that Bayonetta was very fast. In his mind he says that ability is very similar to my witch time. But that one looks to be a higher rank than mine. The classes couldn't continue because of the commotion. Chapter 8 Issei vs Champion. A week has passed since Bayonetta and Zenobia are at Kuo Academy. And the members of the Gremory group have the nerve and decency to make Issei forgive them. And Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki Shinra and the women of the student council begin to approach Issei. This week both Bayonetta and Zenobia started a relationship with Issei, which is why Issei agreed to open his heart to them. And we are back to Dim May Cry where Bayonetta came in and finished a job. Issei this week began to do work and those that did not seem interesting to him. Jealousy gave to Bayonetta or Zenobia and there was Bayonetta, Zenobia and Issei doing their things when in the dim May the doors opened so everyone could see a beautiful brunette woman enter. With a more than enviable body and with very revealing witch clothes that left nothing to the imagination. The woman looks at Issei and says, "You are the demon hunter Issei." Issei answers like this, "She is beautiful and who are you?" The brunette woman with some red on her cheeks. Reply, "My name is Arya Zola and I have a job for you." Issei replies, "Interesting. But you know my services cost a lot," Arya says and takes out a small bag. "But very precious jewels," and says, "With this Issei will reach it." He answers yes and it is interesting, very interesting, it is fine, he accepted the job. "And what is it about?" Arya shows 2 photos of 2 teenagers and says, "I want to protect these girls." Issei saw the photos to see a blue-haired girl and a red hair. Issei answers, "Who you want me to protect these girls from?" Arya, very seriously and bluntly, says, "I want you to protect them." The Vacampian Issei responds with a smile, "So God Slayer. So these girls must have something very interesting for a God Slayer to seek them out with such interest and request my services." Arya answers, "That's the blue-haired girl, her name is Wendy Marvell and she's the last dragon slayer of the sky. And the red-haired girl, her name is Sharia Blendy, the last God Slayer of heaven." Issei answers that a dragon slayer from the sky and a God Slayer from the sky are very interesting girls. Issei says, "Okay, where is the job?" Arya answers, "It's in Russia." Issei answers in agreement. Issei looks at Zenobia and Bayonetta and says, "I'll give you the devil may cry. And keep doing your job and tell Sona that I'll be away for a few days. And that I won't be able to go to classes." Bayonetta says, "Issei-kun, I received a message. Surzicha said that in a week there will be a summit of the 3 great biblical factions. And you have to be present." Issei answers, "Okay, tell Surzichas Sama that I will be on time for the summit of the 3 biblical factions." Bayonetta and Zenobia respond in agreement. Issei-kun. Issei looks at Arya and says, "Let's go." Arya makes a magic circle and Issei and Arya disappear. From the Devil May Cry, leaving Zenobia and Bayonetta alone in another part of the world, Issei and Arya appear in Russia outside a large house. Arya says, "This is my house." We enter and Arya entered the interior of the house followed by Issei. When Issei hears 2 female voices saying, "You've arrived, Arya Okasama." Arya answers, "That's right, girls," and Issei could see a blue-haired girl and a red-haired girl. The red-haired girl, upon seeing Issei, turned as red as her hair and smoke came out of her head. Arya noticed that and just laughed. The blue-haired girl says, "Who is Arya Okasama?" Arya answers, "He will be the one. Protect from the Campion," but then they hear another female voice say, "He will protect Wendy, but if it doesn't look like much, I admit he's handsome. But it doesn't seem like a big deal," and everyone saw a white cat flying with angel wings. Wendy says, "Carla, don't be rude." Carla answers, "Wendy, you know very well that we have that old man behind us to make us." Who knows what Wendy says. Sorry, is that Carla has always been with me and is very protective of me. Issei answers, "It's no small problem and I see that they love their Okasama very much." Wendy says, "That's right, Arya Okasama rescued us from the hero faction. But a few years ago a Campion was looking for us and Arya Okasama, thanks to his magic. Arya has hidden from us," he says, "that's why he went to Kuo in search of the Red Emperor Dragon. Who is said to have been able to defeat the Kakabial cadre like a mere brat." That surprised Carla, Wendy and Sharia. Carla was very surprised and said, "You are the current security." Issei says, "That's right." Arya says, "So why did I go looking for you to Kuo City?" It's just that a few days ago I detected the energy of that Campion and it is clearly superior to mine. I even asked for help from my older sister Lucretia Zola, who is a close friend of the 7th champion but has no record of his current whereabouts. But he told me about the current security and that's why I went looking for you." Issei answers, "It's okay, I'll protect you from that Campion at all costs. You're my top priority now." Arya responds, "Thanks Issei-san." Arya says, "Well, let's leave this talk and it's time to eat." And so 6 days passed where Wendy and Carla became fond of Issei. Arya and Sharia felt somewhat attracted to Issei because of his way of being. Everything was going well until the 7th day in the morning. Issei was asleep when he heard a loud explosion. Issei, upon hearing that explosion, woke up suddenly and left his room to see. Half the house was destroyed and he saw Arya lying on the floor with some injuries and Carla lying on the floor unconscious. And Wendy and Sharia being held by the neck by an older blonde man wearing black clothes. Issei, seeing that, disappears at divine speed to give him a powerful blow. On the cheek that sent the blonde man flying. Wendy and Sharia fell silent. But they were held by Issei. Wendy and Sharia with a somewhat blurred look, says Issei-san. Issei responds, Wendy and Sharia heal Carla and Arya and get as far away as you can. Sharia says, Issei-kun, be very careful, he is very powerful, not for nothing he is a champion. Issei replies, I will have it, and as he said those words his eyes lost their shine. To be a dark purple and a strange mark appeared on his forehead. Wendy and Sharia, seeing that mark in Issei's eyes, were scared, but they didn't have time to ask when they saw him coming out of some rubble. To the blonde man says, that was a good hit, kid. Issei says, Wendy, Sharia, go with Carla and Arya. Wendy and Sharia nod their heads. And they move away a few meters. Issei answers, come old man. Issei at a divine speed appears in front of the blonde man to start a fight of punches and kicks, and so a few minutes passed. And Issei began to use his Devil Slayer magic, which began to make several scratches on the man. Rubio hits Issei in the face, sending him flying near Wendy, Sharia, Carla and a recovered Arya. Issei recovers in the air to land on his feet. The blonde man says, kid, you're very interesting. Look at being able to handle ancient magic like the Devil Slayer. That surprised Arya, Wendy and Sharia. Issei says, who are you? The blonde man says, my name is Sasha Dejansta. The first champion and the oldest of all champion. Issei says, interesting. Sasha says. Once I kill you and that woman, I'll take those brats if it's by force. Issei answers, and you think I'll let you? Sasha said, and you think I'll ask your permission? And Sasha smiled evilly. That didn't give Issei a good feeling. And Sasha at a divine speed disappears from Issei's sight and appears in front of a motionless Arya. Sasha with her hand turned into claws was going to pierce Arya's stomach, who could only shed a few tears and close her eyes. Issei, seeing that at a divine speed, appears in front of Sasha and protects Arya by using himself as a human shield. Arya, not feeling pain, slowly opened her eyes to start crying when seeing Issei protecting her with his body that he used as a human shield. Sasha, seeing Issei being pierced by her claws, smiled evilly. But his smile didn't last long when he saw Issei give him a powerful elbow, which sent him flying a few meters. Issei held his stomach, which had a big hole. Issei says, spitting blood, this hurts like hell, you know, and you claim to be a god killer. Then I will show you a true god. Issei gave a shout, so the sky turned black and black clouds appeared and lightning began to fall. Just as the stones began to defy gravity and the entire planet, it will start to shake, and more lightning started to fall and they started to see tidal waves, and Issei's body started surrounded by a blue sphere for a few seconds so that the sphere would break like glass and will reveal Issei's new appearance. That no longer had the hole in his stomach and was surrounded by a large blue aura that looked like fire and with rays. Arya and Sharia blushed furiously at seeing Issei's new appearance, and Sasha laughed like crazy, ha 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 ha, and said, your power has left you. I can't feel in you even a measly amount of power. But inside she was a bundle of nerves and she couldn't feel Issei's presence. But in return he felt a great pressure from Issei's power and his body screamed at him to get out of that place. But his pride was greater. While in another place as dark as the most eternal night, Imperius was watching the fight with a big smile while off the planet of High School DxD on a beautiful planet thousands of light years from Earth. Issei's power was felt by two beautiful women, a blonde with the body of a literal goddess and another blonde woman with blue skin. The blue-skinned woman says, Thabia-sama felt that power. The one named Thabia says, that's Dayan. Without a doubt it is the presence of a god. Thabia says, Dayan, where that power comes from and who it is. Dayan begins to check his staff and says it is from planet Earth number 456 of the northern galaxy. Thabia says, so the planet Earth is very interesting. Thabia says, and who gives off that great power? Dayan with his staff creates a hologram of Issei transformed. As much as Thabia and Dayan blushed when they saw Issei, Thabia says, that boy is very handsome. I will watch this fight back on Earth with Issei versus Sasha. Sasha launched herself, left her fear aside and launched herself against Issei. And he was going to hit him, but less than a meter from hitting Issei he was brutally beaten and thrown against the rubble of the house. Arya and Sharia were more than surprised and blushed seeing Issei. Arya's thoughts. Issei-kun looks so handsome in that transformation, besides looking like a god. Sharia's thoughts, Issei-kun is so handsome, he's perfect to be my boyfriend. Those were the thoughts of Arya and Sharia, while Wendy looked at him with admiration and with little stars in her eyes, and thanks to the commotion Carla woke up from her unconsciousness and seeing a being that looked like a god in front of her and fainted again, causing a huge anime-style drop to Wendy. Back with Issei, he said in a calm voice, get up, trash. I know those blows didn't defeat you. Sasha emerges from the rubble he was sent to, spitting out some blood. And he shouts angrily, damn, I'll kill you, and he launches himself at Issei again, but the same thing happened again. being hit by something invisible and Sasha flew away, but this time Issei disappeared. In a blink of an eye and appeared behind Sasha to greet him with a powerful blow. And a crack was heard. Sasha screamed in pain. Issei with a single blow broke Sasha's back and damaged internal organs. Issei. He sent Sasha flying again. Issei disappeared again and again in a blink of an eye. Appears above Sasha's badly wounded body and grabs her head and smashes her face against the floor, creating a large crater. But Sasha's body. Issei lifted Sasha's body by the neck. Sasha was on the verge of unconsciousness and seriously injured. Issei says, "That was all your power, you are really pathetic, but to see important people touched. For a dragon I will erase you from existence itself." Sasha very hurt and with much effort. Says, "Damn monster." Issei says, "If those were your last words, disappear from existence itself." And puts his palm in front of Sasha and says, "Before creation comes destruction." Hakai. Finishing saying those words, Sasha's body began to disintegrate into small purple particles. And Sasha could only scream in pain until her body disappeared completely and her screams stopped. Arya, Sharia and Wendy were more than surprised because they had never heard of any magic or demonic power that was capable of doing that. Arya had only heard of the power of destruction of the Bale clan, but that power was like garbage compared to the technique that Issei used. While on the planet of the goddess Thabia, Dayan was very surprised that this boy know how to use the Hakai, something that only the gods of destruction knew. And the apprentices to gods of destruction. Thabia says that boy was trained by either a god or a former god of destruction. Dayan answers, "That is very interesting, Thabia-sama. I never thought I'd see a mere mortal use the Hakai besides Son Goku-sama, the god of destruction of the 7th universe." Thabia says, "Dayan, how long will it take us to go to that planet? That boy is very interesting. And it wouldn't be bad if I took him as my disciple and maybe something more." He said it licking his lips. Dayan answers, "A week at most, since that planet is on the limits of universe 13. Thabia answers, "In agreement, Dayan, he could be one of my warriors who would represent the universe 13 in the multiracial Pyrenees that will celebrate the great Xeno-sama to see which of the 18 universes is the most powerful of all." Dayan stops making the hologram of Issei and answers, "In agreement, Thabia-sama." Back on Earth with Issei, he was still transformed when Issei, "It seems that this is over." And turns to see Wendy, Sharia, Arya and an unconscious Carla. Wendy says very excitedly, "That was great. And you have great power." Issei says they are fine and Issei detransforms, returning to his base state. Chapter 9. Meeting of the 3 great biblical factions. After which Issei detransforms, returning to his base state. Issei asks, "Are you okay?" Arya answers, "Yes, it is thanks to you, Issei-kun. If you hadn't been there, that Campion would have killed me and taken Wendy and Sharia. Who knows where Issei would have taken them?" Answer: "It's nothing, Arya-chan. After all, you are very dear people to me and everyone I touch. Someone precious to me, his only destiny will be death." Those words blushed furiously at Arya and Sharia and their hearts began to beat rapidly. And Wendy noticed that and just laughed lightly. "Aryan, still very blushing," says Issei. "Hun, I want to ask you several questions, if it's not too much trouble." Issei answers, "Not at all, Arya-chan, but first I must fix your house." Issei, with his magic, rebuilds the house as before and everything that was destroyed in the fight returns to normal. Arya says, "Thanks, Issei-kun." Issei answers, "It's nothing." Issei says, "Let's go in so you can ask me whatever you want." Answering all your questions minutes later, and Issei was focused on an armchair that was in front of Arya, Sharia, Wendy and an awake Carla. Arya says, "Issei-kun, because when you were in that transformation I couldn't feel any trace of energy." Issei answers, "Well, in that transformation it does give off power, but since it is the power of a god, it is almost impossible for mortals to feel that power. Not even the gods of this planet could feel my power." Arya was very surprised. And says, "The power of the gods and this planet." Issei answers, "Do you believe that we are the only ones in this universe?" The answer is no, my teacher told me that we are in the 13th universe. Of the 18 universes that are ruled by the king of all Xeno-sama. He is the highest authority among the 18 universes and if he wishes, with a simple snap of his fingers, he can make the 18 universes disappear. Arya, Wendy, Sharia and Carla were completely terrified. Never in their wildest dreams did they think there were gods who could destroy a universe with just a snap of their fingers. And much less someone who will rule all of Sharia with some fear. Says, "Excuse me, Issei-kun, who is your master?" Issei answers, "My master is the 4th dragon god, better known as the winged dragon of Ra, as well as the ancient god of destruction of the 7th universe." Arya, Sharia, Wendy and Carla asked for what any sane person would ask for. On this occasion they fainted. Taking out a huge anime-style droplet from Issei, Drake says mentally, "Partner. That was a lot of information for them and now I understand why Imperia-sama. He is almost unsurpassed in power since he was the god of destruction of his respective universe. Jiva compared to Imperia-sama is a brat." Issei answers, "That's how it is, Drade. Well, let's wait for them to wake up." Drake says, okay, buddy, we'll talk later. Issei answers okay. Drake Issei cuts the mental link 5 minutes later. Arya, Sherry, Wendy and Carla wake up from their fainting spell to see Issei standing in front of them. Eating an ice cream that God knows where Arya got it from, says Issei-kun. How much is your power in that transformation? Issei answers, if I'm not mistaken, I think I can destroy this planet along with the solar system with my most powerful attack. That terrifies women. Issei responds, but don't worry, I'm not doing anything like that. That calmed the tense atmosphere. Issei says, well, I've already finished my work, so I have to go now. That tonight there is a meeting of the 3 great biblical factions, and they told me that I had to be present. The women, upon hearing Issei say that, became very sad, and that was noticed by Issei. But Issei hears a voice say, King, those women are taking care of you, why don't you join them to your entourage? Issei responds, you know I hate it when you're right. The voice responds, you flatter me, King. But then we talk, King, I want to see how Mira and Elsha beat the lizard's mother. For being loose-mouthed, or I think the popcorn is ready, and the voice cuts the mental link. The women began to worry about Issei when he remained silent for a few minutes. Arya approaches Issei's face, and Issei gave a slight sigh and opened his eyes to see Arya a few centimeters from her face. Arya, seeing herself so close to Issei's lips, blushed furiously and took a few steps back. Issei, seeing the just smiled. Issei says, do you want to come with me and be part of my entourage? That surprised the women a lot. Wendy and Sherry say, you have your own entourage. Issei answers, that's right, but for now I only have my queen and knight. Wendy says, then we will be demons. Issei says they will not be demons, but they will be 100% dragons. Wendy responds very excitedly, so I agreed to be part of your entourage. Sherry answers, me too. Arya answers, me too, and Carla just sighs and says, I will also be part of your entourage. Issei says a kitten and Carla is covered in a white light that left everyone blind for a few seconds. And when Issei regained his sight, he was very surprised because in front of him was no longer Carla but a beautiful albina with a cat's tail and ears. Just ignore the wings, Issei says. Anakamata. Carla says, were you surprised by my beauty? Issei answers something, but well, Issei summons a black box from which they fly out. A rook for Sharia, a rook for Arya, a bishop for Wendy, and another bishop for Carla. Issei does the incarnation ritual. After the ritual will end, Issei says, how do you feel? Carla answers, I know my magic has risen to a great level. I think I can stay in this form for a long time. Wendy says, my magic has increased greatly. Sherry and Arya say, we feel that our strength has risen alarmingly and our magic is at a great level. Carla says, what benefits do we have now that we are dragons? Issei answers, a great longevity as being immortal, and they could have some of my abilities that will depend on you. As well as being immune to Dragon Slayer weapons and Dragon Slayer magic. That did surprise the women a lot. Issei says okay and snaps his fingers. And from Carla's back came 3 pairs of white dragon wings. From Wendy's back emerged 3 pairs of blue dragon wings. From Sherry's back emerged 5 pairs of red dragon wings. And from Arya's back came 5 pairs of black dragon wings. That did surprise them a lot. Issei says it seems they have great power. Well, I'll teach them how to use their wings, but then Issei hears Drake say, partner, it's better if you bring them to your mental space. I can teach them how to use their wings, since you only have them for decoration, since you know how to fly without them. Also here time passes faster than in the real world, Issei answers, and how can that be done? Drake answers, partner, you just have to sleep with them and they have to touch a part of your body, he said laughing. But then Drake said very scared, wait, Elsha, lower that sword, don't wait. The voice speaks and says laughing, sorry king, I think we have technical difficulties. Issei just got a huge anime style drop. Issei tells girls that there's a way for them to learn to use their wings faster, so we'll go to my mental space. We just have to sleep together and they have to touch some part of my body. Arya, Sherry and Carla blushed deeply and Wendy was just embarrassed. Arya, blushing a lot, says okay Issei-kun, and so Sherry, Carla, Arya and Wendy entered Issei's mental space. And so the hours passed until the meeting of the 3 great biblical factions. We're in the room where the meeting was to be held were the 3 leaders of the 3 biblical factions. On behalf of the fallen angels there was a black-haired man with a blonde streak. This is Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels. Next to him was a beautiful purple-haired girl. She is Penemu, the most beautiful fallen angel. And behind Azazel was a white-haired man. He is worthy Lucifer the hacker Yuku. And in front of them was Serzich's Gremory, one of the 4 great mass. And next to him was the Mauserafo Leviathan. And next to Serzich's was a beautiful pink-haired girl. This woman is Euphemia Gremory, Serzich's wife, and there were also Rias Gremory and Rias' entourage. As shown as Sitri and his entourage, and in front of them was the leader of the angels Michael. And at his side was a beautiful blonde. This woman is Gabriel, the most beautiful and powerful seraph in heaven. And behind Michael was Arena Shido. Just like Bayonetta and Zenobia, Azazel says, well, since we're all gathered, let's start this meeting. Surziches says wait Azazel, the Red Emperor dragon is missing, and as if it were a summoning, a golden magic circle appeared in the room. This surprised some people who didn't know about Issei's magic circles. And from the magic circle appears Issei with 4 women that made the women of the Gremory clan angry and made the women of the Citri clan jealous. Surziches says, well Issei-kun, since you're here, let's start this meeting. And here everything is like in the original story until Azazel says, okay, Red Emperor. You want peace or war? Issei answers me, I don't care if there is peace or war. But peace wouldn't be bad, but then time froze. Issei, noticing this, made a snap. To protect all of Sona's entourage, as well as her and her queen, and those who did not have great power, froze except Rias. Who touched Issei's shoulder before, Azazel says it seems that they kidnapped the half-vampire and forced him to enter Balance Breaker. Enemu says that's why those who don't have great power froze. What I don't understand is why the Citri clan members and Surzich's sister didn't freeze. Hearing that, Issei felt someone touch his shoulder to see the person he hated the most. Issei with his cold voice says Gremory you better let go or that hand will never touch anything again when I ripped it off. Rias with great regret in her heart let go of Issei's shoulder and everyone saw how they began to appear in the sky. Hundreds of magic circles and from those magic circles appeared hundreds of hooded magicians. Issei says it seems we have guests. Issei tells girls to take care of our guests, Bayonetta and Zenobia say okay, Issei-kun and Bayonetta's back. 7 pairs of black dragon wings emerge. Then from Zenovia's back come 3 pairs of dark blue dragon wings. This surprised everyone a lot and Bayonetta and Zenobia flew out the window to begin their massacre. Issei says Arya-chan, Sharia-chan, Carla-chan and Wendy, if you want, you can go out and fight. This will serve as training. They make you and take out their wings to begin defeating the magic wings. Issei says it seems that I am also joining this party. Issei without his wings flew out the window. Azazel says Volley can you go out to play and Volley flew out the window and Rias says I have to rescue Gasper and Kaneko who are in the club. Surziches says, but who will go with you? Issei-kun has already left. Euphemia says, I will go with Rias. I want her to tell me why that boy hates her. Rias, hearing that, just lowered her head. Euphemia said, see you Surziches. And in the magic circle Euphemia and Rias disappear after they left in the middle of the meeting room. The yellow magic circle appeared. But the beautiful brown-skinned woman. Who bows and says good night false mass and leaders my name is Kateria Leviathan descendant. From the original Mao Leviathan Seraphol says Kateria-chan, why are you doing this? Kateria looks at Seraphol with hatred and says, you fake, how dare you steal my position. By right it belongs to me, Kateria says I will kill them all and create a new world under the leadership of the demons. Azazel responds laughing. You'll kill us and create a new world. That's the best joke. I've heard for centuries Kateria creates an attack and launches it, making the entire meeting room explode. And raising a large amount of smoke and a few seconds passed in the smoke. He disappeared, revealing all the leaders protected by a magical barrier. Kateria gave a bitter smile. Kateria looked around to see Volley and a white-haired man in a red trench coat. Kateria says the one in the red trench coat must be the current security if he killed him, and I keep his longinus. I will have the supreme power. Kateria without thinking twice went against Issei that this. I was shooting at the magicians. Issei felt a presence approaching. Where he was Issei knew to see a dark-skinned woman approach him. Issei, seeing her, stepped aside, kneeing Kateria in the stomach. Which made her spit out some blood and left her breathless and to the blush of Kateria and all the women present. Issei gave him a good spanking. After Issei finished spanking Kateria, Issei let go of her. And Kateria started blushing a lot and says sorry for being a bad girl. To fall to the ground dead of shame and leaving all the women blushing and with unholy thoughts. Issei says these 5th grade magicians have already emphasized me and says Zangetsu and Issei's black sword appears. And the Zangetsu blade began to surround itself with an immense blue power. Issei says take this Excalibur. And launching a great energy charge cut and wiping out hundreds of wizards from the map that really surprised everyone. And it caught Volley's interest a lot. Chapter 10 Otsutsuki vs Lucifer. After the attack launched by Issei, hundreds of magicians disappeared from the map. Leaving everyone more than surprised and drawing the attention of Volley Lucifer. When the magic circles disappear and time returns to normal. And due to Issei's carelessness, he received a kick that sent him to the ground. Issei recovers in the air and says who went to see Volley in his balance breaker. Issei says until you make your white move, it's worth it, Hyoudou Issei answers. I admit that you are a great gunslinger and you have a very interesting attack. But you're just someone very normal even though we are natural rivals. My power and yours are far apart, but Azazel says I'm fine, so you are the traitor that my vice-ruler Shemhazai discovered, and besides I thought you were here to claim the position as Mao. Rias says what she means by claiming the position as Mao. Vali says I no longer have to hide my identity. Vali says my real name is Vali Lucifer, grandson of the original Lucifer. I'm half human and half demon. Michael says that's impossible. That means he is the most powerful Hakuryuku of the past, present and future. Vali says that's how my simple existence is, it's a whim of fate, I'm a miracle. All 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged from his back, but then they heard applause. Issei says a nice story and everything, and that if you are the same son of the original Lucifer. Issei disappeared Zangetsu. Vali says he will defeat you, and a divine speedy appears in front of Issei, giving him a powerful blow that Issei blocked, and thus began a great fight. Where Issei began to have an advantage by breaking parts of Vali's armor. Issei gave him a powerful blow in Vali's stomach, which made him spit out some blood, and Issei gave a powerful hammer blow to Vali, sending him crashing to the ground, but he recovers before hitting the ground and begins to repair his armor. Vali says very interesting. And tell me why you don't use your balance breaker, otherwise this fight would be pointless. Issei answers laughing. It's okay, and it screams balance breaker booster jeered Scalemailb, and in a great shine of black color, Issei was wearing his armor that instead of being blood red, it was black as the night itself and with black gems. That armor surprised everyone a lot. Issei says, I'll prepare it or not. Here I go. And at divine speed Issei disappears and appears in front of Vali, giving him a powerful blow that Vali he only managed to put his arms in an X to block the blow, but that didn't work much since I was worth it. It flew at high speed against the occult club building, destroying it in the process. A few seconds passed and Vali emerged from the rubble of the occult club. Vali with a very excited voice says this is the fight I always wanted, this is how the fights of the 2 celestial dragons must be. Vali expels more power and surrounds himself with an immense white aura. Issei gave a small scream and expels a black aura. And was surrounded by this. Issei and Vali disappear in sonic booms. And only in the air could you hear the fists colliding and the waves of blows. Just as sometimes you could see a dark aura collide with a white one. The spectators were speechless because of the fight they were seeing. Sona says Issei-kun is so powerful and looks so imposing in that armor. Back to the fight, Issei and Vali continued fighting, but Vali's armor was increasingly broken. And Issei didn't have a single scratch on his armor. Issei gave a powerful axe kick to Vali. That sent him to the ground, but before falling Issei raised his hand and a black sphere was created and it began to hear the noise like a saw, and everyone saw Issei with something that looked like a shuriken with black fire. Issei says take this abyss shuriken. Seeing that attack, he covered himself with defensive magic circles. But it was of no use since Issei's attack when colliding with one of the magic circles caused a large colored dome, which made all the leaders protect themselves with magic circles. A few seconds passed, where the dome disappeared along with half of Kuo Academy and a Wally could be seen. With all his armor destroyed and with serious wounds and bleeding all over and with his clothes destroyed. Everyone was more than surprised. Vali says you are very powerful Hyoudou Issei. But what do you think if we level up? Vali takes out a small piece of his destroyed clothes jar that took all his liquid and his wounds disappeared completely. Vali says are you with me? Albion answers that's right. Vali starts a chant and says Juggernaut Drive. Vali turned into a huge white dragon and says Hyoudou Issei you also use the Juggernaut Drive. Issei reply, I'll show you something that surpasses the Juggernaut Drive. I went to Albion and everyone present was surprised. Except for certain women. Issei begins a chant. Issei's chant. I, the one who is about to awaken, am the red dragon of supremacy. I laugh at the ephemeral dreams of a forbidden existence and surpass myself to infinity. Black of the black abyss of power, I who walk through light and darkness. My power comes from betrayal and loneliness. Balance breaker infinity sword destroyer, and in an immense black fire with rays, Issei's new armor was seen. It was a dark blue color and gave off an alarming power that was on the same level as the Mao Surzich's Lucifer. Issei says, I present to you Drake's new power and the power that easily surpasses the Juggernaut Drive. Vali and Albion were very surprised. Vali says very excited come. Hyoudou Issei. Issei responds, you didn't have to say it. Issei launched himself at Vali, and Vali launched himself at Issei, and that's how the fight began. Where Issei gave blows that I blocked, and Vali also gave blows with his claws, trying to destroy Issei's armor and damage him. Albion's voice began to say repeatedly divide. I noticed that Issei's strength dropped drastically and began to hit Issei. Issei blocked some blows and noticed how for every blow he gave he was worth. His power was reduced by half, and in Issei's carelessness, Vali gave Issei a powerful blow to the stomach. which made him spit out some blood. After that he gave a powerful blow with his hammer. That sent Issei to the ground, but before Issei hit the ground, Volley opened his mouth and said, "Take this star extinction," and sending several attacks against Issei. That looked like stars hitting Issei full on and causing a huge explosion, which raised a large curtain of smoke, and when the smoke disappeared, an Issei could be seen lying in a large crater with large parts of his armor broken. Issei stood up as his armor began to rebuild at a great speed. Issei says, "That was a good attack," I answered, "I knew that attack wouldn't defeat you." Issei laughs and says, "You are very interesting, okay, Lucifer, okay, answer the same," I say, "Hyoudou Issei." And again Issei and Volley disappear and the clash of fists is heard in the sky. Where I was clearly taking the hits plus the great wear that the Juggernaut drive had. Issei surrounded his fist with golden energy and delivered a powerful blow to Volley's stomach, which made him spit out a large amount of blood under his armor. And Issei doubled over in pain when he noticed a gyro in his axis and kicked Volley in the ribs with that golden energy. Volley flew a few meters and Issei disappeared and appeared above Volley's body, giving him a powerful kick to the stomach that completely broke the Juggernaut drive's armor and sending Volley to the ground. But before he fell, Issei charged energy in his hand and said, "Take this plasma lightning," and launched hundreds of golden lightning bolts at Volley, which made Volley scream in pain and created a small crater with their fall. Issei floating in the air, seeing that, deactivated his armor and descended from the sky where Volley was, who could barely stand with large wounds and bleeding all over. And his clothes had completely disappeared and he only had some parts of his pants. Issei began to walk to where Volley was, and as he walked he began to charge a green energy sphere. When the barrier was broken like glass by a boy who looked like a monkey in Chinese armor and with a cane. The leaders were surprised when they saw that boy. The boy said when he saw Volley, "Okay, I've come for you since the fight with some northern deities has begun." But the boy looked at Volley better and saw his condition and said, "Volley, but what the hell happened to you?" Volley says, "Nothing serious, he was just defeated by the most powerful security of all time." That surprised the boy, but he noticed how Issei was in front of him. And he started aiming at him with a green sphere. Everyone thought that Issei was going to give him the final blow. Volley, seeing that, just smiled and closed his eyes, waiting for his end. The sphere made contact with Volley. But Volley didn't feel pain, but rather the opposite. He felt his energies recover and his wounds close, and he felt more powerful. I was very surprised and says, "What did you do?" Issei answers, "I simply healed you and gave you a little of my energy." Volley smiled and said, "You are very interesting, Hyoudou Issei. I will become more powerful, and I want revenge." And together with the boy they disappear, leaving all the spectators very surprised and with several thoughts. And she was still furious when she saw how her school had practically disappeared. Chapter 11. Jean appears. Issei began to approach where the rest of his team and the leaders were. Issei says, "That was interesting, that party was a bit crazy." Surziches says, "Issei-kun, but you had to disappear." Half the academy said it with an anime style drop when they saw Sona throwing a fit. Issei answers, "Sometimes sacrifices are necessary." Issei looks better at the leaders to see three beautiful women, a black-haired one, a blonde and a pink-haired one. Issei says who the women are. The pink-haired girl says she really liked it. "My name is Euphemia Gremory, Surzich's wife." Issei says, "Hello Euphemia-sama." The black-haired woman says, "Very happy, very much like. My name is Serafal Citri, better known as Serafal Leviathan Amau." Issei says, "Hello Serafal-sama." The blonde woman says, "I really liked it. My name is Gabriel, an archangel." Issei says, "Hello Gabriel-sama." Surziches says, "Issei-kun, we would like to ask you some questions." Issei answers, "Okay Surziches-sama, but first I'll fix the mess at Kuo Academy." Issei's eyes shine with a very intense red, and to everyone's surprise and shock, the rubble of Kuo Academy began to rebuild and began to return to its place. About 2 minutes later, Kuo Academy was as if nothing had happened. Euphemia, very surprised, says, "What did you do?" Issei-kun. Issei says, "Nothing interesting Euphemia-sama. I only went back in time thanks to a forbidden magic that I know called the Arc of Time." That surprised everyone a lot. Surziches says, "Issei-kun, there's no doubt that you're a box of surprises." Issei says, "Okay, see you." And Issei with the women of his team disappear in magic circles. After Issei and the women of his team disappeared, Azazel and Michael say, "Surziches, we need to talk to you about something in private." Says, "Okay Azazel and Michael, let's talk in my office." Surziches, Michael and Azazel and Euphemia disappeared in magic circles, leaving only Arena, Penemu, Gabriel, Serafal, the Gremory clan and the Citri clan. Serafal says, "So I'm leaving." Gabriel and Arena say, "We're leaving too." Penemu says, "I'm leaving too," and so the four women disappeared in magic circles. Sona says, "Me and my group are also leaving." Rias, and so the Citri clan disappears in a magic circle. Rias says, "Well, tomorrow is Monday and we have classes, so let's rest." Everyone says hi Butcho and the devil may cry. Issei appears with the women of his team. Issei says Arya, Wendy, Sharia, Carla, welcome to my home and this will be your home from now on. Issei says as you can see on the first floor is the office of Devil May Cry and on the second floor. There are Zenovia's and Bayonetta's rooms and mine so you can choose your rooms. So the women chose their rooms but at midnight Carla and Sharia arrived. They entered Issei's room to sleep with him the next day. Issei began to wake up from the sun's rays and noticed a new weight in his body. When he could see better he saw an Aryan, Sharia and Carla in nightclothes that left nothing to the imagination. And the first to wake up was Bayonetta who, upon seeing the new women, only sighed and said good morning Issei-kun. Issei replied good morning Bayonetta. And the others started to wake up after a few minutes since everyone was awake and having breakfast. Issei says, well, Bayonetta Zenovia, it's time to go to class. Bayonetta answers, and today is Parents' Day. Arya, Sharia, Wendy and Carla were surprised when they heard Bayonetta say that. Sharia says school I want to go too. Arya, Carla and Wendy say I would like to go too. Issei says okay, I'll tell Sona that she can enroll them, but you, Arya, will be a teacher. Arya says okay. A few minutes later Issei had already talked to Sona about to put Arya, Wendy, Sharia and Carla in the school and Carla was using a very powerful illusion that Issei made so that simple humans would not see her tail and ears. And so 2 days passed, where it must be said that in Issei's living room and in Wendy's living room a great scandal broke out. And right now we find ourselves with Issei and the women of his team in the place that Issei hated the most, the occult club room. Issei very seriously and with a cold voice says Gremory, it is better that you call me for something important. To see my nap interrupted or heads will roll that made the members of the occult club very nervous. But they all heard a voice say, actually, I was the one who wanted to talk to you. Issei answers and what do you want Azazel, Rias and all the members of the occult club. They turned around to see Azazel sitting at Rias' desk. Rias says, Azazel, what are you doing here? Azazel answers, well, I will be the advisor to the occult club in addition to teaching them how to properly handle your sacred gear like Kiba's sacred demonic sword, the twilight healing of the nun as well as the forbidden Baylor view of the vampire and from today I am Azazel Sensei. Issei answers I will not call you Sensei Azazel. Azazel says water parties. But well, the reason I'm here is because I'm on orders from Serziches and Serafal. The entire clan of Rias and Sona will live in your house. Issei had a large vein on his forehead because Sona and her group didn't have it. No problem since they helped him in a time before he awakened his power. But for Rias and her clan, she wanted them as far away as possible. That news made the members very happy. Azazel says, well, that's all, so I'm leaving. And Azazel, neither slow nor lazy, disappeared in a magic circle upon seeing that this news did not sit well with Issei at all. Kiba was going to touch Issei's shoulder, but before touching him he flew a few meters crashing into Ria's desk and destroying it and becoming unconscious in the process. And Issei screams at the top of his lungs in a furious voice, for some reason that Serziches didn't know, he felt a horrible chill. To explore his body if Serziches was definitely more than screwed. Back to the occult club. Issei says I'm leaving and left the occult club room echoing. The fury to then be followed by the women of his team. Leaving the occult club room in great silence. A few hours later outside the dim May Cry. Ria's clan and Sona's clan were impressed by Issei's house. Sona says so this is Issei-kun's house. Rias annoyed says Sona since when do you call my Issei Issei-kun? Bakeno says, Ara, Sona, you are very daring, but you will not get ahead of me. Saji got annoyed and said, come on, we won't gain anything by being out here. Saji walked towards the dim May Cry and was followed by the two groups and Saji played. The door to be opened a few seconds later by Wendy. Wendy says hello Saji-san. Saji answers hello Wendy-san and they hear another voice say Wendy who is it? Wendy answers Arya Okasama is Sona's clan and Ria's clan. Arya looks at Ria's Gremory and her clan with furious eyes. Arya says, come in. Issei-kun is not here at the moment but everyone felt a powerful presence. That Bayonetta recognized and could only give a smile. Rias says that presence is very powerful. Sona says that's right, Rias, we must investigate. Sharia says, Arya, okay, Sama, we're going to. Bayonetta says no Sharia, we wait for Issei-kun to come. Rias says whatever walk and Rias Sona and her servants disappeared. Wendy says Bayonetta Sama you know whose presence that is? Bayonetta answers. That's right, it's from my sister Jean, that surprised everyone a lot. Wendy says Bayonetta Sama you have a sister. Bayonetta answers she is not blood, but my clan's sister. In another place in the city, more specifically in the park, there was a beautiful silver-haired woman wearing white clothes with red glasses on her head, which highlighted her beauty and beautiful figure. And I didn't know where I was, but what I did know was that she was in that place. The woman smiles and says I finally found you, Cherry, but she felt like a magic barrier appeared. surrounding the entire park, and like two magic circles appeared, and from it came out several teenagers. Rias says very authoritatively, "Who are you?" The woman says, "Hello little demons, my name is Jean, a witch from Umbra." Asia says, "Are you related to Bayonetta?" Jean says, "So if you know my sister, then you should get an idea of how powerful I am." Rias says, "That doesn't matter, we will defeat you." 2 hours later, Rias, Sona and her peerage were defeated. Jean says, "Oh little demons, I see that they didn't even serve me as a warm-up." But then everyone heard applause. Jean sees where they came from to see Bayonetta with other women and still white hair and a red trench coat. Jean says, "Oh, Cherry, I finally found you. Who is the boy?" Issei answers, "My name is Issei." Jean says, "Then if Cherry is with you, you must be powerful." Issei answers, "Do you want to check it out, beautiful Jean?" He says, "Then come here, sweetie." Issei says Wendy heals Sona, and her entourage. Issei stretches his hand and says Yamato, and in particles of blue light Yamato appears. Issei having Yamato says, "Princess ready." Issei launches himself at divine speed against Jean. And Jean takes out her sword and does the same thing she launched herself at Issei. Jean and Issei clashed swords. They would suddenly disappear and reappear in different parts of Kuo Park, where you could only see after images and hear metal hitting metal. But the Citri clan, who were already healed, they could only watch that fight in amazement. And the Gremory clan, who were barely conscious because Wendy didn't heal them. Rias says, "That woman only played with us, we never had any chance. But I didn't know that Issei-kun had such mastery with the sword." And so Jean and Issei continued fighting for a few more minutes with their swords. Jean, in a moment of carelessness, gave Issei a small cut on his cheek. Then he hit Issei in the face, making him retreat a few meters. Jean, seeing this, disappears her sword and begins to punch and kick the air. And very close to Issei, portals began to open from where fists and kicks began to come out. In a giant and white version, Issei, noticing this, began to dodge. But at that moment the speed of Jean's blows increased. Issei noticing that began to hit Jean's giant fists and kicks. That action somewhat surprised Jean and the spectators, except for Issei's team. Jean stops throwing her evil attacks and says, "You are powerful, I admit it, now I understand why Cherry became very interested in you and is with you." Issei responds, "And even though you haven't seen anything, I don't think this barrier and this park will withstand our attacks any longer." And indeed, as Issei said, the park was completely destroyed and the barrier began to crack. Jean answers, "You're right," Issei says, "and tell me, would you like to come with me and my team? If you come with me and my team, we could have more training sessions like this." Jean answers in agreement. Issei says, "Ino, would you like to become part of my entourage?" Jean answers, "And I would become a demon." Issei says, "You will not be 100% dragon at all. And you can do whatever you want." Jean is interested and says, "What benefits does being a dragon have?" Issei says, "Your power would rise 5 or 6 times more and you will have great longevity and be immortal. And you might have some of my abilities, but that will depend on you if you discover them." Jean answers and Issei accepts, and a black box appears. Issei opens it and out flies a golden knight piece. That is introduced into Jean's chest. Issei does the ritual, but the surname Otsutsuki says it in another language. That Rias and her entourage did not understand, only Sona and Tsubaki understood. Issei says, "Okay Jean, now you are part of my entourage." "Well, if that was all Sona, I'm leaving for the moment." Sona says, "Okay Issei-kun," and in a golden magic circle Issei and his team disappeared. Chapter 12 Mission in Tokyo and the Onmyaji Academy. After Issei and his team disappeared from Kuo Park, they appeared in the dim May Cry. Issei says, "Jean, from today this will be your home, you can choose the room you want on the 2nd floor." Jean says it's okay. Issei sees that she still had Yamato in her hands and makes her disappear. And so 4 days passed where Rias and her entourage sought Issei's forgiveness at all costs. But Issei just ignored them completely. Rias was thinking about killing all the women from Issei's team, but knowing that if she fell for any stupidity they would kill her without thinking twice. Issei was in the dim May Cry waiting for something interesting to happen. Since Arya, Carla, Sharia, Bayonetta and Jean and Zenobia were on a mission. He was just with Wendy until Issei and Wendy heard knocking on Devil May Cry's door. Wendy opened the doors of the Devil May Cry to let in a black-haired man in a black suit. The man says, "You must be Issei-sama, the demon hunter." Issei answers, "That's right, or who are you?" The man says, "Very much like my name is right. And I come from the Onmyaji Agency in Tokyo, since the head of the Onmyaji Agency needs your services." Issei says, "Okay." Issei looks at Wendy and says, "Wendy files alas that I went on a mission." Wendy says, "Okay." Issei-san. Rito takes out a paper with a magic circle and disappears along with Issei in another part more specific in Tokyo. Ride as you may appear. Outside a large building, Rito says, "This is the Onmyaji Agency and inside is the head of the Onmyaji Agency." Rito says, "Can you follow me?" Issei follows Rito until they reach a door. Rito knocks on the door and a voice is heard saying, "Come in, Rito," as Issei comes in. So that Issei could see a blonde man with an eye patch who didn't look more than 20 years old. And next to two people, a woman and a man. Rito bowing and with much respect says, "Hiratora-sama, I have brought Issei-sama with me." Hiratora says, "Thank you, Rito, and you can leave now." Rito bows again to leave the room. Leaving Issei alone, Hiratora says, "You can take a seat," to which Issei accepts. And sits with his feet up on the coffee table, and nobody seems to care. Issei says, "Very well, why do you need my services?" Hiratora says, "I've heard a lot about you. Lately, it seems that you defeated Kakabiel as if he were a simple brat. Just as you were the pillar for the three great biblical factions to make peace. How did you defeat the most powerful hacker?" Issei answers, "So I'm famous." Hiratora says, "That's right, but well, why I ask you to come is because I want to protect my fiancé Natsume Tsuchimikado and my friends. Since they could be attacked at any moment." Issei says, "And who do you want me to protect them from?" Hiratora shows a picture of a woman. Hiratora says, "I want you to protect them from her. Her name is Hanya. Former divine general and renegade Onmyaji, as well as a very powerful Onmyaji." Issei says, "Okay. I accepted the job, but you should know that my services are not cheap." Hiratora says, "I know that," and throws him a briefcase. Issei catches it and opens the briefcase. To see that he had enough money. Issei says, "Very well, with this it's fine." Hiratora says, "Okay, you'll have to go to the Onmyaji Academy, there my fiancé studies with my friends." Issei says okay, and since Hiratora arrived he gives Issei an address. Hiratora says that is the address. Issei answers okay and starts to leave the room while somewhere else. More specifically, in the occult club, Rias was very sad while reviewing some papers, and Akeno said, Rias was very sad that. "Are you watching?" Rias answer, "Future dear, for my nobility that Onisama told me to see, but no one interests me apart from my cute Issei, but now with those lizards in his life. He doesn't want to see me even in a painting, damn Razor, even dead you bring him misfortune. In my life I should never have believed you or your lies." Akeno said, "You're right, Rias, it's also my fault for not having you. But about the deer, I've heard rumors about two very powerful girls. One is Suzuka Derenji, a divine general, and the other is Natsume Tsuchimikado." Rias says, "Akeno, we're going to Tokyo." Akeno says okay. Rias Akeno makes a magic circle where Akeno and Rias disappear. Back with Issei, he had already arrived at the Onmyaji Academy, and at the entrance were two stone lion statues, and there were also two blonde girls along with. But the black-haired girl and a boy with glasses and another with a cloth on his head. The blonde girls, when they see Issei, they blushed atomically. This surprised their friends, but when they were about to enter the statuses they spoke with great respect. This surprised those present that Alpha and Omega would speak with someone with great respect who was not the director, but what they were going to say next surprised them greatly. "Welcome, my name is Alpha." And the other says, "And my name is Omega." And they say with respect a type of divine energy dragon race that surprised those present to know that the boy in front of them was a dragon. Oh, everything would be fine, but the fact that his energy was divine was surprising, knowing how powerful dragons were. Issei retreats to the principal's office without first giving the boys a look that makes them blush atomically. The blondes here are talking to the principal. And calls the four boys and introduces them to Issei and tells them that he will be their bodyguard until Natsume Tsuchimikado gets married. Everyone was surprised to hear that they had a bodyguard, but upon hearing what Alpha and Omega said, they were relieved to know that they would have a dragon as a bodyguard. And the boy with the cloth asked, "Excuse me, Issei-san. A while ago we heard how Alpha and Omega spoke to you with great respect and said divine energy and dragon race." This surprised the director when she learned that Issei was a dragon. Issei calmly replies, "I'm not a god. But if I am a dragon and I have the power to kill a god, but compared to the real ones, gods, I am nothing." That surprised everyone to know that I had the power to kill a god, but they didn't understand anything. Of the true gods in this case, there were more gods that they did not know. Issei says, "Without further ado, I'll take a walk." The boy with glasses says, with some fear, he has incredible power, but what caught my attention the most were his eyes. Those are not his real eyes. He uses a very powerful illusion to hide his real eyes. That surprised everyone a lot. Back with Rias and her queen, they were already at the Onmyaji Academy, and Alpha and Omega say they detected demonic energy from the demon race. These were with the director. She says why two demons came knowing that we can purify them. Rias speaks and says that she just wanted to know about certain people. The director says it's okay and gives them some jinxes and tells them with this no one attacks them. Rias says thank you. And the director calls someone to show them the academy. To Rias and her queen begin the tour. And they watch the blonde and the black-haired girl very carefully and continue walking until they run into Issei. Before they talk, Issei says in a cold voice, "What are Gremory and Himejima doing here?" and Issei says, what they do, I don't care. Issei retires here. The two blondes got very close to the albino to the jealousy of Rias and Akeno here. The blonde tells him about the death of his brother. And that he had done a ritual to bring him back to life, but it didn't work, and Suzuka and Kayako asked him why he hated Rias and Akeno so much. Issei told him how he tried to save Rias from her engagement, but instead of receiving a thank you, he had been tortured until exhaustion, and how a demon had killed his parents. That made Suzuka and Kayako furious that they had tortured their love interest and sad about the death of his parents. Well, Issei also became very good friends with the two boys and Natsume. A week later, Natsume and Hiratota's wedding was held. Natsume was wearing a very elegant black kimono with cherry blossom prints and was carrying Issei to the delivery. Since he considers Issei his best friend, his father says, I present to you the new couple Natsume Tsuchimikado and Hirotota Tsuchimikado. But before they kissed, hundreds of knights appeared with armor and lances. Then from the sky fell a blonde with a red kimono and a red mask. And I speak angrily, why did you choose her to marry, and not me? Hirotota. Everyone was surprised to hear that Hirotota. He says, why don't I love you, Hanya? Then Issei comes in and says, well, did he kill her or did he just hurt her? Natsume says in a dark voice, kill her. That got some and I'm style drops out of everyone present. Drade says mentally this party could be interesting. And be careful with those things, something tells me they are not normal. Issei answers, I will have it, and Hanya says, who are you? Issei answers, I am only your executioner. Hanya tells the armored subjects to kill him, so the subjects in armor launch themselves at Issei. Issei stretches out his hand and says Yamato, the powerful Yamato appearing. Issei unsheathed it and launched himself at the armored subjects. Issei. He began to cut the beings, but what surprised Issei was that they did not show any pain or bleed. Hanya says, you seem puzzled. Because my high angels do not bleed and do not give a trace of pain, that is very. It's easy to explain that because they are not alive, they are simply demon souls. Renegades and humans that I killed, and with the help of alchemy, I managed to lock their souls away. They serve me as my puppets and follow all my orders to the letter. That surprised all the Onmyaji, that girl went so far as to kill humans. Issei says, you know woman, you're crazy to manipulate souls and make them your puppets. Hanya responds. She did all this for love, ha 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 ha, you should have seen their faces. The pain and suffering were priceless, but there was so much talk, kill it. The Alto Angelos launched themselves with another Issei to pierce Issei with their spears when they saw his guard lowered. He was pierced by several spears. Suzuka and Kayako felt a lump in their throats and tears began to run down their faces. Hanya started laughing like crazy, ha 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 ha, Natsume, I'll kill you. I've already killed your bodyguard, and Rias and Akeno with tears in their eyes were going to throw themselves at Hanya. But then everyone heard a scream and where Issei's body was covered by the Alto Angelos. And they saw how all the high angels flew out so they could see an Issei. But several spears piercing his body, Issei says, you know, woman, this trench coat will cost you dearly. And Issei, without making any gesture of pain, took one of the spears in his body and pulled it out, causing a large amount of blood to come out of the wound, and to everyone's surprise, the wound closed in a matter of seconds. Issei says with a very womanly smile. Send your junk, this party got good, but for this party to be perfect, it needs some music. Issei says, but well, you can't have everything in life. Hanya says, kill him, and all the Alto Angels launched themselves at Issei. Issei with Yamato in his right hand. And with the spear in his left hand he launched himself against the high angels. They began cutting them with Yamato and impaled some of them with spears. That was buried in his body as he began to move his hand. And dark purple ice began to appear from the sky. To impale the Alto Angelos. After 15 minutes Issei had finished her with hundreds of high angels, that some were impaled by the ice stalactites. Or others were in pieces. Hanya, just like everyone present, was speechless. From what his eyes saw, the Alto Angelos were all destroyed. Hanya screams, impossible, that's impossible. Hanya says very furiously, I will kill them all, I will kill them, and shouts Darkstar. And 3 very different armored subjects appear. Hanya says madly, I will kill them. And then higher angels appear and with a Darkstar, and they launch themselves against. Issei with Yamato in hand launches himself against the Alto Angelos and against the Darkstar to begin cutting the Alto Angelos. And with his other hand he begins to move it and more dark purple ice begins to come out of the ground. They began to impale the Alto Angelos and the Darkstar managed to dodge him by the skin of their teeth. The Darkstar along with several Alto Angels launched themselves against Issei. He just gave a very evil smile at the Alto Angelos and the Darkstar. As incredible as it may seem, they felt fear and close to Issei from the ground. More ice came out, impaling more of the angels, and the Darkstars managed to react in time. To avoid being skewered, Issei jumps back a few meters. Of the impaled high Angelos, Issei says, well girl, it's time for it to end. The warm-up, and as he said those words a strange mark appeared on his forehead. His eyes lost all their shine, turning a dark purple. Hanya, seeing that mark and those lifeless eyes, felt a great chill run through her whole body, and her body screamed at her to run. But Hanya ignored that and shouted at the Alto Angelos and the Dark Star to kill him. To which the Alto Angelos and the Dark Star launched themselves against Issei. Upon seeing that, he took a strange pose with the sword and disappeared at divine speed. And appeared behind the Alto Angelos, and Issei began to sheathe Yamato. Nothing more was heard, a click for all the Alto Angelos and the Dark Star to fall to pieces. That shocked everyone, especially Hanya. Hanya says, it's impossible, that's impossible. Issei answers that it's very easy for Yamato, there is nothing he can't cut. And you will taste its edge in your own flesh. Hanya, very terrified, began to cry. And Issei began to walk slowly in the direction of Hanya. Issei raised Yamato, which was sheathed. Issei, already close to Hanya with Yamato sheathed, only gave a light blow to the back of Hanya's neck and she fell completely unconscious. Issei says, well, it seems like this is over, but this party got a little crazy. Noticing how there were hundreds of Alto Angelos lying all over the garden where the wedding would be held. And quite a few ice stalactites impaling the Alto Angelos. Heredero says this is a complete disaster. Issei says, okay, I'll take care of it, and several golden magic circles appear. That all the Alto Angelos and the 3 Dark Stars disappear. Issei says, well, the scrap is gone. And now the ice is already there, and Yamato unsheathes and throws several cuts in the direction of the ice. So that after a few seconds Issei resheathed Yamato and the ice already had many figures in it. As if it had been made by a sculptor, Issei says, okay, the decoration is done, and Yamato disappears. Issei says, and well Heredero, what are you doing with her, pointing out where Hanya was lying. Heredero responds that her power will be sealed and she will be imprisoned for treason. Issei says, very well then, my work is done and you can continue with your party. Natsume also says this party has no music since the group that was going to play left. Seeing the commotion, but then everyone heard an unknown voice that imposed respect and power to say, my partner can play and sing if they want. That caught everyone's attention and everyone saw where the voice came from. The see on Issei's arm a black gauntlet with red gems. Issei says, they called you Lizard. Drake answers, who you call Princess Lizard. But before that discussion goes any further, Heredero says Issei-san knows how to play and sing. Issei says, well, a slack-mouthed lizard said it, but this will be an extra payment. Heredero. And there will only be 3 songs. Heredero answers, is it okay Issei? On the stage are the musical instruments. Issei just sighs and 3 clones appear. That surprised everyone a lot. Issei says, very well, you already know what to do. The 3 Issei clones say, hi boss. And the 3 clones take the musical instruments and Issei takes the guitar and the microphone and says, enjoy the song Fairy Tale Opening 16. Everyone listened to Issei sing, everyone was more than surprised. And the women were very blushing since Issei was the perfect man. Suzuka and Kayako were amazed and blushed by Issei. And everyone took out their phones to start recording Issei, and Rias very blushing, she made a magic recording circle. The song ended, Issei says, very well, this is the 2nd song, and he, like his clones, began to play Naruto the War Rages. Issei started singing where everyone was more than surprised and excited. Since Issei far surpassed a superstar, Natsume is very excited and says Issei-san is very surprising. Heredero says that's right. Natsume, Suzuka and Kayako were amazed and blushed and had thoughts for nothing Santos with Issei. And the song ended. Issei says, very well, this is the last song. And his clones like Issei started playing Never Everland song. Everyone was amazed when they heard him sing, because if he wanted to, he could be a famous singer. A few minutes later Issei had finished singing and his clones disappeared. And the screams and applause were not long in coming. Issei got off the improvised stage and walked in the direction of where Heredero and Natsume were. Issei says, very well Heredero, my act is over. Heredero says, have Issei-san and thank you for everything. Issei says, it's nothing Heredero, if you need my services again you know where I am. Heredero answers, so it will be Issei-san. Chapter 13. Vacation in the Underworld. After Heredero said that, Issei says, well Heredero, I have to go. But first I have to say goodbye to someone. Heredero and Natsume laughed lightly. Heredero in a magic circle another briefcase appears and Heredero throws it to Issei and says that for seeing Issei Sung says thanks Heredero. Issei goes in the direction where Suzuka and Kayako were, but he noticed that Rias and her queen Akeno were there. Kayako seeing Issei ran to meet Issei hugging him. Issei greeted her with a hug. That made Suzuka, Rias and Akeno very jealous, but what Kayako? Arya then explodes with jealousy and rage. Kayako kisses her. Issei on the lips with so much passion and love, and so a game of tongues began. Issei for obvious reasons won and the kiss lasted only 40 seconds. Kayako separated from Issei very blushed and with a threat of saliva. Kayako says Issei-kun plain I can hide it more I like you, I don't know how this happened, but day after day. My heart was beating fast when I was talking to you Issei answers. Kayako are you sure you're with me? Kayako says that's right Issei-kun. But then they hear a voice say, and Kayako is not the only one, I also fell in love with you, Issei-kun. Issei and Kayako see Suzuka who was very blushing for saying those words. Issei says you too Suzuka blushing a lot says that's right Issei-kun I'm also in love with you, since you and I look a lot alike. Issei answers that it's fine, but they won't have any problem leaving school. Suzuka says we can talk about that with Bakatora. Issei says it's fine. Issei Suzuka and Kayako were going to go with Haratora, but before Issei left. Rias says Issei I want to talk to you Issei answers I have nothing to talk to you Gremory. Rias says please Issei answers no it's a no I have more important things to do. And so Issei went to where Haratora was, leaving a devastated Rias. But she could only feel anger at herself for letting herself be fooled by Razor's lies. Issei arrived where Haratora and Natsume were and when they saw Suzuka and Kayako each embraced one of Issei's arms. They just laughed and so Suzuka and Kayako talked to Haratora that they wanted to go to Japan with Issei. The which Haratora accepts, making Suzuka and Kayako very happy. Issei says, well Haratora, I have to say goodbye now. Haratora says, okay, Issei-san. So Issei, Suzuka and Kayako disappear in a golden magic circle. Issei with Suzuka and Kayako appear inside the Devil May Cry. Where Suzuka and Kayako see 7 women each doing their thing when they noticed Issei's presence and stopped what they were doing to go to Issei's place. Bayonetta says Issei it seems that you have already finished your mission Issei answers that's right. Arya says Issei-kun who are they? In any case, they are your new dear. Issei says Suzuka Kayako can you introduce yourself Kayako says very much like my name is Kayako. And I am Issei-kun's girlfriend, she said with a big blush. Suzuka says, I really liked it, my name is Suzuka Derenji. And I am a former divine general as well as I am Issei-kun's second girlfriend, she said with a big blush. Making several people jealous, but then Zenobia speaks and says, but you are not the only ones. I am also his girlfriend and Bayonetta says and I am his wife that left those who didn't know speechless. And Jean says very jealous Cherry as if Issei-kun is your husband Bayonetta says or Jean are you jealous don't worry. I can share Issei-kun with you, after all you are my clan's sister. And with Issei-kun's help we will reborn the Umber clan more powerful than ever. Arya says Bayonetta-sama if you are sharing Issei-kun, then you can also share him with me. Bayonetta responds, that's right, Arya, you're more than welcome. Issei noticed that he was unnecessary in that discussion. He went to his desk so he could sit down and read a magazine, leaving Suzuka and Kayako talking with the others. A week has passed where Suzuka and Kayako became Issei's pawns. And since it was almost vacation, Suzuka and Kayako did not enroll at Kuo Academy. Until after the holidays and at this moment Issei was in the dim May Cry. With the women of his team thinking about what they would do on their vacation. But then they knocked on the doors of the Devil May Cry Wendy went to open them to see 6 women and a boy Wendy immediately recognizes one of the women and says very happy aunt. The woman who was a very beautiful blonde. Wendy-chan says, I'm glad to see you. Wendy answers the same. I say, aunt come in, Arya, okay, Sama is inside. So the 7 people entered the dim May Cry Arya, says Wendy who it was but seeing the woman says one Sama. The woman smiles and says I'm glad to see you well Arya says and one Sama who brought them to Kuo. The woman says that in this case I can't visit my younger sister. When I went to look for you and I found out that you lived there, I asked for information about you. And the women said they had seen you with a charming man with white hair and a red trench coat. Arya says Issei-kun, and I don't deny the man's charm, the woman says. Oh Arya, it seems that someone has already captured your heart. Arya blushes a lot and says one Sama, don't say that. The woman laughs and says, well, you found the current security. Arya says, one Sama. The current security is in front of you. The woman looks at Issei and couldn't help but be surprised and blush. Since the boy was handsome in every sense of the word, the woman says so you are. Security Issei sees the woman and says so you are Lucretia Zola, Arya-chan's older sister. Lucretia says that's right and thank you for taking care of my sister and my 2 nieces and Carla. Issei says it's nothing after all Arya Sherry Wendy and Carla are beautiful women. The aforementioned blushed furiously, Aryan says, well, one Sama no. Introduce us to your friends Lucretia says sister excuse my manners. Lucretia says guys can you introduce a black-haired guy in a school uniform? He says he liked it very much. My name is Gojo Kusanagi, as well as I am the 7th champion. A beautiful blonde in a red dress. He says he really liked it. My name is Erika Blandelli and I am Gojo-kun's wife. Another beautiful gray-haired woman with black and blue clothes. He says he really liked it. My name is Liliana Kranjker and I am also Gojo-kun's lover. Another beautiful black-haired woman in a school uniform. He says he really liked. My name is Ina Sashuin and I am also Gojo-kun's lover. Another beautiful brunette woman in priestess clothing. He says he liked it very much. My name is Yuri Maria and I am also Gojo-kun's lover. Another beautiful white-haired woman with Greek clothes and a laurel wreath. He says he liked it very much. My name is Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, and I am also Gojo-kun's lover. And finally Lucretia Zola. Il says well I am also Gojo-kun's lover. The women finished their introductions. But then on Issei's left arm the booster Jeerd appears and Drake's voice is heard saying wow. So the Campion also have a harem, but boy, there are no longer 7 Campion but 6. This surprised those who didn't know much, as well as Gojo and his women. Erika says, what do you mean by saying that there are no longer 7 Campion, but 6? Drake answers that it is very simple. When that Campion attacked Arya, Sharia, Wendy and Carla. He committed the worst stupidity he could commit in his entire miserable life. Gojo says and that was Issei answers, hurting what a dragon considers precious and dear to him. And that's death. Liliana says then you killed the Campion. Issei says that's it. Erase from existence itself. He went neither to the pure world nor to the impure world. I simply erase him from nothingness itself, as if he had never been born or existed. This surprised everyone except Bayonetta, who knew what the technique was. Athena says and how did you do that? Issei says it's my supreme technique and its name is Hakai. For some unknown reason, everyone felt a horrible chill when they heard Issei say that name. But then a magic circle appears, Sona with her entourage. Issei says, oh Sona-chan. The aforementioned blushed at the affectionate suffix with which Issei said her name. Sona says Issei-kun, are you coming with us? Issei answers, with you I would go to the end of the world. That blushed furiously to the women of the Citri clan. Sona blushed a lot and said no. Issei-kun, Surzich's Sama and my one Sama. They asked us to go with us to the underworld and we will spend our vacation in the underworld. Issei responds with that the red-haired bastard and Seraful Sama are good. Issei says girls we are going to the underworld, but where is Jean? And then they all heard a voice say, here I am, and they all saw the white-haired girl dressed in a red leather suit. Jean says Issei-kun how do I look? Issei answers beautiful, although beautiful you are always. Jean responds, Ara, you're a charming man. Issei says, well, whatever, we'll go to the underworld. Sona blushes a lot, says Rias and her entourage along with Saji and Azazel are waiting a few blocks from your house. Issei-kun. Issei answers well. Issei looks at Gojo and his women and says, come with us and we can continue our conversation more comfortably. Gojo answers, okay, and we demons won't have any problems. Issei says no way. Gojo answers okay. Gojo says girls we will go to the underworld. Maybe something interesting could happen. Issei disappears. The booster jeered. Issei says okay let's go, so everyone left the dim may cry a few minutes later. Issei like everyone else arrived where Rias, Saji, Azazel and his group were. Rias, seeing Issei, tries to talk to him, but Issei completely ignores her. Sona says very well, since we are all gathered we will go to the underworld by train. The train to the underworld awaits us at Kuo underground station. And so they all made a magic circle without realizing that they were seen by a beautiful woman in a medical gown and she could only smile. And without further ado, the woman continued on her way with Issei and the others. They arrived and appeared in a somewhat remote area inside the train station. Sona says, okay, since we're here, let's take the elevator. And everyone heads to the elevator. Once inside the elevator, Sona took out a card that she passed through an electronic panel so that the elevator would begin to descend. A few minutes later the elevator stopped descending and Issei and everyone got out of the elevator. Issei says he didn't know there was an underground station in Kuo, much less that it was controlled by demons. Sona answers Issei-kun, there are many things you should know. Issei answers that's right, Sona-chan. The aforementioned blushed furiously at how Issei called her and that made all the women of the Gremory group burn with jealousy. Sona blushes a lot and says walking, our train will leave in 10 minutes. And it's in area number 15 and we're in area number 5 so. Oh, walk like that. Everyone started walking, arriving at area number 15 where there was a huge train with the Gremory clan symbol. Rias says well this train will take us to the underworld, this train belongs to my family. And especially this train is mine. Issei responds don't brag. Rias Azazel seeing that if those two continued talking, she had no doubt that Issei was going to cut her throat. Azazel says, okay, guys, the train is almost leaving and we have to board it. Issei responds as best he can by getting into a wagon, being followed by the women of Issei Gojo's team and his women and Azazel. And the group of Rias and Sona got on different cars. Once inside the train, it began to move forward. When the door opens for Rias to enter, Sona and her entourage. Azazel was with a bottle of whiskey and Azazel says, "Guys, drink." Gojo answers, "For me, no problem." Issei says, "Azazel won't be for me either." He takes out 3 cups and pours the wine and the 3 men begin to drink. The women saw this and just let out a big sigh. Erica says there's nothing to entertain herself with. Music or something like that, Sona answers, "We have board games and cards." Ilyana says, "Well, what are we going to do?" And then the doors opened again to let in a slightly older man. The man says, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Rias-sama." Sona-sama the aforementioned respond, "It's good to see you." The man says, "Well, you have to register so you can enter and leave the underworld." And so everyone will register. Time jump 2 hours later, the train continued on its way. They get to the station where everyone got off. Azazel says, "Okay, guys. I'll see you later. I have to go to the Mau territory." Rias says okay Azazel, and the train left so everyone could see a lot of people. And the men seeing Rias said Rias-sama, and the women seeing Issei blushed furiously and began to scream. And that no longer seemed to the women of the Citri clan, the women of the Gremory clan or the women of Issei's group. Issei says, "Let's walk out of here." Time skip 15 minutes later. Issei and his group and Sona Gojo's group and their women were outside a large castle. Where there was a long line of butlers and maids. Rias says, "Welcome to my house." Sona says, "Rias, I have to go, I have to take my dear to my house so they can meet my parents." Rias answers, "Okay." Sona Issei says, "Sona, me, my group and Gojo and his women will go with you. I'd rather be with you 1,000 times than with this woman and her gang of idiots." That comment made Rias and her group very sad. Sona blushes a lot because of Issei's comment and answers, "Okay, Issei-kun." Issei says, "Thanks Sona-chan." Sona says, "Very well, follow me," and so everyone followed. Sona leaving Rias Akeno very sad and they began to cry, and that was seen by the butlers and maids. And they could only go to inform the patriarchs Gremory and Graphia. Time skip 10 minutes later. They were all in front of a big castle. Sona says, "This is my house, so let's go in." So everyone followed Sona to enter the castle, hiding behind 2 people. On a throne, a man and a woman. The man says, "Welcome Sona." The woman says, "Welcome Sona, and I see you brought guests." The woman was a beautiful black-haired woman with purple eyes and a killer body. The woman rises from her throne. Issei says, "I really liked it, my lady. Now I know where Chan and Serafal-sama are from. They brought out their beauty having such a beautiful mother," and to everyone's surprise Sona's mother blushed. Sona's father was a black-haired man with glasses and a serious face. He says, "Who are you?" Boy Issei says he really liked it. "My name is Issei Otsutsuki." The man was surprised by the last name. Since he had read it in texts, the man says, "What relationship do you have with Sona?" Issei answers, "For the moment we are just friends, but in the near future if Sona-chan wants we can be more than friends." That made Sona blush more than she could. The man says, "You're very interesting, and who are your companions?" "I know one of them but not the others." And so everyone introduced themselves. The man said, "I really liked it. My name is Eric Citri." The woman says she really liked it. "My name is Alexia Citri." Issei says, "The pleasure is mine." Alexia says, "Well, how about we go eat?" Chapter 14. Reunion of the Young Demons. After Alexia said that, 2 weeks passed where Gojo began to get along with Issei. Then Gojo's women began to get along very well with the women of Issei's team and the women of the Citri clan. And Issei trained mentally with Drag and the mysterious voice to surpass his limits. And overcome that transformation and discovered a new transformation with his swords and jutsu, and those were Issei's 2 weeks. Where Issei began a relationship with the other women on his team. And at this moment Issei and his women as well as Gojo and his women, the Citri clan and the Gremory clan. They were in the courtyard of the Gremory mansion since they were called by Azazel. Issei says, "Well Azazel, why did you call us? I hope it's something interesting." Azazel answers, "That's right, Issei, in a week the meeting of the young demons will take place. Where the elder advisors will be introduced and the rating game will begin. Officially, and you, since you have an entourage, can also participate in the rating game." That surprised the Gremory clan a lot. Issei answers, "Very interesting." Issei says, "And what else Azazel? I don't think that's why you called us or not." Azazel answers, "That's right, Issei is to tell them his training." Rias says, "Training?" Sona says, "And what can you teach us?" Azazel. Azazel answers, "Well, your Kiba, your master, will train you again," to which Kiba nods. Rias will train with your mother on the mastery of the power of destruction, to which Rias nods her head. You Akeno will train with your father about your powers, to which Akeno nods with some discomfort. You, Gasper, must lose your fear of being in public, to which Gasper nods fearfully. And you will train your twilight healing more to be able to heal from a distance. And well, some people should accept what they are. Azazel said this looking at Kaneko. He was only able to clench his fists, and Azazel said, well, this will be the training for Rias and her clan. And you, Sona, will train with your mother on the mastery of water and how to turn it into ice. And the rest of your party will train their speed and endurance less Saji. Saji says, I'm upset, why don't I? Azazel answers. I'll take you to Gregory. To give you the other sacred gear that make up the soul of Vitra and train you. Saji, very surprised, nods his head with great emotion. Azazel says. Well, that will be the training of Sona and her clan. Azazel says, well, you Issei and Gojo do not need my training. Issei says, that's right, Azazel. I trained mentally with Drag and another person. Azazel says, well, that's what I wanted to tell you, so train and be ready in a week. Rias and her entourage along with Sona and her entourage say hi Azazel, so another week full of training passed. Issei and his wives like Gojo and his wives were not far behind in training. But it was time to go to the meeting of the young demons where all of Sona's entourage. Ria's entourage along with Gojo and their women were at the Gremory mansion. Where Sona says where Issei-kun and the other Rias are, I was going to say something, but then a huge golden magic circle appears. Where Issei appears with his women dressed very elegantly. Tiba and Saji blushed furiously upon seeing them. Sona says Issei-kun where they went and those dresses. Issei says I took them shopping. Sona says very well, let's go to the meeting, and everyone disappears into their respective magic circles. At the meeting everything was calm until they saw 3 magic circles appear, 2 very well-known ones. But they did not know the third one and thought he was an angel, and from the circles appeared Sona and her entourage, along with Rias and her entourage. And from the third circle appeared Issei and Gojo along with their wives. The men blushed furiously upon seeing the women of the third magic circle. And the women blushed furiously when they saw Issei. Issei says, this is how the meeting of young demons is going. But then they all heard a voice saying damn virgin, so they could see a beautiful blonde with glasses and red eyes. Something older than Issei, Sona and Rias, and in front of the blonde woman was a man with blue hair, brown skin and magical tattoos on his face. The man says, damn virgin, I'll teach you bed manners. The blonde woman says, you'll be millennia away from talking to me like that. The man says very furiously, you'll see, bitch, and he was going to throw himself at the blonde woman to hit her. But everyone heard a voice say, wow, wow, and I thought this party wouldn't have anything interesting, but I see that I was wrong. Everyone in the room saw who the voice was coming from, so everyone could see Rias, Sona and her entourage along with several women and a black-haired man and a white-haired man with a red trench coat. The women blushed furiously upon seeing Issei. The man says, who the hell are you? Issei says I'm not anyone important, the man then says leave. Get out of here or I'll have to kick your ass. Issei respond come on Yankee. The man says if you will be cursed and he launched himself to hit Issei. Issei sighs and stops the man's blow with one hand. Issei says this you call it a punch, I'll show you what a punch is. Issei says this is a real punch. Issei gave a powerful blow to the man's face that made him break several walls in the process. Issei says he didn't even endure a single blow, what does it matter? That surprised everyone a lot. Except for Issei's women and Gojo and his women, but Issei hears a voice say that it was a good blow. Issei looked where the voice was coming from to see a black-haired man with 2 beautiful blonde women. Rias very surprised says Sarayerg Kusha Coriana. The Sarayerg says hello Rias. But Sarayerg and Kusha noticed how a very blushing Coriana looked at Issei. Sarayerg and Kusha just smiled. Sarayerg says, you must be the current security. The one Surzicha said defeated Kakabiel as if he were a brat and the most powerful hacker Yuku of all time. That surprised a lot those who didn't know that. Issei answers, I'm famous. Sarayerg just laughed, stretched out his hand and said, I really like it. My name is Sarayerg Bale, the next leader of the Bale house. Issei stretched out his hand and said, I really liked it, Sarayerg said. Sarayerg says, you're very interesting. I want it to be the moment when we fight. Issei says okay Sarayerg-san. Issei looks at the 2 women out of the corner of his eye and says, Sarayerg-san, who are your companions? Sarayerg says sorry she is Kusha Abaddon and she is my queen piece. And she is Coriana Andrilphus my bishop piece. Issei says nice to meet you Coriana, seeing how Issei looked at her and winked at her, blushed furiously. Sarayerg says, well, it's almost time for the meeting. Furthermore, Zephyr Glacial Bolas has already been taken away by his servants. Issei says so that is the name of that Yankee Sarayerg. Hearing Issei say that, he could only laugh. Sarayerg says, well, see you. Issei and Sarayerg, along with Coriana and Kusha, left. But Sarayerg says Coriana you like Issei and Coriana upon hearing that about her king blushed furiously. Coriana says Sarayerg-sama don't say that, I admit he's very handsome and everything but nothing more, I don't even know him. Sarayerg just laughs back at Issei. Issei says he's a nice guy. Sona says, whatever, let's go. It's almost time for the meeting with the counselors to introduce ourselves and start the Ratten game. Issei says okay, time skip 10 minutes later. Issei with Bayonetta, Sona with Tsubaki. Rias along with Akeno, Sererg along with Kusha and another demon were sitting in front of the elderly advisors of the underworld. And in front of them the Formas, one of the elderly counselors, says, well, young people, since we are all gathered together, what do you think if you tell us your dreams and aspirations for the future? An old woman from the council says, well, Rias Gremory, what is your dream and goal? Rias says, my name is Rias Gremory, next heir of the Gremory house. And my goal is to win all the rating games, and my dream is to be next to someone very special as well as become the empress. The elders, counselors and Surziches applauded for that goal, but they didn't know who that special person was. Another elder says, very well Sererg, what is your dream and goal? Sererg Bale. Sererg says, my name is Sererg Bale, next heir to the house of the great king. My dream is to become the next Mayu, and my goal is to be the most powerful of all. The elders as well as the four Mayu applauded for that dream and that goal. Another elder says, very well Sona Sitri, what is your dream and goal? Sona says, my name is Sona Sitri, next heir of the Sitri house. And my dream is to create a Ratten game school where they don't discriminate. The low and middle class demon and can be taught about the Ratten game. An old man says, but Sona, we already have a Ratten game school. Sona answers, but that school only teaches high-class demons and privileged demons. An elderly woman from the council says laughingly, Sona Sitri, you know what you're saying. Sona was going to answer, but then she heard a very familiar voice say, wow, so this is the honorable one. The Mana council all saw Issei who said those words, an old counselor. He says, and what right do you have to speak, low-class devil? Issei answers laughing. The low-class demon who killed the Phoenix Razor as if he were a miserable cockroach. The one who crushed Kakebia like a miserable insect, the one who defeated. To the most powerful hacker Yuuku of all time, the only thing I have of low class is the title. Because in power he surpassed him abysmally, everything in the room was a great silence. An old man says, very well Sona Sitri, what do you think of a Ratten game for you to show us? Your conviction to fulfill your dream, Sona responds, accepted. Another old man says. But this won't be just any Ratten game, it will be a Ratten game never seen before. It will be Sona Sitri and her nobility versus Rias Gremory and her nobility versus Issei Hyoudou and his nobility. Their rating game will be in 2 days, so get ready for this great fight. Everyone except Issei Bayonetta was surprised. Chapter 15, Otsutsuki vs Sitri vs Gremory. After the old counselor said those words, everyone in the room was shocked. An elderly counselor says, Sona Sitri, in this Ratten game, you and your nobility will put up a great fight and have many votes in the Ratten. We will not oppose your dream, Sona says, and my entourage will have the necessary votes in the rating game. Rias with a challenging look looks at Sona and Issei, but Issei completely ignores her. Another elder says, very well, this meeting will be concluded in 2 days, we will inform you what the rules of the game are. So without further ado, everyone can leave. Issei and Bayonetta stood up from their seats. Then they started walking to the exit, leaving the room, leaving some with various thoughts. About Issei and his entourage. With Issei and Bayonetta, these had already arrived with Issei's women and with Gojo along with his women to the hall where the young demon's party was. Gojo asks Issei how did that meeting go. Issei answers, well Gojo, and also in 2 days there will be a Ratten game. Between the busty Redeed and her gang of idiots and Sona-chan and her entourage. Sharia says, Issei-kun, and in that Ratten game you will pay that red-haired bitch. Issei says, that's right Sharia-chan. Gojo says, Issei, then we can return to the Sitri mansion. These parties are not my thing, and I don't like the way people look at my women. Issei laughs lightly and says, okay Gojo, and Issei with Gojo and his women disappear in a magic circle. Time skip 2 days later. Issei and his women along with Sona and her entourage. They were in the backyard of the Sitri mansion. Sona looks at Issei and says, Issei-kun. Once the Ratten game starts we will be enemies. Issei answers, so it will be Sona-chan. After Issei said that, a huge magic circle appeared. Where Issei and his women and Sona and her entourage disappear. Issei and his women appearing inside a huge shopping center. At that point, everyone heard Grafia say, welcome to this triple Ratten game. Between Issei-sama, Sona-sama and Rias-sama, I Grafia Lucifuge will be the judge of this rating game. You will have 30 minutes to make your strategies, and at this time the rules of the Ratten game and the locations of your bases will appear. Well, be ready and give your best. When she finished those words, Grafia Leno's voice could be heard more. In the magic circle a sheet appeared in Issei's hands that said the rules of the Ratten game. Issei reads the rules of the Ratten game aloud. Rules of the Ratten game. Rule number 1. Young Issei Hyoudou is forbidden to use Devil Slayer magic. Rule number 2. You have 100 points for each thing you destroy, 1 or more points will be taken away depending on the destruction. Rule number 3. Young Issei Hyoudou is prohibited from using balance breaker. Rule number 4. If you lose your 100 points you will be immediately disqualified. Issei finished reading the rules and wasn't too surprised why he was forbidden. Use balance breaker or devil slayer magic. Sharia says. Issei-kun. Don't you think they limited you much? Issei says, not at all, Sharia. This way it will be more fun, besides the rules didn't say that I was prohibited from using other types of magic. Bayonetta says you're absolutely right and it's time to make the Gremory pay for seeing you tortured. Jean also says that these brats dare to have us as opponents and enemies. Arya says. Issei-kun, we still have 20 minutes to plan a strategy. Issei answers. Arya-chan, you can do whatever you want in these 20 minutes, we don't need strategies or any plan. Bayonetta says you are very right about that. Issei-kun. Sharia says well we just have to wait for it to end. The 20 minutes we have left until Graphius speaks again. Time skip. 20 minutes later. Issei and his women were calm as can be. Until Graphia's voice was heard again saying, okay, 30 minutes. But they had to plan. Their strategies are over and I will say the locations of their bases. Rias-sama's base is on the first floor, Sona-sama's base is on the third floor, and Issei-sama's base is on the second floor. You have 3 hours left to finish the ratting game. And without further ado, let the ratting game begin. Graphia finished saying and in a magic circle the hologram of a clock appeared. That marked the 3 hours of return with Issei. Issei says well we are in the middle of Sona and Rias. Jean says I'll go for the Gremory Knight. Zenobia says I'll go for the Gremory Tower. Wendy and Carla say we will go for Gremory's bishops. Issei says then I will go with you for the fall and the busty repeat. Bayonetta says I will go for the Queen of Sona-san. The other women say we will go for the Deer of Sona-san. Issei answers okay girls, and so all of Issei's women and Issei, along with Carla and Wendy, separated. Salat. Berserzich's Seraphil kill Falbiu Nazazel Penemu Michael Gabriel, Irina Zioticus Venelon Alexia Eric Sererg, together with his nobility to watch this rattan game. Then as Wayland says Alexia-san, who do you think will win this rattan game? Alexia answers no Miss Venelana-san, but if I had to bet I would bet that Issei-kun would win. Then as Wayland says Isarias will win after all, Issei-sen was forbidden to use his balance breaker and his devil slayer magic. Serzicha says mother, I wouldn't be so confident, what if Issei-kun knows more types of lost magic? That left Venelana silent as she returned to the ratting game in another part of the mall. Rias was with the members of her entourage. Rias says very well, you already know the plan. Tiba says that's right, Rias-sama. Rias says very well, my beautiful dear, let's win this rattan game. And so all of Ria's entourage separates. In another part of the mall was Sona with her entourage. Sona says very well, everyone already knows the plan. Saji says that's right, Sona-sama. Sona says very well, we showed the power of the Citri clan. After Sona said that, all her deers separated and each went their own way. With Jean, she was heading to the first floor of the shopping center where the Rias base was located. When he had to jump aside to avoid several swords that came out of the floor. Jean says, wow, kid, you saved me the trouble of going to look for you. Tiba answers, well, you'll have to go find me because I'll defeat you. Jean burst out laughing and said, Issei-kun is absolutely right, the Gremory clan is full. From comedians, Kiba says that you won't say anything when I defeat you. Kiba, without saying anything, rushes at Jean with his sword. Jean, seeing this, begins to cover herself with her pistols from the cuts left by Kiba's sword. And in a moment of Kiba's carelessness, Jean gives him a powerful blow to Kiba's chin. Throwing him a few meters into the air, Jean disappears in a flash of red. Appearing above Kiba, giving him a powerful blow to the stomach that sent him crashing into the pit, creating a crater with his fall. Jean fell to the floor elegantly a few meters away from Kiba's body. Jean says that was a kid, you really are pathetic. Kiba barely getting up from the crater. But blood coming out of his mouth, he says, damn, that hit felt like it would split me in half. Jean says, wow, kid, you got up. Kiba gets into a fighting stance with his sword. And he says, take out your sword. Jean stretches out her hand and says in a whisper, Angel Slayer, and a golden magic circle appears where you can see the handle of a sword. Jean takes the handle of the sword and pulls it out to reveal a beautiful white sword. This surprised Kiba greatly and terrified him when he felt the enormous sacred power that the sword gave off. Jean says, okay, kid, come on. Kiba, without thinking much, disappears in a blur of speed. Jean, seeing that, also disappears in a blur of speed too. Clashing swords against Kiba, no one could see anything, only the clash of metal against metal could be heard. And that continued for a few more minutes where Jean and Kiba appear. Jean didn't even have a scratch. And Kiba had several cuts from where blood began to come out. Kiba says with a voice. Very tired, you are very skillful and powerful. Jean responds, go boy, you flatter me. But I don't like being flattered by traitorous trash like you, so I'll be merciful to you. And I will defeat you without so much pain. Jean appears in front of Kiba at divine speed. Piercing his heart, Kiba could only drop his sword and open his eyes wide. And with blood coming out of her mouth, Jean abruptly draws her sword from Kiba's chest and falling to the floor, it begins to disappear into particles of black light. The last thing Kiba saw before disappearing was how Jean began to retreat from that place. The audience was speechless as Jean practically killed Kiba. Sekiryuutei was grateful at this point that the damage done in the Remnant game wasn't done in reality. Azazel says, "Wow, if this had been a real battle, Kiba would be dead by now." To which everyone nodded with Grafia, who was somewhat impressed. But he comes out of his astonishment to say a knight of Rias-sama has fallen. On the way back to the mall, everyone heard that announcement. Rias, hearing that Kiba lost, made her feel sad, but she was determined to win this Remnant game. In another part of the mall, it sounds and all its deer heard. Rias' knight had been defeated. But Issei, Carla, Sharia and Wendy, upon hearing that Kiba had been defeated, Issei could only smile. Carla says, "Issei-kun, it seems that Jean had a lot of fun with the Crimson Fox Knight." Issei answers, "You are very right, Carla-chan, it seems that Jean-chan had fun." Issei says, "Let's continue." Carla and Wendy respond in agreement. Issei-kun, in another part of the mall, Zenobia was running towards Ria's base when she stops running and says, "Very well, get out of where you are. I don't like the silly game of hide and seek." And from the shadows comes out Kaneko. Zenobia says, "Wow, she's the dwarf. You've saved me the trouble of looking for you." Kaneko says, "Well, there's no need for that anymore." Zenobia says, "You are very right, dwarf." Kaneko says mockingly, "Well, come on, caveman." Zenobia's forehead showed a vein and she said, "You'll regret it, dwarf." And in a blur of speed it disappears and appears in front of a shocked Kaneko. Gave her a powerful kick that sent her flying a few meters and crashing against a wall. The audience was very surprised. Kusha, very surprised, says, "That girl has monster strength. If that is the power of an Issei-sen knight, how powerful will his queen be?" Everyone, upon hearing what Kusha said, felt their heads return to the fight. Kaneko came out of the wall somewhat injured and with some of her clothes destroyed. Kaneko says, "What the hell?" Zenobia says, "Wow, and I thought that with that hit you wouldn't get up." Kaneko says, "I'm very serious. I underestimated you, but that won't happen again." Kaneko now has white ears and a white tail. Zenobia says, somewhat surprised, and Nekasu. Kaneko says very seriously, "But this power I will defeat you for Rias Butcho." Zenobia says, "Then come, dwarf." Kaneko at great speed launches herself at Zenobia and tries to hit her. Zenobia, seeing that, also threw a punch, colliding with Kaneko's and creating a small crater. By the force of the blows, Kaneko says, "Fen, so you can follow me in force. Let's see how much longer you can spin." Caveman Kaneko on his axis and kicks Zenobia in the stomach, making her spit out some blood and sending her flying. Kaneko carries a huge blue sphere of fire and says, "Take this." Great Punisher, launching his attack against Zenobia's body, causing a huge explosion and a huge amount of blue fire. Kaneko, very tired, says, "Your trust was your defeat." Kaneko was going to leave the place, but heard Zenobia, "Thank you for the advice. I admit I was overconfident, but that won't happen again." And from the fire Zenobia began to emerge with some parts of her clothes destroyed. And with some wounds. Kaneko, very surprised, asks, "How come you're still standing?" That attack, even a high-class demon wouldn't come out unscathed. Zenobia answers, "That's my secret." Zenobia says, "And now it's my turn." Zenobia disappears in a black blur and appears in front of Kaneko and delivers a powerful blow to Kaneko's stomach, making her spit out a large amount of blood and sending her flying. Zenobia disappears again and appears behind Kaneko and gives her a powerful kick that sends her a few meters into the air. Zenobia disappears and appears above Kaneko and says, "Take this, plasma lightning." Launching thousands of lightning bolts at Kaneko's body and sending it crashing to the ground, creating a small crater with its fall. Zenobia appears on the ground a few meters away from Kaneko's body, which began to disappear into dark light particles. Zenobia begins to walk away from the place. In the video room, all the spectators were speechless as they saw Azazel, very surprised. Kaneko says she is very skilled, but she was overconfident when she launched that attack with all her power. But what surprised me the most was Zenobia not using Durandal in the fight and simply attack hand to hand. I wonder what kind of training he has done. Sekiryuutei says, "So Issei-kun trained his deer. I'm afraid to say Rias has no chance of winning." Then as Wayland says that you are saying that Sekiryuutei's Rias still has 3 pieces and with her there are 4. Ziotica says your mother is right, Sekiryuutei, besides you personally trained Rias in handling the power of destruction. Michael says, but Issei-kun hasn't lost any of his pieces. Sekiryuutei says, Grafia announces the withdrawal of Rias' tower. Grafia says a tower of Rias-sama has fallen back to the mall. Everyone heard that announcement. Rias upon hearing that Kaneko lost could only clench her fists. Asia says Rias Sama is fine. Rias answers I'm fine. Rias says Akeno. Asia Gasper walking. Once we defeat Issei-kun and those annoying women, we will seek Issei-kun's forgiveness. And returns to our side where it belongs. Asia says Issei-kun will return to us and everything will be back to how it was before. Rias says so it will be Asia. My Issei will return to me and become my cute servant again. Akeno says when Issei-kun returns I will give him my first time. Rias says very upset. Akeno if someone will give her her first time it will be me. Asia says Rias Sama that's not fair, I'll also give Issei-kun my first time. Rias says annoyed let's leave this conversation and focus on defeating Issei-kun and Sona. So let's continue on our way and remember that we still have some tricks. Back with Issei, Wendy and Carla were heading towards Ria's base. When they see Gasper, Asia Akeno and Rias Issei a few meters away, they stop running. And he says, look, it seems like we'll stop playing this stupid cat and mouse game. Rias Akeno, Asia, and Gasper stop a few meters from Issei. Rias responds. So it's like I thought, first you would come for me and my entourage and then Sona and her entourage. Issei claps and answers, go Rias and I thought that all your thoughts. They were just going to those balloons that you call breasts and your head was empty. Rias says with some arrogance, go my dear Issei-kun, it seems you don't know how to respect a lady. Issei laughs lightly and answers of course that he respects a lady. But that doesn't apply to t-shirts like you who only know how to betray. Rias annoyed says Issei-kun once I defeat you and have you at my feet, you will beg for forgiveness. Issei lets out a big laugh and says Rias, you defeated me, that can only happen in your wildest and craziest dreams. Rias annoyed says this conversation is over. Gasper and Asia take care of those bitches. Gasper and Asia say hi Butcho. Carla says Wendy I will be the opponent of the useless witch. You will be the opponent of the half-vampire Wendy. Answer okay Carla. So Carla throws herself at Asia and Asia does the same and Wendy throws herself at Gasper. And so they began their fight leaving only Issei Akeno and Rias. Akeno says Fufu Issei-kun will punish you for being a bad boy. He said this while sensually licking his lips and emitting rays from his hands. Rias says once she defeats you, along with those bitches, they will return to be my cute pawn. Issei bursts out laughing and says Rias, you defeating me, that's a good joke. Rias says you won't say that once I defeat you and with those words she was surrounded by an immense aura of the power of destruction. Issei says, well, I'll have to finish this stupidity quickly by taking out Avoni and Avori. Issei says come on bitches. Rias and Akeno seeing how Issei took out his guns. And listened to what Issei told them without thinking twice they launched themselves against Issei. Seeing this, Issei launched into hand-to-hand combat against Rias and Akeno. Where Akeno and Rias threw punches at Issei, Issei just dodged the blows and in a moment of Akeno's carelessness, Issei gives a powerful blow to Akeno's stomach. That puts her on her knees making her spit blood with some saliva. Rias, seeing her friend Akeno in trouble, launches spheres of the power of destruction against Issei. Issei, noticing this, fires several bullets loaded with magic with Avori. Destroying Rias' attacks and hitting her with bullets, injuring her a little. Akeno tried to hit Issei, but Issei just kicked Akeno's cheek, sending her flying to where Rias is. Issei then disappears to Avoni and Avori. Issei says that was all. They are really pathetic and useless. Akeno got up bleeding from her lip and said Ara Issei-kun didn't want to show this form yet. But seeing that I have no choice, I am sure you are bringing up those words, Akeno began to expel power. And began to be surrounded by a large dark aura so that after a few seconds the aura disappeared and the new one could be seen. The appearance of Akeno who had 6 wings of a fallen angel with clothes that left nothing to the imagination. And with a malicious smile Akeno says laughingly Issei-kun, in case I took the words out of your mouth. But Issei didn't respond. Rias says, it seems the cat ate your tongue. Well it's my turn to show you my transformation and Rias started screaming and getting surrounded by a large red and black aura so that after a few seconds Rias' new appearance will be seen. And from a magic circle with the emblem of the Gremory house appeared a sword with a peculiar design. Rias took the sword and surrounded herself with a great power of destruction. Bedroom everyone was surprised by Rias and Akeno's new look. Then his Wailan woman says surprised Xerxes what is that transformation and why does she have your sword? Xerxes calmly responds that transformation Rias described by accident in one of our training sessions. Having gathered a huge amount of power of destruction and my sword I gave it to him since I no longer needed it. To which everyone was left speechless by the explanation given by Xerxes. Ziotica says arrogantly that even if Issei-kun is powerful, he won't be able to do anything against Rias. Back to the fight, Issei finally spoke and said Rias Akeno, that's all her power. His power is really pathetic, Rias says, annoyed, don't believe yourself too much, Issei-kun. Issei says Yamato appearing in particles of light. Rias, without saying anything else, launches herself with her sword against Issei. Seeing that, Issei lifts Yamato, deflecting Ria's sword and creating a small crater in the ground with force. Rias flies away, but she quickly recovers in the air and launches herself at Issei, where they start a great sword fight. Where you could only hear metal hitting metal and sparks flying. But Issei had the advantage, Akeno, seeing her friend and king in trouble. He launched several rays against Issei, who, upon seeing the rays, gave Rias a shock in the stomach, sending her a few meters away from Issei so that Issei can then dodge Akeno's attacks. Issei a few meters away from Rias and Akeno says laughing, it seems that the fallen dog keeps putting her nose where she shouldn't. Akeno says with a sadistic look, ara ara Issei-kun, it seems I'll have to punish you for that tongue. Issei responds laughing, don't make me laugh, bitch, you punish me, that would only happen in your wettest dreams. Akeno, somewhat annoyed, creates a sword of light and launches herself at Issei. Issei, seeing that and seeing how Akeno was coming in his direction with Yamato, launched several cuts that could not be seen. And Issei began to slowly sheathe Yamato until a click was heard. Akeno is already a few centimeters away from Issei, he says it seems like that, but he couldn't continue talking because he screamed in pain and fell to the ground, losing his 3 pairs of wings, 1 leg and 1 arm, and with many cuts all over his body. And then begin to disappear into particles of light. No one could believe how easily Issei defeated Akeno. And much less did they see you want the sword. Azazel very surprised says. It seems that the sword that Issei carries has unique qualities. Gojo says, what a coincidence, you're absolutely right. The sword that Issei carries is no longer Yamato. And its special ability is that it can cut even the dimensions. Gojo, after finishing saying that, left everyone more than surprised. Erekiel says very upset, and since when did that child have that sword? Gojo says, I don't know, I didn't ask Issei, Gojo finished saying. Back to the fight, Akeno, with large cuts and bleeding all over her body, just like her wings, begins to disappear into particles of light. Rafia very surprised says the queen of Rias Sama has fallen. Rias seeing how her queen and best friend lost. And seeing how Issei attacked her mercilessly, she became furious and launched herself with her sword against Issei. Issei seeing how Rias launched herself against him. With his finger he began to stop all the cuts from Rias' sword. Rias said and screamed damn I'll kill you. Issei could only smile and laugh meltingly. Seeing how you laughed, he attacked him with desperation and hatred. Issei took Yamato with his left hand and with extreme speed pierced Rias' stomach. You would cry as you felt it pierce through your stomach, stop attacking Issei and release your sword. And lowered her gaze in terror as she saw how Issei pierced her with Yamato and then spit out a large mouthful of blood so that Issei could then give Rias a powerful kick in the stomach, sending him tumbling. In another part of the mall, Asia had a lot of problems with Carla and Wendy. Since neither Wendy nor Carla were fighting seriously, Carla mockingly says, that's all, which, you're really pathetic. Asia responds furiously, damn cat, teach it to you, it's time to show you my triumph poster. Asia yells balance breaker and then covers up. Of an intense golden glow that when the glow disappeared, Asia could be seen wearing golden armor with red jewels. Then Asia, at great speed, gave Carla a powerful blow to the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall. And quickly Asia Jiro on his axis, giving a powerful kick to the face of a careless Wendy. That is flew out and crashed into another wall of the mall and Asia quickly. He flew out to where Issei and Rias Asia were, seeing how Rias was pierced in the stomach and seeing that she was seriously injured. Without thinking twice he charges his fist with all his strength and with the full intention of hitting Issei. Issei, without even turning around, stopped Asia's blow with his left hand without any problem. Causing a large gust of wind that caused several windows in the shopping center to break. No one could believe their eyes. First, Issei practically massacred Akeno. To then cross it as if it were garbage and then kick it and send it flying. And finally Asia shows a dragon-type balance breaker. In the living room. There was complete silence since Barakiel, once Akeno disappeared, went to the infirmary to see how his daughter was. And Benalana was crying, and Xerxes like Zeodicus could only clench their fists in rage and helplessness. Seeing how Issei was massacring Rias Xerxes, he knew that Issei hated Rias and her entourage with all his soul. Back to the fight, Asia was more than surprised to see how Issei stopped her blow. Without any apparent problem, Issei just smiles evilly and says, it seems to be. But the little witch knows how to show her fangs. Asia says Issei-san, please stop. Or I will be forced to defeat you, Issei. Respond Asia. You know better than I do that for you to defeat me, that can only happen in your wildest dreams. Issei simply knees Asia in the stomach, making her spit blood and putting her on her knees. Then Issei kicks her, sending her crashing into a wall. To then deflect an attack of the power of destruction, Issei says Rias. It seems that you still want to continue, Rias responds very agitated. I will not allow you to continue hurting. To my lovely servants Issei answers, well, come Crimson Fox. Rias got angry and without thinking twice he launched himself with his sword against Issei. Issei, seeing the stupidity on Ria's part, smiles evilly and stops Ria's sword with his hand. And she was trying to do something, but it was useless. Issei says Rias, stupid little girl, you don't learn, right? Rias in response spits in Issei's face. Issei wipes his face and says, I'll take that as a no. And it's time to end this stupidity, and without saying anything about the hand that Issei was holding Rias. She broke it and dropped her sword to scream in pain. Issei stopped Ria's sword. And without any hesitation, Issei pierced Ria's heart, forcing her to detransform so that she would then begin to disappear into particles of light. Living room. Everything was a great silence because Issei had proven to be far superior to Rias and her entourage. Rifya came out of his thoughts and said Rias-sama has lost, the victory goes to Issei-sama. To then say. Sona's queen has fallen, Sona's pawns have fallen, Sona's bishops have fallen, Sona's bishops have fallen, Sona's knight has fallen, Sona's rook has fallen. Sona-sama has fallen, victory goes to Issei-sama and his entourage. So that seconds later the pocket dimension was destroyed, returning Issei and his girls to the video room. Sirs says Issei put up a good fight and also had a great audience. Issei replies that was quite boring. Rias and his gang of idiots weren't even good for warming up. Sirs says very seriously Issei, how powerful are you? Issei answers the gods of this world. They wouldn't even be able to give me a fight, Issei. After he said that, it left the leaders of the three factions very thoughtful. Issei says, well, Sirs, Azazel and Michael, see you later. After Issei said that, 3 magic circles appeared. Where Issei disappeared along with his Gojo and his wives when the 3 leaders were going to ask what he meant by the gods of this world. Issei had already disappeared and the 3 leaders only resigned themselves to Issei, his Gojo women and his women. These appeared in Devil May Cry where Gojo says that it was a good fight. Lucretia says, well, since I saw that my dear little sister and my beautiful nieces are well protected. I don't have to worry anymore, so it's time to leave. Erica says that's right. Since we have left the city of Tokyo neglected for a while, Lucretia says, see you, dear little sister. And without saying anything else, Lucretia and Gojo disappear in a magic circle. Chapter 16 A star appears. After Lucretia along with Gojo and their wives disappeared, leaving only Issei and his wives. A month had already passed where Issei and his women continued having random games where at this moment Issei was very calm. Eating pizza without knowing that he would soon have a big fight. While in another universe it was a different story. Since there were 3 people fighting with a human-like being with white skin and blue and black horns. And 7 purple spheres embedded in his chest. The first person was a beautiful woman with golden hair that reached down to her back without eyebrows. With blue eyes. Just imagine it with the description I gave. The second person was also a beautiful woman with dark blue hair, red eyes, wearing a vest, white pants, and red fur covering her body. And the third person was a man with black hair, 2 green earrings, with blue and black clothes and gloves, and with red fur covering his body. Quite tired and wounded, the white-skinned being says mockingly, it's time for them to die like the garbage they are. As the blonde woman began to carry a huge sphere of power. She says very tired and you think we will leave you, she said it while loading a huge amount of power in her hands. The man and the other woman say the insect is right, the pale-skinned man yells die garbage launching his attack while. The 3 people also launched their most powerful attacks, while these powerful attacks collided to see who would win. Nobody realized that the great collision of power began to create a small black hole. That could no longer withstand the great collision of power, it exploded and swallowed the 4 people. And where they were fighting before there was only a great wasteland of destruction. While in Universe 13 a portal opened. From where the man and the 2 women and the white-skinned subject were thrown out. Falling into what seemed like a huge hole in the middle of nowhere. While in the city of Kuo, more precise in the Devil May Cry, Issei felt that great Kai, along with that of 3 people. Issei was excited to feel that great power and without further ado, he left the Devil May Cry. Taking flight where those presences scented meanwhile in another part of the planet Earth Imperius. Feeling that huge amount of power, all he could think was this is going to be fun to watch. The screen appeared where the certain one was showing the 4 people. Imperius, seeing the 3 people who had tails, could only let out a huge load. On the way back to the place, the white-skinned man, not knowing the place, became furious. And seeing the 3 people who had caused him so much trouble lying on the ground. Barely getting up he was going to attack them until he had to deflect a sphere of energy. So that seconds later Issei appeared surrounded by his dark Kai. The white-skinned subject says furiously, who the hell are you, Issei? He answers, no one important, just your executioner. The guy starts laughing and says, you're my executioner, but you're just a miserable human being. Issei only gives a big smile and then is surrounded by a magic circle, changing his clothes into a black fighting doji with red ribbon and revealing a white tail. And closing his eyes to slowly open them, revealing his legendary Rinnegan in all its glory. But the two women and the man, they were more than surprised to see another Saiyan. The man says Bran, in any case, that is another Saiyan. The named Bran answers, from what I see, that's great. But it is not assumed that there were no more surviving Saiyans. Another woman says that he is also very handsome and attractive. Bran answers that, I'm not going to deny it, Peer is very handsome, making the man sweat a huge amount. While in the underworld Heaven and Gregory girded that enormous power. And they were loading with fear in the underworld. Seis was in his office sweating profusely as he felt that enormous power. When the doors of his office were opened wide for him to enter, he was more than frightened to feel that enormous and monstrous power. Seis, seeing Grifia, asks who the hell that monstrous power belongs to. Grifia replies, I don't know. Seis-sama. In heaven, the angels, upon feeling that enormous power, could not help but sweat profusely and a horrible chill ran down their backs. In his office, Michael was doing paperwork when he felt that enormous and monstrous power. Along with 3 more energies, but a 4th powerful and very dark energy appeared. Michael swore he had felt the 4th energy, but he couldn't remember where. In Gregory there was Azazel, Barakiel and Penemu. They were talking when they could feel that monstrous power along with 3 powerful energies, but another 4th energy appeared. Powerful as well as very dark. Azazel went center the 4th energy and knowing who was the owner. Couldn't help but laugh. Penemu asks Azazel, what are you laughing at? Azazel answers, why do I know who owns the 4th energy that appeared? Barakiel asks, and who is Azazel? He answers, it's a secret. Penemu and Barakiel fell in pure anime style upon hearing Azazel say that. Penemu with a huge vein on his forehead says, very funny Azazel, very funny. You do another of your pranks and I'll cut off what makes you a man and shove it where the light of day doesn't shine on you. Azazel and Barakiel felt a horrible chill at the very graphic description that Penemu gave. Azazel laughed nervously, then concentrated on where he felt those presences, and once he found them with the help of his power, he created a magic circle. Where for a few seconds nothing could be seen, after a few seconds a huge gap began to be seen. 2 beautiful, somewhat injured women, 1 blonde and 1 black-haired. The most curious thing is that they had monkey tails. And another black-haired man who also had a monkey tail and was more injured than the 2 women. And the most surprising thing is that they also saw Issei, who had a black fighting doji. But the funny thing is that he also had a monkey tail. Already a subject with human appearance, white with blue-black horns and with 7 dark blue spheres on his chest. Barakiel says, what the hell is that monster and why do those people have monkey tails? Including the bastard Issei. Azazel answers, I don't know, but I have a feeling. What we will see next will make the great war of the 3 biblical factions look like mere child's play. Penemu says that it will not be known until it is seen. Azazel turned to where Penemu was. So that a huge anime-style drop fell on him when he saw Penemu sitting on a beach chair with a soda and popcorn. Satan knows where Penemu came from. He says it's very funny. Come and enjoy the movie. Azazel and Barakiel said nothing and sat down, not knowing that the fight they were about to see would be of biblical proportions. Back in the desert, Issei was in front of the mysterious guy. The mysterious guy says, wow, you're really stupid. Thinking that you can defeat me, Issei answers, that is unknown, but what do you think if we start dancing? The mysterious subject shouts, damn vermin, I'll kill you, and without further ado the mysterious subject. Issei launched himself against Issei when he saw how the mysterious subject wanted to hit him. Issei countered the mysterious subject's blow. And so the fight began where Issei punched and kicked and the mysterious subject dodged or blocked them. When the mysterious subject was about to hit Issei, he whispered, Shinra Tensei. Thus Issei's attack sends the mysterious subject flying a few meters from Issei. Issei, seeing that without thinking twice, flew towards the mysterious man, giving him a powerful axe kick in the stomach. Sending him crashing to the ground and creating a large crater from his fall. Issei floating in the air creates a large sphere of green energy. Throwing it in the direction of the mysterious subject, taking everything in its path and creating a huge explosion. When colliding with the mysterious subject, Issei, seeing that, did not let his guard down, and he was right since seconds after the explosion. The mysterious subject surrounded by a purple aura came out in Issei's direction, giving him a powerful blow that Issei took cover and sent him crashing against a large rock, destroying it in the process. Issei, with his clothes somewhat torn, emerged from the rubble. The mysterious subject floated and said, that was all your power, vermin. Issei smiles evilly so that seconds later his hair begins to rise and bristle. As he began to make himself surrounded by a dark silver aura to give a powerful scream. So that seconds later a totally different Issei could be seen. Issei, without saying anything, was surrounded by his dark silver aura and launched himself against the mysterious subject. The mysterious subject, seeing that, smiled evilly and launched himself at Issei, thus beginning another great fist fight. Meanwhile, outside of Earth on the planet of the goddess of destruction Thabia, he was training with his angel and teacher Dayan. When his staff began to shine, Thabia, seeing this, stopped his training. Dayan says, "Thabia-sama, my father wishes to see us since the kings of the whole world are eager for a meeting between the 18 gods of destruction, as well as the ancient gods of destruction and the 18 angels and the supreme Kaishin." Thabia, somewhat impressed, said, "Well, what are you waiting for, Dayan? Let's go for the Kaishin." And without further ado, the two beautiful women disappeared in a great flash of light. Outside of Universe 13 on a planet 3 times as big as Earth, you can see a beautiful pink-skinned woman with pink hair and a very well-developed body. This beautiful woman is the Kaishin of Universe 13, one of the two most important goddesses of Universe 13. The beautiful Kaishin was quietly sipping tea when she sighed and said, "I wish something interesting would happen." And as if her plea had been heard by the kings all near where she was, a huge ray of light appears from where Thabia and Dayan the Kaishin appear upon seeing the destructive goddess and her teacher. He runs towards Thabia and Dayan to bow. Thabia, seeing that, says, "Leave the formalities alone. Chronica, that we are not friends." Chronica responds, "I'm sorry Thabia, old habits, but more important that I brought them to my humble planet." Thabia answers, "What I want is for you to take us before the king of all." Since he asked that all the destroyer gods, former destroyer gods, angels and Kaishin, meet in his palace. Chronica, very surprised, responds, "Okay, it will take us 2 hours to get there. Tap my shoulders." Thabia and Dayan touched Chronica's shoulders, so that seconds later the three beautiful goddesses disappeared in a huge kingdom of light. Back on Earth, Issei continued his fight against the mysterious subject, and it was seen that the mysterious subject, he had the advantage in the fight. The mysterious subject moved away from Issei and then charged a large red sphere of power. And then say, "If you dodge this, the planet will disappear, but if you receive it, you will become cosmic dust." And without further ado, the mysterious subject launched a large sphere of energy against Issei. Issei, seeing how the technique was heading in his direction, began to load his Omega Blaster. Throwing it in the direction of the mysterious subject's attack, the two attacks collided and were equal in power. The mysterious subject, seeing this, gave more power to his attack and it began to gain advantage over Issei's. Seeing this, Issei's hair stood on end, his dark silver aura became more powerful, and lightning bolts began to appear all over his body. Issei had transformed again. Issei, being transformed again, increased the power of his attack, gaining advantage over the attack of the mysterious subject. The mysterious subject, seeing that, increased again. The power of his attack becomes gigantic and begins to devour Issei's attack. With Peerage and the mysterious man seeing how the boy's attack began to devour him, they were worried about what would happen if that boy suddenly received that attack, but unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. Back to the clash of powers when the attack of the mysterious subject completely devoured Issei's attack. Issei, seeing that attack very close to him, cursed for being confident and with all his power in his transformation. He stopped the attack of the mysterious subject with the spectators, and Gregory Azazel was more than surprised. Seeing the huge attack that was coming towards Issei and feeling the terrifying power. That attack she had with Barakiel was the same as with Azazel, and with Penemu she was crying. Seeing how the only man who caught her attention was about to die. Back with Issei and the mysterious subject, Issei continued to stop the attack of the mysterious subject, causing his fighting doji to start breaking the mysterious subject that was floating in the air. Seeing how that insect continued to stop his attack, he increased the power of his attack even more. And this Issei gaining much more power to center like the attack of the mysterious subject. He gained much more power, he just closed his eyes, and seconds later he began to surround himself by a blue aura and its power disappearing completely. The mysterious subject, when feeling like the kai of that insect, he disappeared, increasing the power of his attack even more, causing a huge explosion that sent the three Saiyans flying in the air, wave in power, destroying much of the desert and causing a gigantic crater where Issei was before. The mysterious subject on the plane felt Issei's power. He started laughing and looked in the direction where the three Saiyans who had caused him so much trouble had fallen. Seconds later, he looked towards the gigantic crater and saw a silver aura coming out of the crater at full speed and appeared behind the mysterious subject and gave him a powerful blow. The mysterious subject flew away crashing against a mountain, so that seconds later the aura disappeared, revealing an Issei with half of his doji destroyed with wounds and blood all over his body and without his left arm. With the spectators and Gregory, they had their jaws on the floor when they saw how Issei survived such an attack. Not unharmed but survived. Back in the fight, the mysterious subject emerges from the rocks of the destroyed mountain. The mysterious guy says, fine, so the rats refuse to die, but tell me, are you planning on facing me without your left arm? Issei just laughs and says, I admit it, your attack was so powerful that I lost my left arm. But it's time to get serious, and a strange black fire began to come out where Issei. Regenerating his left arm and all his wounds, then Issei will return to his normal form. The mysterious subject rises in the air and says, wow, so you're going to give up, Issei smiles evilly. Issei responds, wow, don't say that and pay close attention. As you can see, I am normally there and then I am surrounded by his silver aura transforming. Issei says this is Super Saiyan White Face 1, and this is the one that surpasses Super Saiyan White Face 1. To be surrounded by lightning and his hair stands on end and says this is the one that surpasses the powers of ordinary Super Saiyan White. I admit that it is very powerful. You could say it's Super Saiyan White Face 2. And? The mysterious subject says these transformations are absurd and don't seem so surprising. Issei smiles evilly and says and then this transformation is the one that will surpass the powers of Super Saiyan White Face 2. And then start screaming and starting to destroy the place. The spectators had no words for what their eyes saw when everything in Gremory began to tremble. Betrayal says, scared, this is impossible. Issei has so much power that he can feel it in the underworld. Azazel says this power not even Trihexa in his wildest dreams could dream of having. In another part of the underworld, in Lucifer's castle, Seis was very worried when he noticed how the entire underworld began to shake violently. Seis says what is happening and what is causing the tremor. Gremory answers, I don't know. Seis himself. Seis says he calls Rias and her entourage, as well as calls an emergency meeting with Michael and Azazel. Gremory answers, okay, Seis-sama, and Gremory quickly ran out of Seis' office. In heaven all the angels were very calm when the sky began to shake. In Michael's office he was doing the paperwork when he noticed how the sky started to shake. When the doors of her office open wide to let in a very upset Gabriel. And Oni-sama says what is happening and what is causing this earthquake. Michael answers, I don't know. Gabriel. But whoever is causing this tremor must have monstrous power, but we don't know if he is an ally or an enemy. Michael was about to continue speaking when a magic circle appeared and in it the hologram of Gremory could be seen, very altered. Gremory says Michael-sama Seis-sama wants to see him just like Azazel. Michael answers, okay, I'll come with Azazel. Gremory answers, thank you very much, Michael-sama. Michael answers, don't worry, Gremory. Gremory responds, I'm calmer. Michael-sama, so that Gremory's hologram would disappear. Michael sighs and says it's time to contact my lazy brother Michael in Gremory. Azazel, Penemu and Betrayal were more than surprised to feel the monstrous power that Issei continued to expel. When in the middle of Azazel a magic circle appears, the hologram of his brother Michael appears. Azazel saw this but did not give it importance. Michael did not know what Azazel was doing, but he saw that his brother was very attentive looking at a magic circle. When Michael saw the magic circle he was frozen by what he saw if that guy had that monstrous power and was just transforming. He didn't even want to think about the power he would have once he transformed. Michael thought, this is very bad. And the magic circle with Michael's hologram disappeared back to the sky with Michael. He was sweating balls. Gabriel, seeing his brother so upset, became worried and said, Oni-sama, are you okay? Michael replied. We're going to the underworld to see Seis. In the underworld, in Seis' office, there was Seis. Euphemia Serafal, Ajuka Venelana, Grafia, the Gremory entourage, Citri's entourage, and Issei's women. Everyone was very nervous except Issei's women who didn't want Rias and her gang of idiots around them for even a minute longer. When everyone saw a magic circle appear and from it Michael appeared along with Gabriel. Seis, very worried and upset, says Michael, do you know who these powers are and where Azazel is? Michael says in response to your first question, I don't know who these powers are. And answering your second question, Azazel, I think he does know who these powers are. Zenovia says it's not obvious one of these powers is Icon's, most likely he's transforming. And his enemy must be very powerful. Rias laughs and says, don't tell bad jokes, Zenovia. Zenovia would say think what you want, menstrual hair, you don't even know the tip of the iceberg of the monstrous power that Icon has. Or are you jealous that we have Icon all to ourselves? Rias says angrily, shut up, tomboy. Zenovia answers. Or is that what Icon doesn't tell me when we have Hex? Rias furiously says damn bitches, Issei-kun's virginity belonged to me and she charged her power of destruction, ready to launch herself against Zenovia. But the demons and the two angels present, they were more than surprised to hear that one of those two powers was Issei's and that he was most likely transforming. Michael remembered one of the two subjects transforming, the one who was transforming was Issei. Euphemia says angrily, stop this stupid fight, let's go with Azazel's bag. Rias, upon hearing Euphemia's furious face, calmed down and her power of destruction disappeared. Ajuka, upon seeing how things calmed down. He said let's go with Azazel, and so everyone created magic circles disappearing from Sirz's office. Seconds later they appeared in Gregory where Azazel, Penemu and Barakiel were, more than attentive to what they saw. Sirz saw where Azazel was looking and was surprised as were the other demons and the two angels. Azazel, noticing their presence, said, take care, because this fight will be something you will never forget. And out of nowhere a huge armchair appeared where everyone sat and watched the magic circle very carefully. Back to the fight, Issei continued transforming, causing the entire earth to begin to shake, causing earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms in the human world. While Issei continued transforming, in Issei's subconscious, a huge ape appeared, roaring, and then a teenage Issei, a baby Issei, and the ape roaring again were seen. Outside of Issei's consciousness, he finally gave a great scream, and a huge silver glow could be seen. Chapter 17 Issei vs a star. After the immense glow disappeared, a completely different Issei could be seen. Issei says seriously, sorry for the delay. The mysterious guy says you have great power, so I want to know the name of the last idiot who faced me. Issei answers, my name is Issei Otsutsuki. The mysterious subject answers with Issei, I will give you the honor of knowing my name, since it will be the last thing you hear. My name is Omega Shin Shenlog. Can you call me Omega Shenlog? Issei answers. Well, now that the introductions are over, what do you think about starting the dance? And without saying anything, Issei and Omega Shenlong launched themselves at each other, starting a big fight. But the spectators in Gregory, the angels, fallen angels and demons were surprised. Seeing that fight, they couldn't believe that Issei had so much power. Back in the fight, Issei and Omega Shenlong continued fighting. Without caring about anything and with a wave of their blows, they began to destroy the certain Issei. He kicked Omega Shenlong in the stomach, sending him into the air. Issei disappeared and appeared above Omega Shenlong, giving him a powerful hammer blow sending him to the ground, but before he crashed into the ground, someone was heard shouting final glow, hitting Omega Shenlong directly, causing a huge explosion and a large smoke screen. Issei saw who launched that attack to see the guy with earrings. Issei was going to speak when the whole place began to shake. And from the great explosion caused by the attack of the mysterious subject, Omega Shenlong came out somewhat injured and looked furious. Omega Shenlong screams, damn disgusting monkeys, I will kill them all to greatly increase their power. And the mysterious subject will be launched on the mysterious subject, and Bran and Peer, seeing that, increased their power to the maximum. And they launched themselves against Omega Shenlong in a great fight where it could be seen that Omega Shenlong had the advantage. But the mysterious subject Bran and Peer did not make it easy for him, since they began to hurt him. Issei, seeing this, also flew quickly in the direction of Omega Shenlong, thus changing the balance again. In favor of the four Saiyans since Omega Shenron had trouble keeping up with them, especially Issei. Issei, in a small oversight by Omega Shenlong, gave a powerful blow to Omega Shenlong's chin, sending him flying through the air. Seeing that, Issei flew towards Omega Shenlong and gave him a shower of blows. But Omega Shenlong didn't leave him in the air. Issei kept hitting Omega Shenlong, but Omega Shenlong. He took out his horns, piercing Issei through his entire body, stopping his blows. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, smiled evilly. And said Dragon Fury, giving a powerful shock to Issei. Seconds later the shock stopped, releasing Issei from his horns and sending him to the floor as if he were garbage, but before Issei could fall, Omega Shenlong charged a large sphere of Kai, sending it in Issei's direction. And when it made contact with Issei's body, it caused a huge explosion. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, smiled evilly and without saying anything else, launched himself against the three remaining Saiyans. The mysterious subject Bran and Peer launched themselves again in the direction of Omega Shenlong. And Omega Shenlong to start a great fight again, but when the mysterious subject was going to hit Omega Shenlong, the earrings they had were destroyed and two new Omega Shenlong subjects appeared. Upon seeing this, he smiled maliciously and mercilessly grabbed the two men by the face, throwing them to the ground and beginning to drag them face first against the ground, making them scream in pain. Bran and Peer, seeing this, without hesitation, launched themselves in the direction of Omega Shenlong. But Omega Shenlong had already felt his Kai. Peer and Bran, very close to Omega Shenlong and ready to hit him. Omega Shenlong takes out his horns from his back, ready to seriously injure them, but before he could do that, he hears someone shout great caution, hitting Omega Shenlong squarely and sending him flying a few meters. Of the two mysterious subjects, Bran and Peer, Omega Shenlong recovers from the attack about 4 meters away. Peer, Bran and the two mysterious subjects Omega Shenlong furiously shouts who was the bastard, so that he could see Issei walking in his direction with the top of his fighting doji destroyed with large wounds and bleeding all over his body. But the most curious thing is that he was in his Super Saiyan White Phase 1 state and his wounds were regenerating and he was healing. Omega Shenlong screams, "Damn monkey, how are you still alive? I'm sure my last attack should have killed you." Issei answers, "That's right, your attack would have killed me if I weren't immortal." After saying that, Issei continued walking in the direction of Omega Shenlong. While Issei continued walking, he began to release rays and began to be surrounded by a large red aura that looked like fire. Issei stopped to give a great shout and release more lightning, and the red aura that surrounded him became more intense. The later show Issei in Super Saiyan, except that he had red hair. And his Kai stopped being felt somewhere in the universe. You could see a large flash of energy traveling at full speed. And within the great flash you could see Thabia, the beautiful destructive goddess of Universe 13, Yukronika, the beautiful Kaishin of Universe 13, Yadayan, her angel and Thabia's teacher. Thabia says, "There's a lot of Falfa, Kronika." Kronika answers, "There's not much left, Thabia-sama, why are we already here?" And as they said that, they appeared in front of a large castle that was floating with pillars representing the 18 universes. When the doors of the great castle were opened, revealing a small blue-skinned man with white hair and blue clothes. Dayan and Kronika, upon seeing him, say it's a pleasure to see him. To Shinken-sama, Dayan says it's a pleasure to see him, father. The Shinken responds, "It's a pleasure to see you, but please come in." The others are waiting, as the Zeno-sama want to make a statement. "So follow me like this." The three beautiful women followed Shinken, entering the great palace of the kings of all. Already inside the palace were the destructive gods, the Kaishin and the angels, and in front of them were two small people on two floating thrones, along with four men. Abu along with Dayan and Kronika went with the other gods to Shinken. Seeing this went along with the two Zeno-samas. The Shinken says, "Well, the reason all the gods were gathered is because their mortality has been decreasing. The two kings of all have been reviewing the 18 universes, and that is why we have gathered all the gods. To make a tournament between the 18 universes, and 10 warriors from each universe will represent their universe. And once the 10 warriors of the universe that will be destroyed in addition to the former gods of each universe will be able to participate in this tournament. And the winner of the tournament will be granted a wish. The tournament will be in 2 weeks. In addition, the former gods will be able to fight freely without worrying about destroying their universe, since this tournament it will be in the world of nothingness." Some gods upon hearing that smiled, thinking they already had the victory in the bag. The Shinken says, "That was all, so you can now retire to your universes." All the gods bowed to leave. Once all the gods left the interior of the castle of the kings, they all retreated with their Kaishin and angel. And in a matter of minutes Thabia along with Kronika and Dayan had already arrived in their universe. Kronika says, "Thabia-sama is very worried and we must hurry to find the 10 strongest warriors in our universe, or we will be lost. Besides, the ancient destroyer gods are not weak at all, especially Bill-sama." Thabia answers, "You're right. We're looking for the 10 warriors who will represent our universe. So how should we train them so that they reach a decent level and are not just mere meat?" Kronika says Thabia-sama has someone in mind. Thabia responds, "Probably Dayan." Iva speaks when his staff begins to glow. Dayan, very interested, says that her seat now when Dayan sees what her staff showed her and smiled amusedly. Thabia says, "What's up, Dayan?" Dayan answers, "Thabia-sama, it seems Issei has a very interesting fight." Thabia responds, "It's surely against another human." Dayan responds, "It's not that, Thabia-sama. That guy isn't even human, and with Issei there are 4 more Saiyans plus Thabia." Upon hearing that from Dayan, she was quite surprised. Just like Kronika. Kronika says, "Dayan-sama, Thabia-sama, it is not supposed that in our universe there were no Saiyans, since they were exterminated by a meteorite that destroyed their planet, killing all the Saiyans." Thabia answers, "That's a good question, but let's see this fight. Something tells me we'll see a miracle." So Thabia, along with Dayan and Kronika, began to watch the fight back to Earth. In the fight between Issei and Omega Shenlong was surprised by Issei's new transformation. But the strangest thing is that he couldn't feel his Omega power. Shenlong says, "What the hell is that transformation?" Issei continued walking in the direction of Omega Shenlong and the 4 Saiyans and answers seriously, "This is what he looks like." The Saiyan, upon mastering the power of the gods, Omega Shenlong shouts furiously, "The power of the gods, that is stupid." Issei responds, "Think what you want," and without saying anything else, Issei disappears and appears in front of Omega Shenlong, giving him a powerful hook sending him flying through the air, and Issei disappears again appearing above Omega Shenlong, giving him a blow with his hammer, sending him back to the ground. Issei raises his hand in the air, creating a huge sphere of blood-red energy, and shouts Requiem Ignio, sending the gigantic attack in the direction of Omega Shenlong, causing a gigantic exploration, destroying the uncertainty completely and raising a gigantic smokescreen. When the great smokescreen disappeared, Of the great desert that was once only there was a gigantic crater and of Omega Shenlong, not even his ashes remained, and where the four Saiyans were, they were surrounded by a blue energy barrier. Bran said he killed Omega Shenlong, Peer said, calm down Bran, one of the mysterious subjects says, and who created this barrier? And the moment he said that the barrier broke and the four Saiyans flew in Issei's direction. Issei, upon seeing them, asks the two mysterious subjects if one of the mysterious subjects can still fight. Answer. We don't have enough energy to continue fighting. Issei answers, that won't be a problem. And in his hand appear red spheres. Throwing them at the two mysterious subjects. The two mysterious subjects were already ready to attack, but when they saw that the two spheres surrounded them and felt how their power was returning. One of the mysterious subjects asks why you returned our energies to us. Issei answers why he needed help to defeat Omega Shenlong. Since although this transformation is very powerful, it consumes industrial quantities of Kai, I think I made a big mistake by not training my body correctly for the wear and tear of this transformation. One of the mysterious subjects asks what is the name of that transformation and Issei answers. Super Saiyan Red God. One of the mysterious subjects says good name, but allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Son Gohan, but can you call me Gohan? The other mysterious subject says my name is Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Bran says nice to meet you, my name is Bran. Peer says nice to meet you, my name is Peer. Issei, he replies, it's a pleasure to meet you, but I'm afraid we'll have to leave this conversation for later. After Issei finished saying that, something resembling pink bubblegum began to appear out of nowhere. Starting to gather, showing Omega Shenlong without a scratch, Vegeta said I forgot that bastard could regenerate. Omega Shenlong screams furiously, damn monkey, I'll kill you. Omega Shenlong was surrounded by his dark purple Kai, and he began to scream. While he was beginning to do so, surrounded by black rays, the sky darkened and a gigantic Kai began to expel Omega Shenlong, causing his body to begin to crack, and finally Omega Shenlong gave a powerful scream. And a great dark glow causing everyone to close their eyes. Due to the intense glow, seconds later everyone was able to open their eyes. They opened them in surprise upon seeing Omega Shenlong's new transformation. Omega Shenlong disappears in a second and appears in front of Issei, giving him a powerful blow that Issei could barely block. Omega Shenlong, seeing this, begins to rain down blows on Issei, who could barely block them. And in a small oversight by Issei, Omega Shenlong gives Issei a powerful blow to the stomach, sending him flying. Omega Shenlong immediately hit a careless Vegeta, and Gohan hit Bran and Peer, sending them flying. Issei was able to recover from Omega Shenlong's blow. To launch himself against the Omega Shenlong, seeing that action on the part of Issei, he tried to hit him, but to his surprise and that of those present, Omega Shenlong's blow pierced Issei as if he were a ghost, and Issei gave Omega Shenlong a powerful blow to the stomach that made him spit blood, sending him to heaven. Seeing that, Issei launched himself at Omega Shenlong, giving him a shower of blows. Where Omega Shenlong could do nothing, simply take Issei's blows until Issei hears a very familiar voice speak. Omega Shenlong, seeing how careless Issei was, recovers to give Issei a big blow, sending him a few meters away. Issei recovers from Omega Shenlong's blow and says mentally, you know you interrupted me at the best part, Imperious. The so-called Imperious says don't even complain, and that I've told you that you can call me father, but anyway, don't talk to me for that. It's about your fight. The Earth will no longer support any more power released by you, much less using the Super Saiyan Star Lake. Take it to one of the planets that your eyes allow you to enter. Issei answers, okay. Bye. And without further ado, the conversation by telepathy ended. Issei gives a great shout, making his aura explode and raising his Kai to the maximum. And without further ado, he launches himself against Omega Shenlong. Omega Shenlong, seeing how Issei went against him, tries to hit him. But again his blow pierced Issei as if he were a ghost. Issei, when he finished piercing Omega Shenlong, he gave Omega Shenlong a big blow to his back, sending him flying. Seeing this, Issei went in Omega Shenlong's direction. To start giving him a rain of super fast blows and finally give him a kick that sent him to the sky. Issei, seeing how his plan worked in the direction where Omega Shenlong was going, began to open a black and blue portal. That Omega Shenlong was swallowed by the portal and Issei flew off in the direction of the portal, crossing it and disappearing. But Vegeta, Gohan, Bran, and Peer, they were barely recovering from the blows that Omega Shenlong gave them. Vegeta says damn insect, I'm careless. Gohan says, and where is Issei and Omega Shenlong? So that he could see the sky and see a black portal beginning to close. Gohan says, look, Vegeta, that portal, maybe Issei has the ability to open portals that take him to different parts of the universe. Vegeta answers, and what do you expect, insect walking? Gohan answers, is it okay Mr. Vegeta? And without further ado, the two flew at full speed in the direction of the portal. Bran and Peer, seeing that, also flew in the direction of the portal, crossing it and the latter closing. But the spectators in Gregory, they saw how Issei opened that portal to disappear inside it, just like Omega Shenron, Gohan, and Vegeta. Rias says, what happened, where is my Issei? Azazel, you better look for him. Azazel says, that's what I tried. But I can't find it because it doesn't give off even a trace of its power, it's almost impossible to find it. Bayonetta says, well, we're leaving. Penemu says, where are they going? Bayonetta answers with Issei's master. He says, where is Issei? Also, keep watching that fight. I'm successful. And more, seeing Issei transformed into his face, God, that was very exciting, Penemu says, and can I go with you? Bayonetta responds, no, Issei's master doesn't want them to know who he is, because if it is known who his master is, a scandal could arise. So goodbye. Just like that, Bayonetta along with the other women of Issei disappear in a magic circle. Michael says, well, after seeing Issei fight, there is no doubt that he has almost infinite power. Cersei answers that, there is no doubt, but no one should find out about this. We better prepare for the meeting we will have with Aden-sama and Yusaka-sama in a week. Azazel answers, you are quite right, Cersei, and without further ado, they all disappeared in magic circles, leaving only Azazel, Barakiel, and Penemu with their thoughts. Back with Issei and Omega Shenlong recovered from the blows that Issei gave him to notice that he was now in a certain place full of mountains. Omega Shenlong says in his mind, where the hell am I? This doesn't look like Earth, until he sees Issei come out of that strange portal. And finally, Gohan, Vegeta, Bran, and Pair Omega Shenlong appear. Scream, damn disgusting monkey, where the hell did you swallow me? Issei answers, welcome to the Genesis planet. Here I can fight seriously with my true power. Without holding back, Omega Shenlong shouts, come on, damn Issei. Without saying anything, he disappears in a second and appears in front of Omega Shenlong, giving him a blow to the stomach that made Omega Shenlong spit blood, and the massacre of Omega Shenlong began since Issei treated him like his bitch. Omega Shenlong tried to defend himself, wanting to hit Issei, but it was useless. Issei finally hit Omega Shenlong on his sword, sending him crashing into the mountains. And finally Issei erased one of his fingers, beginning to form a small purple sphere with rings around it. Issei shouts, swallow this cataclysmic orb, and without further ado, he threw the small sphere in the direction of Omega Shenlong, causing a huge explosion. And 7 golden spheres flew out. Bran was going to fly in the direction of the spheres, but Issei stopped him by stopping it with his hand. Bran was going to say something, but he saw how the spheres began to turn purple, and he saw how a smoke of the same color began to come out. And from that smoke 7 figures began to form. From the sphere of 2 stars, the figure of a green and cream-colored dragon was formed. From the sphere of 3 stars, the figure of a subject with a human appearance, blue in color with green parts, began to form. From the sphere of 4 stars began to form the figure of a subject with human appearance, golden and blue in color. From the sphere of 5 stars began to form the figure of a small red and cream-colored subject. From the sphere of 6 stars the figure of a woman with green skin and blue hair began to form. And from the sphere of 7 stars began to form the figure of an enormous blue and cream-colored being. And finally, from the sphere of a star, the figure of Omega Shenlong began to form. Just imagine him without the Omega Dragon Balls. Shenlong screams, damn, miserable, disgusting monkey, I'll kill you. Saying that, Omega Shenlong was covered with a large dark aura, and the sky began to darken. And the whole planet began to shake, and Omega Shenlong began to scream, causing great earthquakes on the planet and great blizzards. So that seconds later his skin began to scream and let out a great scream that destroyed a large part of the mountains. And leaving everyone sightless for a few seconds once Issei, Vegeta, Gohan, Bran, and Pair could see and swallow hard upon seeing Omega Shenlong's new appearance and feeling his monumental power. Omega Shenlong says he admires Issei's true power when he sees Omega Shenlong transformed and smiles. And he says, wow, this fight will be very interesting. Omega Shenlong, seeing how Issei continued with that stupid smile of superiority, said, damn, I'll kill you. Omega Shenlong looks in the direction of his brothers and shouts, kill them all, but leave me the red-haired idiot. And without further ado, the 6 evil dragons increased their power to launch themselves against Vegeta, Gohan, Bran, and Pair. Seeing this, they increased their power to the limit to launch themselves against the evil dragons. And Issei also increased his power to launch himself against Omega Shenlong, thus a monumental fight broke out. But Vegeta, he was fighting against the 6-star dragon who was a woman. They were fighting without quarter, but it could clearly be seen how Vegeta had the advantage. The 6-star dragon says, damn you, Vegeta, and says, shut up, damn insecto, then hits him with a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta in the air joins his hands and shouts final glow to fire a powerful beam of energy in the direction of the 6-star dragon, causing a huge explosion and raising a large smoke screen. After a few seconds and the smokescreen disappearing, the 6-star dragon flew off in Vegeta's direction, more than furious, thus starting the fight of punches, kicks and Kai blasts again. But Bran, he was facing the 3-star dragon. In a moment of carelessness, the 3-star dragon Bran gave a big blow to the 3-star dragon's stomach and then gave him an acha kick, sending the 3-star dragon to the ground, but before it crashed to the ground, Bran began to charge blue energy between his hands and began to say Kamehameha, sending a large blast of blue Kai against 3 stars, causing a large explosion and raising a large smoke screen. A few seconds passed where the smoke screen began to disappear, revealing the 3-star dragon without a scratch. Bran, seeing that, just clenched his fists, surrounding himself with a great golden aura and launching himself against the 3-star dragon, starting another great fight of punches, kicks and Kai blasts. With Gohan, he was facing off against the 4-star dragon. When Gohan was careless, the 4-star dragon gave Gohan a strong blow to the stomach, making him spit blood. And to top it off, the 4-star dragon hits Gohan with a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground, causing Gohan to crash into the ground, making a large crater with his fall and creating a large smoke screen, and this was seen by the quad-star dragon that was floating as if nothing had happened. It took a few seconds for the smoke screen to disappear, where a somewhat injured Gohan could be seen. The 4-star dragon saw this very funny and started laughing. Gohan heard the 4-star dragon laugh. Gohan clenched his fists and began to do surrounded by a red aura. Gohan shouted Kaioken for 10, and without further ado, he launched himself against the 4-star dragon to begin a great fight of fists, paws and Kai blasts. With Peer, she was facing the 5-star dragon where Peers was giving a flurry of punches and kicks to the 5-star dragon. But he could do nothing to defend himself with Issei. He was fighting against a 7-star dragon and against Omega Shenlong in Kasai mode. Issei was giving the 7-star dragon a good fight while Omega Shenlong watched this floating in the air with his arms crossed. But in the fight it was clear that Issei had the advantage as he was raining down punches and kicks on the 7-star dragon. Issei hit the 7-star dragon with his axe, sending it crashing to the ground, causing a large crater with its fall. Issei in the air charges a burst of green energy, sending it in the direction of the 7-star dragon, causing a huge explosion. And a large curtain of smoke. When the large curtain of smoke disappeared, you could see the 7-star dragon very wounded. Issei, seeing that, smiled. The 7-star dragon, seeing how Issei smiled, got angry, surrounding himself with his dark Kai and launching himself against Issei, starting a big fight. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, left the pose he had to launch himself against Issei. Issei, feeling Omega Shenlong's Kai go in his direction, kicked the 7-star dragon, sending it to the ground, and then Issei launched himself against it. Omega Shenlong and start a big fight where both Omega Shenlong and Issei were very evenly matched. Issei hit Omega Shenlong with his hammer, sending him crashing to the ground. In the air, Issei stretched out his hand and said, "Swallow this, Ignu Requiem." Omega Shenlong before crashing into the floor recovered in the air and seeing that Issei's attack was going in his direction, he deflected it as if it were nothing and seconds later launched himself against Issei, starting again a great fight where Omega Shenlong hit with much more power. Issei could barely defend himself, but in a moment of carelessness by Issei, Omega Shenlong gave him a big blow to the stomach after a blow from Acha, sending him to the floor. Omega Shenlong raised one of his hands, creating a large sphere of black and red, and shouted, "Swallow this, damn monkey, great sphere of resentment," throwing it at Issei, creating a huge explosion and raising a large smoke screen. Once the smoke screen disappeared and Issei could be seen with his fighting doji very destroyed and with large wounds that began to regenerate. And in his Super Saiyan white face one state, Omega Shenlong Albert smiled evilly. Issei, seeing that, expelled his dark aura and launched himself against Omega Shenlong. But it was useless since Omega Shenlong started treating Issei like a sack of garbage, giving him powerful blows that made Issei spit blood. Omega Shenlong gives Issei a powerful blow, sending him crashing against a large mountain, destroying him in the porosity and burying him in the rubble of the mountain. But Vegeta, he had already seriously injured the 7-star dragon. Vegeta gives a powerful blow to the 7-star dragon, sending it against a mountain, but before the 7-star dragon could crash, Vegeta raised his hand. And he said, "Die damn," and he threw the bing bang, killing the 7-star dragon and the 7-star sphere flying away. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, disappeared in a blink of an eye, appearing in front of Vegeta, giving him a powerful blow to the stomach, sending him to where Issei fell, and Omega Shenlong took the 7-star sphere, eating it and increasing its power. Back with Issei, he threw the rubble where he was buried when he saw Vegeta going in his direction. In his base state, Issei quickly took Vegeta and prevented him from crashing. In Issei's mind, Drake was worried about his partner. Drake says, "Partner, this guy has great power and you are no longer in the best condition." The Super Saiyan Red God takes away a lot of your power and your Kai reserves barely allow you to be in Super Saiyan White Phase 1. Isri mentally responds. I know Drake didn't want to go for that option since he thought he would never need it. Drake answers the sections, right, buddy. If Imperious Sama finds out about you, the tomatoes will kill us. Issei answers however he wants. We'll talk later because I have another matter. Drake answers in agreement, partner, cutting the mental link back to the real world after Issei stopped Vegeta. Vegeta said, that bastard, with one blow he detransformed me. Issei answers, that bastard has great power and I don't think I can face him alone, so I propose something to you. Vegeta responds and what do you propose? Insect Issei responds very seriously. We will have to merge. Vegeta responds, damn Insect, don't even think that I will merge with a lower class. Issei responds very seriously. This is not the time for your stupidity. That guy will kill us, or rather, he will kill all of you, since I am immortal. But no matter how immortal the Senkais are, I don't think they'll give me the power to kill them all. Vegeta answers very seriously, okay, Insect, we'll just merge because I don't want my daughter and granddaughter to die too, so let's do that stupid dance. Issei answers and who said we will use the Metamori dance? Vegeta answers then how can we not merge? Issei creates a magic circle from which a small black and gold box comes out. Issei took the small black and gold box and opened it to reveal 2 black Potara. Issei says are you ready and throws a Potara to Vegeta and begins to put it on Omega Shenlong, seeing that he quickly flew in the direction of Issei and Vegeta, but it was too late. Chapter 18. The appearance of Vegas the Supreme Warrior. In the previous chapter, Omega Shenlong, upon seeing the earrings he was wearing, shot off in the direction of Issei and Vegeta, but it was too late. The great light could be seen along with a gigantic presence that made the entire planet tremble and called the attention of all those who were fighting. Once the great light disappeared, a new being could be seen. This being had hair between Vegeta's base state and Issei's Super Saiyan White Phase 1 state, with red clothing with a black trench coat, a blue belt, and white and black gloves, and boots of the same color as the gloves, and with a Rincharingan shining with power. Omega Shenlong says, who the hell are you, the new being? I answer. I am neither Issei nor Vegeta. My name is Vegeta-sama, and I am in charge of ending his miserable existence. Omega Shenlong starts laughing and says you make good jokes, you kill me, and without further ado, Vegas disappears, appearing in front of Omega Shenlong, giving him a powerful blow that sends him flying. Vegas sees everywhere and when he saw that Bran was having problems, he disappeared in a second, appearing in front of the 3-star dragon. Giving him a powerful blow, sending him flying, Bran, seeing Vegas, was surprised and blushed slightly. Vegas disappears again and appears in front of the 3-star dragon, giving it a powerful blow that sent it flying and crashing into some mountains. Bear blushed a little, says, Grandpa Vegas, just smiles and looks in Omega Shenlong's direction. Omega Shenlong looks at Vegas and says, don't think too much of yourself, miserable monkey. That stupid operation will only last a short time. Vegas, upon hearing that, began to laugh and replied, you really are a stupid being, Omega Shenlong, upon hearing how that disgusting monkey made fun of him. He increased his power and launched himself against Vegas. Vegas smiled when he saw that and launched himself against him. Omega Shenlong starting a big fight where Omega Shenlong and Vegas were very evenly matched. But if you paid close attention to the fight, Vegas was smiling and was just playing with Omega Shenlong. And this continued for several minutes until Vegas started to get somewhat serious and began to humiliate Omega Shenlong. Giving him a big blow to his stomach making him spit blood, then giving him a spinning kick, sending him flying in the direction of some mountains. Seconds later, Issei stretches out his hand, charging a sphere of energy of blue and green color. Vegeta says, swallow this, Omega Bing Bang, throwing it at Omega Shenlong, causing a huge explosion and raising a large smoke screen. But the evil dragons, these seeing how their brother was humiliated by that disgusting monkey. Some were wounded and others left their fights to attack Vegas. Vegas, seeing this, just smiled. And began to dodge the attacks of the evil dragons as if this was nothing. This began to greatly anger the evil dragons. Vegas, starting to get bored, began to attack the evil dragons without giving them any chance. He gave a powerful blow to the stomach of the 4-star dragon, sending it flying. To then stop a kick from the 3-star dragon and finish him off with a blow to the stomach, sending him to the floor. And then face the 5-star and 6-star dragon, humiliating them greatly. To then throw them against some mountains destroying them, but seconds later Vegas felt an enormous Kai where he sent Omega Shenlong, who flew surrounded by his dark Kai at full speed in Vegas's direction. Vegas, seeing how Omega Shenlong was going in his direction, could only give a huge smile and launched himself towards Omega Shenlong, starting their great fight again. But Bran, Peer and Gohan, they were more than surprised by the immense power of Vegas. Gohan says his power is comparable to that of Vegeta Phase 4. it even surpasses it by far. And that still hasn't transformed Peer answers, but remember that Issei transformed, he had red hair and his power couldn't be felt at all. He mentioned something about that being the appearance a Saiyan took when he had the power of a god. But that should be impossible, there is no Super Saiyan god or not one that I have ever heard of. Bran answers, I wonder what his true power is, since he's kicking Omega Shenlong's ass. Gohan answers you're right while in another part of Universe 13 there was Thabia Dayan and Chronica. Watching the fight and the great power of the new being that appeared, Dayan, somewhat surprised, says, Ara, it seems we already have an ace up our sleeve for the multiversal tournament. What will the kings of all celebrate? Thabia answers, you are very right, Dayan. In addition to having great power, and even though he hasn't transformed yet, I wonder what his power will be when using divine transformations. Chronica responds. There is no doubt that the Saiyans are fearsome beings, but I wonder who that boy's teacher is. I highly doubt that he has been trained by a mere mortal or one of those pathetic earthly gods. Dayan answers that too, we tried to find out, and he also has some techniques very similar to Bill Sama, I wonder why. Thabia responds Dayan, don't give it too much thought, let's just watch the fight. Back on the planet Genesis Vegas and Omega Shenlong continued fighting, destroying everything they passed through. And creating powerful shock waves, but clearly Vegas was in the lead by far and began to humiliate Omega Shenlong, causing him to start to get furious. Vegas punches Omega Shenlong in the stomach, making him spit blood and double over in pain, and finally finishes him off with a rat punch, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. Vegas in the air raises his hand beginning to create a small sphere that then began to grow taking the size of a sun. You see it says swallow the supernova. Sending the technique in the direction of Omega Shenlong, but suddenly 5 attacks went in the direction of the supernova colliding for the domain. Vegas looked more closely at where those attacks were coming from to see the 5 remaining evil dragons, and they seemed to be making a great effort to stop Vegas's technique. Vegas seeing that made him smile and increased the power of his attack a little more, beginning to win the power clash. The evil dragons, seeing how their attack began to lose, increased their power. But that was useless since Vegas's supernova was winning, the evil dragons increased their power to the maximum again and began to have some advantage against Vegas's attack. Vegas, seeing how his attack began to retreat, increased the power of his attack even more. The evil dragons, seeing how their attack began to be devoured by Vegas's, surrounded themselves with their negative energy. Seconds later, Vegas's supernova collided with the evil dragons, causing a gigantic explosion and a large smoke screen. And making the whole planet tremble, Vegas smiled in the air as he felt an immense amount of negative energy. And after the smokescreen disappeared, the evil dragons could be seen with a new appearance and overflowing gigantic amounts of negative chi. The 3-star dragon had a new appearance. Which made it look more imposing, the 4-star dragon also had a new appearance. Same as the 2-star dragon. As well as the 6-star dragon. The 5-star dragon. The evil dragons with their new appearances looked where Vegas was floating and without thinking twice they increased their monstrous power and launched themselves in Vegas's direction in a second. 3 stars appeared in front of Vegas, punching him, which Vegas blocked, and seconds later the 4-star dragon appeared, kicking him. That Vegas blocked with his knee, and seconds later Vegas hit him with a 3-star blow to the face, sending him a few meters away. He also kicked the 4-star dragon, sending it alongside the 3-star dragon. Vegas says this is getting interesting, then I'll level up too, and without further ado Vegas gave a powerful scream covering him in a golden light. When the light disappeared Vegas was already transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 1. The entire planet began to tremble from the great power that Vegas emanated. The evil dragons, upon sensing that great power, became somewhat nervous. While Bran, Peer and Gohan were more than surprised to feel that immense power. Gohan says there is no doubt the warrior who was born from Lord Vegeta and Issei looks more like a god than a mortal. Peer says unconsciously and a very handsome one on the planet of the destructive goddess was Thabia Chronica and Dayan, very surprised by the great power of Vegas. Dayan says his power is comparable to that of Sidra. Sama Thabia answers. Dayan knows very well that Sidra is the most vile destructive god among the 18. But it is very surprising that this being has the power of Sidra just by transforming into Super Saiyan Phase 1. Chronica also responds that the mortal Issei Hyoudou has great power for his young age and also masters the power of the gods. Thabia answers that is the question that I ask myself. It must have been a destroyer god or former destroyer god who will teach him how to master divine Kai, and all the former destroyer gods are with the new destroyer god. Dayan answers except one. Thabia answers, and who would that be? Dayan answers one who can fight against all the former destroyer gods and the new ones and even fight against the 18 angels, and that without even trying. And that's without even getting into that form because if I got into that form we'd all be screwed. Nervous Chronica responds to the case. You're referring to the former destroyer god of Universe 7 and Bill Sama Imperius's former master. Abya answers these crazy Dayan Imperius disappeared millennia ago without even leaving a trace. Asinkan Sama himself and Zeno Sama searched for him throughout the 18 universes and dimensions and could never find him. And you think that among the 8 universes, he is in mine? That is a great stupidity. Dayan answers Sevail, Dream Thabya Sama. Abya responds, let's forget this conversation and continue watching the fight back on the Genesis planet. Vegas transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 1 was giving a great beating to the 5 evil dragons who could do little to defend themselves. Vegas was fighting against the 2-star dragon and the 6-star dragon when the entire planet began to shake, feeling a gigantic negative energy. They hear a great scream starting to shake the entire planet Genesis, starting to fall lightning that will destroy everything in its path. And from the rubble where Vegas sent Omega Shenlong, he began to float out surrounded by a sphere of dark and negative energy. And it began to break like glass and gain enormous power, revealing the new appearance of Omega Shenlong. Vegas, seeing Omega Shenlong's new form, says this is going to get much more interesting. Omega Shenlong, without saying anything, disappears from Vegas's sight, appearing in front of him and punching him in the face, sending him flying. Vegas was more than surprised by that speed since he had never seen him move. Vegas reacted quickly and increased his power, stopping him in mid-air and seconds later launching himself against Omega Shenlong. Omega Shenlong and the evil dragons, seeing this, launched themselves against Vegas in a legendary fight. Chapter 19 The power of the seers is revealed. In the previous chapter, Vegas launched himself against Omega Shenlong. Omega Shenlong, seeing this, along with the other evil dragons, launched himself against Vegas, starting a legendary fight. Vegas started a great fight against Omega Shenlong and the other evil dragons, where shock waves could be seen where Vegas is fighting the 6 evil dragons. The 3-star dragon and the 4-star dragon tried to hit him, but their blows pierced Vegas. Seeing this, 2 black spheres appeared in his palms, hitting them in the stomach. The 3 and 4-star dragon sending Legos flying and causing a huge explosion where 2 screams were heard. Omega Shenlong, seeing that from Vegas, disappeared again, appearing behind Vegas with a red energy sphere, hitting a careless Vegas. Sending him flying and creating a gigantic explosion. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, crossed his arms, but he didn't expect Vegas to appear behind him, giving him a powerful blow, sending him flying. The 2-star dragon, seeing this, launched himself at Vegas, trying to hit him, but Vegas dodged him, giving him a powerful blow to the stomach, causing him to spit blood. They take it by the tail and slam it against the ground, creating a small crater with the body of the 2-star dragon. And seconds later the 5-star dragon and the 6-star dragon appear, giving a blow and a kick that went through Vegas's body. Once the 2 dragons pierced Vegas, he created 2 black spheres in his hands that he embedded in the backs of the 2 dragons, sending them flying and creating another great explosion. But then Omega Shenlong appears, giving Vegas a beating, which pierced Omega Shenlong when he saw how Issei tried to hit him. Omega Shenlong landed a blow that Vegas blocked. Omega Shenlong says I already know your secret. You have a few seconds to become intangible, but you can't be intangible and fight at the same time. Vegas answers you are very clever, look how discovering how my technique works is really a feat. Omega Shenlong says, now I'll kill you, damn monkey, Vegas. Answer. I want you to try it and then Vegas will whisper Shinra Tensei. Sending Omega Shenlong flying you see once I send Omega Shenlong flying. Omega Shenlong flew in his direction. He wondered what the hell happened and felt a great force send him flying. But he didn't give it any more importance when he saw Vegas going in his direction. Omega Shenlong quickly recovers and launches himself against Vegas. Starting a huge fight where shock waves and lightning could be seen when their fists collided. Making the whole planet begin to tremble due to the great power of those 2, Peer says their power has no limits. Who would say that the function of my grandfather Vegeta and Issei would result in that being something that would make Vegeta or Vegeto himself turn green with envy, and that's only in Super Saiyan Phase 1. I don't even want to think about what will happen when he transforms into that Super Saiyan Red God. Gohan answers, you're right Peer, his power has no limits. I'm very happy to know that we found someone like Issei and that he's a good person. But if they keep fighting like this, they'll destroy Planet Bran. Reply, I agree with you, Dad. Back to the fight, Vegas and Omega Shenlong continued fighting, destroying everything in their path. When the 3-star dragon appears, the 4-star dragon, the 2-star dragon, the 5-star dragon and the 6-star dragon are somewhat injured and without further ado, they begin to fight against Vegas. Vegas just smiled and began his fight against the 6 evil dragons. The 6 evil dragons tried to hit Vegas, but it was useless. All their punches and kicks were blocked or dodged by Vegas. The only one who was more or less at his level was Omega Shenlong, but even he had trouble keeping up with Vegas. Omega Shenlong screams, "Damn unhappy, how dare you mock me," and began to increase his power. Sending his brothers flying with the immense power of Omega Shenlong. Vegeta says with a big smile, "This will be a lot of fun." Omega Shenlong launches himself against Vegeta, appearing in front of him. Vegeta, seeing this, tries to hit him when Omega Shenlong disappears, appearing behind Vegeta, giving him a kick that sends him flying. Omega Shenlong appears above Vegeta, giving him a powerful hammer blow, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a huge crater. With his fall, Omega Shenlong creates a huge red sphere with black touches in the air. And screams, dies, "Damn galactic extermination Minky," throwing the large sphere in the direction of the crater where Vegeta was located. Vegeta began to leave the crater and saw a large sphere of energy approaching him quickly in his direction. Vegeta placed both hands near his waist and began to charge power, beginning to form an ace of light colored purple with green. Vegeta shouts Omega Garlic. Launching his attack in the direction of Omega Shenlong's attack, both techniques clashed to see who would win the clash of power. But no technique was given to Omega Shenlong, seeing that, he increased his power even more, beginning to push back Vegeta's attack. Vegeta, seeing this, simply smiles and increases the power of Super Saiyan Phase 1 to the maximum, making Omega Shenlong's attack Rottreseter. Omega Shenlong, seeing that, expelled all his power that he had in that transformation. Matching Vigi's attack, lightning began to come out of Vigi's body, his hair stood up even more, and he expelled an immense amount of power. That was swung in every corner of Universe 13 and was felt in other universes, it could even be felt by the great priest Sinkin. On the planet of the destructive goddess of Universe 13, Thabu was more than surprised to feel that immense power that had already surpassed several destructive gods. Ain says, "Wow, Thabu-sama, I see this is getting very interesting, and I'm sure this will catch the attention of other destroyer gods." Thabu and Kronika just stayed silent. In another part of the 18 universes, Shinken was located. Somewhat impressed by feeling that power that had already surpassed several destructive gods. Shinken says this will be a lot of fun. "I'm sure the kings of all will be happy to see this fight. And I am also sure that this power could be felt by the 18 universes," and without further ado, Shinken went inside the castle of the kings of all. Inside the castle there were two small blue beings. And behind them two taller green beings. One of the small beings happily asks, "What you want, Shinken?" Shinken responds, "My kings will love to see this," and with his power, Shinken creates a hologram where you can see Vegeta transforming into Omega Shenlong, more than surprised by the immense power that it sent. But the Xeno-samas seeing that they became very happy since they could see another incredible fight. In Universe 14 on a beautiful planet there was a beautiful black-haired woman with a more than enviable body and dressed in black and white leather clothing with a white cape. This beautiful woman is Nuit, the destructive goddess of Universe 14, and I was somewhat impressed when I felt that enormous power. And a beautiful blue-skinned woman wearing the typical angel clothing. Nuit sentis that power Sapphire. The beautiful woman called Sapphire answers, "That's Nuit-sama." Nuit answers this, "We have to inform the kings of all, if the being that gives off such power is a threat to the 18 universes, I will kill him personally, so Sapphire, take me to the palace of the kings of all as quickly as possible." Sapphire answers, "As you say Nuit-sama," and without further ado Sapphire, along with Nuit, disappeared in an enormous pillar of light towards the palace of the kings of all. In Universe 15 on a beautiful planet there was a beautiful woman with pink hair and a killer body. At the moment of feeling that great power, only a beautiful woman with blue skin, white hair, blue clothes and a killer body could smile. Says Cirrus Entis, "That great power," the one named Cirrus answers, "That's right, Mikishin Lodger sent it that power, although it is not that of a god, but his power has already surpassed several gods, and that interests me." Mikishin laughs lightly and says, "Wow, Cirrus. This is the first time I've seen you interested in something." Cirrus replies, "I'm sure the owner of that power is some stupid mortal playing at being a god." Mikishin answers, "Because he wants to see it. I think this will interest him a lot." Cirrus answers, "Okay, Mikishin. It's fine, I'm wasting my time like this." Mikishin smiles at the comment and with his power and the help of his baculo, a hologram of Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan Phase 2. In Universe 16 on a beautiful planet there was a beautiful brown-haired woman with a killer body. And a beautiful woman with blue skin and white hair with a hoop on her head, wearing the typical angel clothing, but somewhat modified. The beautiful woman says she managed to feel that power, Nasely. The one named Nasely answers, "Yes, she is Elizabeth, but that doesn't interest me. The owner of that power doesn't even come close to me. You know that I am one of the most powerful destructive goddesses. My power is almost on par with Shinken-sama's." Elizabeth responds, "You are right, Nasalin, and I believe that they can also feel that power." Nasalin responds, "I think they would feel that power, but I doubt very much that they would be interested in who wields such power, since it is not even the power of a god." Elizabeth sighs and replies, "You're quite right, Nasely." In Universe 17 on a beautiful planet was a beautiful woman with brown fur on her chest, as well as a pair of ears of the same color. When she felt that power, something impressed another beautiful woman with blue skin and white hair, wearing the typical clothing of angels. Question felt that great power. Yuma answers, "That's how it is, Yui, but it's not a big deal, although something impressive for its power. No, anyway, not even the being with that power would be able to even reach my shoes." Yui answers, "You are very right, Yuma." In Universe 18 on a beautiful planet there was a beautiful woman with purple hair and a killer body. This beautiful woman is a Nin goddess, destroyer of Universe 18 and one of the most powerful. Nin Sinsho the great power of Vegas, and something is surprised a beautiful white-haired woman with blue skin color. And with the typical angel clothes, only slightly modified in black, Nin asks Entis about that great emerald power. The named emerald answers, "That way, it's Nin, and that is a great power, even if that power is deadly." Nin responds, "Well, he must have a great power that even I could feel." Esmeralda responds, "That must be Nin." But you know what's interesting about this power is that this power is from Universe 13. Nin answers, "That is very interesting." Nin says, "Esmeralda, the one who gives off this great power must be fighting, that's why he expelled that great power." Esmeralda created a hologram of Vegas transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and Nin was surprised to see that. Nin says, "Esmeralda, tell me from which universe that being is." Esmeralda. Answer. That being is from Universe 13, his name is Vegas, and he is the result of a Pathara fusion. Nin answers, "Interesting, very interesting, if that Vegas appears in the multi-universal tournament, things will get very interesting." He said it with a big laugh. Back in Universe 13 Vegas, he gave off such monstrous power that it was causing the entire planet to begin to shake and the environment to change colors between red, blue, green and purple. Towards the end, he gave a great shout, creating a large curtain of dust and feeling a greater power that had already terrified some evil dragons. When the curtain of dust disappeared, Vegas's new appearance could be seen. But this one emitted blue rays all over its body. Vegas says, "Excuse the delay, it won't be long before I put an end to your miserable existences." The 5-star dragon says, "Who the hell do you think you are, unhappy, will kill you." But that was the last thing he said, since Vegas appeared in front of him, kicking him, sending him flying a few meters. And appearing above him, hitting him with a hammer, sending him to the ground and creating a large crater with his fall. Vegas appeared above him, stepping on him and picking him up by the neck and looks at his chest and says, "This belongs to me." And without further ado, Vegas pierced the 5-star dragon's chest, causing a great cry of pain from the dragon. So Vegas took out the 5-star sphere that disappeared into a small portal. The 5-star dragon was about to die, saying, "Damn, my god will kill you," spitting in your face, filling you with blood. Vegas stretched out his hand with which he took the sphere from him and said, "Die Basara Hakai," causing the 5-star dragon to scream in agony as he began to disappear into purple particles. Once the 5-star dragon Vegas disappeared, he looked in the direction of all the evil dragons and said, "Very well, with Vaseline or without Vaseline." "Hello," the 3-star dragon screams, "Damn, I'll kill you," and without further ado, he launches himself at Vegas. Vegas, seeing this, says, "Okay, it will be without Vaseline." And without further ado, Vegas launched himself against the 3-star dragon, followed by the rest of the other evil dragons in a great fight. In the palace of the kings of all the Xenosamas were watching very happily, and the breast of the future was imitating Vegas in the part with Vaseline or without Vaseline. And Dashinkan saw this very interested and more because Vegas could do the Hakai Xenosama of the past, he says very excitedly. Dashinkan calls all the destructive gods to watch this super exciting fight. Dashinkan answers, "As you say, Xenosama," and without further ado Dashinkan invoked his staff to call all the destructive gods, along with their angels. In Universe 1 on a large planet, a grey being with the typical clothing of a destroyer god was training. Next to him was a small being covered in a kind of black fur. And training with him was a blue-skinned man with the typical clothing of the angels. Chapter 20. The true power of Vegas is revealed. The 2 seers I was training stopped training and say, "What happened to Wamo?" The angel called Awamo answers, "Jiren-sama, Iwan-sama. The great priest Dashinkan-sama sent me a message informing me that the great kings of the whole require our presence immediately." Jiren answers, "We will go immediately," and without further ado, Iwano and Jiren go to where Awamo is and in a ray of light they disappear. In Universe 2 there were 2 beautiful women having tea. These beautiful women were Sherry, former goddess destroyer of Universe 2 and the new goddess destroyer of Universe 2. He was talking very calmly until his angel and teacher appeared. And Jairus-sama Serena-sama says, "The great priest Dashinkan sent me a message that the great kings of all require our presence." Serena replies, "We will go immediately," and in a great flash of white the 3 disappear. In Universe 4 they were taking away the former destroyer god of Universe 4. Along with the new destroyer god of Universe 4 called Piccolo training. Take it away panting heavily says, "Wow, Piccolo, you've become very powerful. I would dare say that you're at the same level as that idiot Bills, but since he has never shown his true power, no one knows what his true level is." Piccolo answers, "Thank you very much, take it away, Sama. Now I am very powerful, but even with this power, I am not even at the level of Goku or Vegeta." "Take it away," answer calmly, Piccolo. "I'm sure that somewhere in the universe a warrior with great power that will surpass Goku or Vegeta will appear." It says we continue with our training but are interrupted by their angel and teacher. What does Piccolo-sama say? Quitella-sama, the great priest Shinken-sama, sent me a message that the great kings of all require our presence. Quitella says, walking, Piccolo, we can't let the great Zeno-samas wait, and without further ado, Piccolo, Quitella, and their guardian angel disappeared in a flash of white. In Universe 5 was the former god destroyer of Universe 5. Called Iraq with the new destroyer god of Universe 5. Called Acrylis training. Iraq says, "Very well Acrylis, if we continue with this training very soon, you will be at the level of Vegeta or Goku, after all you have already surpassed me in power." Acrylis says, "Thank you very much Iraq-sama, surpass Goku or Vegeta-san to become the most powerful destructive god of the 18 universes." But then they are interrupted by their angel and teacher who says, "Iraq-sama, Acrylis-sama. The great priest Shinken-sama sent me a message that the great kings of the all require our presence." Iraq says, "Okay, Acrylis. It will be better if we go. We cannot keep the two kings of the all waiting." And without further ado, Iraq Acrylis and his angel disappear in a great flash of white. In Universe 6 there was the former destroyer god called Champa. Training with the new destroyer god of Universe 6 named Vegeta. Training Champa says, "Very well Vegeta, if you continue like this soon you will be able to surpass Son Goku, and you have already mastered the Mega Instinct perfectly." Vegeta responds, "Very soon I will be able to defeat Kakarado and prove that I am the destroyer god and the most powerful Saiyan of all time." Champa, upon hearing Vegeta say that, smiles and says, "But tell me what you think about the Oracle Fish's prophecy." Vegeta answers very seriously, "That must be a joke. It's impossible for someone to appear who is above the 18 universes." But in that they hear a sweet voice that says, "You're wrong, Vegeta-sama, there was already someone who was over the 18 universes." Champa responds, "Vados, what are you doing here? And you don't talk about him." The aforementioned Vados says, "That's right, Champa-sama. I'm talking about Sama Empires and more about that transformation. As I call her, Super Saiyan Infinity." Vegeta is very surprised and says, "Wait, are there more transformations apart from Starlight, Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3? Vados answers, "If Vegeta is Sama. What happened here is that you saw Mega Instinct as a transformation and not a divine technique. And his body assimilates it as if it were a transformation." Vegeta answers, "I see, and do you know how I can overcome the power of the Super Saiyan Starlight?" Vados answers, "The only thing I know is that he must have divine blood running through his veins and divine power since birth." "And has divine power but not divine blood," Vegeta said curse upon hearing that. Champa answers, "More important, what are you doing here, what are you doing here?" Champa answers that. "Sama de Shinken. Sama sent me a message that the two great Xeno-samas require our presence." Champa, upon hearing Vados say that, got very nervous and said, "Vegeta, Vados, let's go, we can't leave the Xenos-damas waiting," and without further ado, the three of them disappeared in a great flash of white. In Universe 7 there was the former god of destruction called Bills. Training with the new god of destruction of Universe 7 called Son Goku. Bill says, "Very well, Goku, you're doing very well with your training, and you can now maintain Ultra Instinct as your base state without straining yourself." Goku says, "Thank you very much Bills-sama, but I'm not at your level yet." Bills answers, "If he had trained you, I'm sure you would be more powerful than me." Goku responds to who Bills-sama is referring to. Bills responds to my master Imperius, the former destructive god of Universe 7, the most powerful of all time. Also, he was a very powerful Saiyan. Goku answers, "Wait. Bills-sama is telling me that his teacher was a Saiyan and where he is so he can ask him to train me." Bills answers, "Imperius disappeared millions of years ago from Universe 7 or any of the 18 universes. So it's impossible to find him." Goku answers, "Wow, that's impressive," but then they are taken out of their conversation when they hear someone say, "Bills-sama, Goku-sama. Excuse me for interrupting, but the great priest Shinken sent me a message telling me that the great kings of the whole world are coming to see us." Goku answers, "Wish. So the little Zens want to see us." Bill says, "Let's go, Goku, Whis, Zeno-sama wants to go. Let's not make him wait," and without further ado, the three of them disappear in a large white flash. In Universe 8 was Liquor, the former god destroyer of Universe 8. Training with a new destroyer god called Naruto Otsutsuki. Liquor says very well Naruto, keep it up and you will be very powerful. Naruto answers like this Otu-sama. Liquor says changing the subject Naruto, how is it going with your harem? Naruto answers very well, but what if Zeno-sama finds out that I'm with mortals? He will destroy them and punish me. Liquor answers that won't happen Naruto. If that were to happen, I would receive the punishment along with you, since I also broke the rules. Naruto responds to Otu-sama, but they are taken out of their conversation when they see their angel and teacher who says Liquor-sama Naruto-sama. Shinken-sama sent me a message telling me that the two great kings of the whole wish for your presence. Naruto answers okay we will go immediately and says Otu-sama walking and without further ado the three disappear in a flash of white. In Universe 9 there was the former destroyer god of Universe 9 called Sidra. Training with a new destroyer god called Frieza. Sidra says very well Frieza has already surpassed the power of your golden form and made it compatible with Hakai energy. Frieza responds that he expected from a prodigy like me, Sidra-sama, that I never train and when I train I get great results. And even more so now that I am a destructive god, Sidra says as I expected from my successor, but they are taken out of their conversation. Seeing his angel and master arrive, Frieza says. Sama Sidra. Sama to Shinken. Sama sent me a message telling me that the two great kings of all require our presence. Cider at Escher, that's what Frieza says very well, we can't leave Zeno-sama waiting. And without further ado, the three disappeared in a flash of white. In Universe 10 there was the former destroyer god called Rumush. Having tea with a new goddess of destruction called Aboros. Rumush says, well, Aboros, we've finished your training and you've mastered Ultra Instinct perfectly. I never thought that in my universe I would find a Saiyan, the last survivor of her race. Aboros responds, I'm flattered by his words, Rumush-sama, but even though my training is about to end, I'm not at the level of Goku-sama or Vegeta-sama. Since I can no longer break my limits, Rumush responds, stay calm, Aboros. With that power, you have surpassed me, and by far, including several gods. But then they hear a sweet voice say, don't worry, Aboros-sama, but the reason I'm here is because Shinken-sama sent me a message telling me that the two great kings of all want to see us. Rumush says very nervously walking Aboros we can't leave the Xenodamas waiting and without further ado the three disappeared in a flash of white. Chapter 20. The True Power of Vegas Revealed, Part 2. In Universe 11 was Vermouth the former destroyer god of Universe 11. Training with a new destroyer god called Toppo. Vermouth says very well Toppo, you have already surpassed my power. Very soon you will be one of the most powerful new destroyer gods of all. Toppo responds, thank you very much for your words, Vermouth-sama, but you know that as long as I can protect this universe from all evil, I am happy. Vermouth says you as simple as always Toppo, but in that they are taken out of their conversation and training by a beautiful voice. What does Toppo-sama say? Vermouth-sama, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but the great priest Shinken-sama sent me a message that the two great Xeno-samas require our presence. Vermouth answers very well, Toppo, we can't keep the kings waiting for anything, so we walk and then the three of them disappear in a great flash of white. In Universe 12 there was the former destroyer god of Universe 12 called Jean. Chatting with a new destroyer god called Azure. Jean says very well Azure you are one of the most powerful new destroyer gods of all. Azure responds arrogantly, that must be it after all, my master is very powerful and the strongest destructive god of the 18 universes. Jean responds, don't be so arrogant, Azure. Remember that Goku and Vegeta are more powerful than me and when combined, they are to be feared. Azure responds, but very soon I will overcome them, disgusting monkeys, but they are taken out of their conversation when they see their angel and teacher arrive who says Azure-sama Jean-sama. The great priest Shinken sent me a message that the two great kings of the whole wish to see you. Azure responds, it seems that those children have already realized my power and I would be trained by Shinken, he said, laughing. No, Azure answers, leave that nonsense for later and let's go, we can't leave the kings waiting at all. And without further ado he reluctantly followed Jean and the three of them disappeared in a great flash of white. While in the palace of the kings, they were watching how Vegas had transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 2. And they were very surprised. Zeno-sama from the future says that being has a lot of power. Zeno-sama of the past says to Shinken, have you already called the other gods to watch this interesting fight? Shinken responds, that's right, my kings, I already called them, and then Shinken feels their presence. Shinken smiles and says, it seems my kings have arrived. And then he left the palace to receive the destructive gods. Shinken says, welcome back, the kings of all are waiting for you. And without further ado, the destroying gods and former destroying gods along with their angels followed Shinken. Shinken says my kings all the gods have arrived. Zeno-sama from the past answers very well, Shinken can you make the hologram bigger so everyone can see this great fight? Shinken just be patient and do what Zeno-sama asked you to. At that all the gods are surprised to hear what Zeno-sama said and even more so to see the subject in the hologram. Goku says something surprised Vegeta that being looks a lot like when you and I fused and created Vegito. The Shinken says Goku-san is very right, that is the fusion of a Vegeta from an alternate dimension who never knew about divine power and a Saiyan hybrid called Issei Otsutsuki, and in that the Shinken shows a photo of Issei. That surprised some of the gods. Jeers, the former goddess of destruction of Universe 2, says, a face so beautiful and perfect, that is true beauty. Goku answers somewhat surprised and serious. To Shinken-sama, and from which universe is he, because I feel a great power capable of even fighting me in my Super Saiyan Starlight Face 1, and that's a lot. The Shinken answers that is what is interesting, since he is currently in Universe 13 which is guarded by Thabia, and the interesting thing is that he has control over Divine Kai, as well as knowing how to use Divine Kai, as well as his fighting style is very similar to Bill's. Vermouth answers, how is that possible? In Thabia's case, did he train any mortal to Shinken? He answers, I don't think so. Thabia has no desire to train anyone. Naruto says to Shinken-sama, if that boy claims to be an Otsutsuki, he must have the same eyes as me. The Shanken responds, that's right. Naruto-san Issei has the so-called eyes of God, the Rinnegan. But his eyes are very different from yours and shows a picture of Issei's eyes. Naruto responds somewhat surprised, those eyes are the same as the one on Kagaya's forehead. It must have powers very similar to those of Kagaya and me, as well as a unique ability. The Shinken answers that we will see in the course of the fight back to the Genesis planet Vegas with his new transformation into Super Saiyan Phase 2. I managed to return the attack to Omega Shenlong who could do little. Receiving the attack fully and causing a huge explosion, a few seconds passed and Omega Shenlong could be seen. Without an arm and a leg and bleeding, Vegeta smiled at seeing that. Omega Shenlong, seeing how Vegeta smiled, gets upset and regenerates at a high speed. Omega Shenlong screams, you damn disgusting monkey, I'll kill you. He surrounds himself with his dark aura and without further ado launches himself against Vegeta. Vegeta surrounds himself with his aura and launches himself against Omega Shenlong. And they started a big fight where Vegeta threw kicks and punches that Omega Shenlong could barely block. But he couldn't block them all. And receiving a powerful kick from Vegeta that sent him crashing into some mountains. Omega Shenlong's brothers, seeing this, launched themselves at Vegeta. 3 stars and 4 stars tried to hit Vegeta, but it was useless. Vegeta says I'm bored with trash. And without further ado, he grabbed 4 stars by the foot and slammed it against the floor, creating a small crater with its body. Vegeta in front of a 4-star hotel, grabs me by the neck, lifts me up and says, you have something that belongs to me. And without further ado, he pierced the 4-star chest, ripping out the Dragon Ball, making him scream in pain and the ball disappear into a portal. And taking his hand out of 4-star's chest, covered in blood, Vegeta says, shut up, trash. Your screams make me sick. And without further ado, he puts his hand covered in blood in front of 4 stars and says, disappear, Hakai. Making him scream in pain. 3 stars seeing that as they killed his brother full of anger he launched himself against Vegeta, but he had the same fate as the 4-star dragon. Vegeta says there are 4 trash, only 3 more are missing. Vegeta sees the 7-star dragon coming in his direction and 6-star Vegeta says, okay, smiles evilly and charges at the 2 dragons. Starting a massacre as the 7-star dragon was the first to attack. And tried to hit him, but Vegeta took his fist and mercilessly tore off his arm, making him scream in pain, and mercilessly pierced his chest and took out his sphere, making the sphere disappear and saying die Hakai. Making him scream more in pain, and the same fate befell the 6-star dragon. Vegeta says only the biggest trash is missing from the king's castle. Some gods were surprised both by the fact that Vegeta knew how to use Hakai and by how sadistic he was. Goku Silva and says, wow, Vegeta. I don't know if that kid is the sadist or if it's you. Vegeta doesn't respond. Oppo says it's very interesting how that being uses the Hakai, he uses it better than me in the Tournament of Power for the first time. And if I am not mistaken, the one who knows how to use the Hakai is that boy called Issei, but I wonder who trained him. But everyone hears a beautiful voice saying that same thing, I wonder, and some gods were surprised to see it. The Shinken responds Valanud. You were late in arriving and so were you, dear daughter Sapphire. Nude bows and says, to Shinken-sama Zeno-sama, I'm sorry for coming unexpectedly. But the power of that mortal caught my attention, and if he is a threat I will kill him myself. The Shinken responds, don't rush it, knight, and let's continue watching the fight. Besides, the great kings of all are very excited. And all the gods present saw the kings as they watched the fight with great attention. Goku says it seems the Zens are having a lot of fun. Vegeta answers, shut up, Kakarado. I wish to continue watching that being, Goku, respond calmly, Vegeta, don't get angry, but let's continue watching the fight and return their attention to the fight. On the planet Genesis where Vegeta sent Omega Shenlong flying, he gained great power. And a large black and violet ray shot into the sky at full speed. Vegeta's floating in the sky says fence it seems the oldest rat came out of hiding. Omega Shenlong goes in Vegeta's direction and screams, "You disgusting monkey, how dare you mock me? And where are my idiot brothers Vegeta? Answer that garbage, eliminate them, of course, first recover the Dragon Balls and then erase them from existence itself." Omega Shenlong says damn trash, I didn't want to use that power, but I see I have no choice. I will take your head to my god and then I will destroy this pathetic universe and without more Omega Shenlong was surrounded by a dark purple energy and rays began to appear as well as Omega Shenlong began to scream. Causing the planet Genesis and the entire universe to shake greatly. 13 and lightning began to fall on the planet Genesis, earthquakes appeared and lava began to come out everywhere. They began to destroy the planet and the entire planet Genesis was covered in a great light that blinded everyone. When the great light disappeared, everyone could see Omega Shenlong's new appearance. Vegeta, very surprised, says what the hell. Omega Shenlong smiles evilly and launches a Hakai at Vegeta, who barely dodges it, but the Genesis planet didn't have the same luck. And began to disintegrate quickly. Vegeta, seeing that, quickly disappears and appears next to Bran Peer and Gohan and says Kai Kai, disappearing from the Genesis planet. Which quickly disintegrated leaving Omega Shenlong floating in space. Omega Shenlong says, damn monkey, with those shop windows, but that was useless. I already found your miserable presence, and without further ado Omega Shenlong disappeared. Back with Vegeta, Bran Peer and Gohan, he appeared on a large planet covered in ice. With a kind of 2 moons Gohan says where are we Vegeta answers this is the planet Astros. Since Omega Shenlong erased the Genesis planet from existence, I had to teleport them to this place. But that being won't take long to know where I am, but I'm very surprised that he had that power stored away, especially when I felt how he gave off the power of a god. But then, all over the planet Astros, a monstrous presence appeared that no one except Vegeta could feel, and Gohan, Peer and Bran only felt a great shiver. Vegeta says it seems that it has already appeared. Chapter 20. The death of Omega Shenlong. Another enemy appears in Revelations. After Omega Shenlong saw the place where he appeared, he mentally said, where am I? Then he sees a golden flash flying in his direction. When the flash disappeared, it could be seen. Vegeta says welcome to planet Astro. This is one of my planets that I was able to enter with my eyes and that I myself believe this planet has a gravity 1,000 times that of Earth. And a temperature of absolute zero, but I see that it doesn't even tickle you. Omega Shenlong responds stop with the nonsense and I see that this damn planet will be your grave. Just like those 3 Saiyans plus Vegeta, he answers very seriously, that will never happen. But more importantly, where did you get that power from? Omega Shenlong, answer. You're very surprised disgusting monkey. Because you're not the only one who managed to master the power of the gods. This power was given to me by my god so that I could dominate the entire universe counting its dimensions. Vegeta answers. Well, that won't be possible. I'll kill you along with your god, Omega. Shenlong answers. That won't happen because I'll kill you right here. And without further ado, Omega Shenlong surrounds himself with his aura, but it was very different since it was reddish purple with dark color and without further ado, he launched himself against Vegeta. Vegeta, seeing this, surrounded himself with his Super Saiyan Phase 2 aura and launched himself against Omega Shenlong, starting a great fight where all you could see was a golden wrath with rays colliding with a reddish purple aura, creating shock waves. And destroying everything he passed. Issei threw punches and kicks, but if they paid more attention, they could see how Omega Shenlong was just playing with Vegeta. And in a moment of carelessness, Vegeta received a kick that sent him crashing into a large mountain of ice, destroying it. Omega Shenlong in the air says, you see him, disgusting ape, our great difference in power. Vegeta sees the sky where Omega Shenlong is and answers that way, it would be better if I level up, and without further ado, Vegeta was surrounded by his golden aura with rays. And began to expel his power violently while screaming, and where he was standing a gigantic crater was created that made the entire planet Astro tremble, and not only the planet Astro the entire universe 13 began to tremble. And then a gigantic golden glow appeared that covered the entire planet. When the glow disappeared, a very different Vegeta could be seen with much longer hair, in addition to his violent aura and lightning bolt surrounding him. Omega Shenlong says that stupid transformation, I already saw it, Vegeta says, oh, surprises will be what you get, Vegeta's eyes shone with power. And in the blink of an eye, he sent a small shock wave against Omega Shenlong, sending him flying. Vegeta, without wasting any time, disappears and appears above Omega Shenlong, giving him a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. creating a gigantic crater from the impact of the fall. Vegeta saw that floating in the air, and without further ado on Vegeta's back appeared 9 black spheres with dark violet touches and a violet energy surrounding them. Vegeta says Gudadamas, and without further ado, he surrounded himself with his electric golden aura and descended at full speed to where Omega Shenlong's body was. Delivering a powerful blow that caused the crater to grow larger, Vegeta grabbed Omega Shenlong by the foot, throwing him into the air, and Vegeta flew at full speed in his direction. Vegeta began to land powerful blows on Omega Shenlong, who could do little or nothing to defend himself. And without further ado, Vegeta punched Omega Shenlong in the stomach, making him spit out a mouthful of blood and fly away, crashing into a mountain of ice. Vegeta says or not, this is not over yet, and stretches out his hand and shouts Bancho Tenen, and without further ado Omega Shenlong left the mountain at full speed in Vegeta's direction. And without further ado, Vegeta received him with a powerful blow that pierced his chest, making Omega Shenlong scream in pain. Vegeta still had his hand piercing Omega Shenlong's chest, shouting divine extermination, and without further ado, a dark purple light came out of Vegeta's hand, making Omega Shenlong explode and sending the Dragon Balls flying. Staining Vegeta with a lot of blood, Vegeta says that the blood is disgusting, but when he sees the Dragon Balls flying away, he creates a portal, making the Dragon Balls disappear. Vegeta says, with this last attack I shattered your miserable soul, so that you can never be revived. I admit that you had great power, but you were a real idiot not to see it trained. But then he hears applause, plaff plaff plaff, and a strange voice say, wow, so the idiot along with his idiot brothers is already dead, even with the power I gave them, but it's a real waste. He was just an idiot and imbecile mortal playing at being a god, and then Vegeta looked in the direction where the strange voice came from, and what he saw next made him swallow hard, because above him was a beautiful female angel. Accompanied by a being with the clothes of a destructive god, and most importantly his great muscles and his Saiyan tail. Vegeta says, who are you? The beautiful woman answers, nice to meet you, Saiyan from Universe 13. My name is Serena and I am a fallen angel from Universe 13. Next to me is Sold Sama, former destructive god from Universe 13, and as you can see, he is also a Saiyan. The one named Sold says, so you tell this vermin our name Serena. The beautiful angel named Serena answers calmly, that's out of politeness. It's also so that he knows the names of those who are going to kill him or not. Is that so? Sold Sama. Sold answers in agreement. Serena. Outside of Universe 13 in the Palace of the Kings, they saw everything that was happening, very impressed. The Shinken says, very impressed and losing his temper, how is this even possible? That unhappy traitor, along with that boar Serena, is supposed to be rotting in that seal and in that prison. Who was the unfortunate man who freed Zeno-sama from the past? Answer calmly, the Shinken. You're losing your temper. I think I, in my true form, will have to present myself before that unfortunate soul and confront him with all my power. The Shinken answers in agreement, my king, but if that bastard is free, the others should be too, since they were all sealed together by my great queen. I'll have to tell this to the remaining 4 in the metaverse, so if you'll excuse me, I leave. And without further ado, behind the Shinken, a portal appeared where it disappeared, leaving a great silence. Goku, the god of destruction of Universe 7, says Zen-chan, how powerful is that being called Sold? Zeno-sama answers that being called Sold is beyond your power, since through secret training, he managed to master and perfect a far superior form of the Super Saiyan called Super Saiyan Infinity. Even with my true form and my true power I'm barely able to put up a fight, and that doesn't kill me first. The only one who was able to confront him and defeat him along with the other 5 was him along with my mother, and they sealed him eternally, or that was the thought, but you saw that he was released, and without further ado Zeno-sama of the past side. Once Zeno-sama finished saying those words, all the gods and ex-gods were completely silent. Chapter 21. Vegeta vs Souls. All the gods were in a deep silence after hearing and seeing Zeno-sama of the past and the future seriously for the first time. Naruto says then that Saiyan is already dead, but then they hear Thabia speak for the first time. I doubt that very much, since Issei-kun, who together with that Saiyan gave life to Vegeta, will be anything but normal. Vermouth says, Thabia, what do you mean? And since when do you call a human with the affectionate suffix? Remember our rules. Thabia, upon hearing Vermouth say that, sighed and said, Dayan discovered this. Dayan answers, it's like Thabia says. Sama Issei-kun is a hybrid, he's part Saiyan, part Amatsubido, and the most interesting and curious thing is that he's part dragon. That left a great silence in the room again. Kus says, how is that even possible? On the Saiyan side, I have no problem, but how can it be on the Amatsubido and dragon sides? It is assumed that Zeno-sama banned the table of those races, and the Amatsubidos are very traditionalist about letting their blood mix with other races. Dayan answers that this is something much more curious. It turns out that Issei-kun was born from two common humans, but from birth he was already part Amatsubido and part dragon. Leaving another great silence in the room, Champa says, how is that even possible? And more importantly, how can Saiyan Dayan be part of it? He answers, that's a great mystery. But let's continue watching what will happen in this fight back to the planet Astro Vegas. Upon learning who those people were, he became serious and surrounded himself with his aura and went at full speed in Sold's direction and tried to hit him. Sold, seeing that, raised his finger, stopping Vegas's blow. Vegas was very surprised when he saw that, Sold said, annoying cockroach. And without further ado, he took Vegas by the arm, throwing him into the sky, and stretched out his hand and said, go away, cockroach, Hakai. And without further ado, a sphere of Hakai energy went in the direction of Vegas, impacting with him and making him disappear from existence. Sold says very well Serena, since I shattered the soul of that cockroach, it would be better to find the god or goddess of this universe and kill him along with his angel and recover what belongs to me by divine right, and then I will kill the idiot Xeno-sama and I will rule over the 18 universes. He was going to continue speaking, but then he received a powerful kick that sent him flying a few meters into the sky. Once he stopped suddenly, he said furiously who the damn bastard was, and to his surprise, it was Vegas. Sold said, what the hell, how are you still alive? I'm sure I shattered your miserable soul. Vegas answers, that's right, in fact you killed me, but at the last second I used one of my most powerful techniques called Izanagi. This technique allowed me to break reality for a few seconds and turn reality itself into a simple illusion. So I turned my own death into an illusion. This technique is not free, it has a very high price to use, but for me that price does not exist. Sold answers magnificent, simply magnificent, so I will give you the honor of dying by my own hands. So to answer you, I also became a Super Saiyan, but mine is very different from that stupid imitation of Super Saiyan. And without further ado, Soul gave a powerful shout, making the entire planet tremble and his muscles grow larger, creating a great green glow, and when the glow disappeared, Soul could be seen in another form. The most curious thing was his green hair and his pupil-less eyes. Soul says he admires the true form of a true Super Saiyan. Also, Serena, don't get involved. I'll only kill this cockroach. Vegas, seeing that and feeling the great power that it gave off, swallowed hard and said, okay, I'll have to get serious too. And without further ado, Vegas returned to his base state and then began to scream, causing the entire planet Astro and Universe 13 to re-so, while being surrounded by a great aura similar to fire and creating a great red light. When the light disappeared, Vegas could be seen in his Super Saiyan Red God Face 1, with several red rays all over his body, along with the 9 Gudadamas on his back. Sold, seeing that, smiled madly and said, wow, so you also know how to use the Kai of the gods. I expected nothing less from a Saiyan. Vegas disappeared without further ado, appearing in front of Sold, giving him a powerful blow that Sold also returned, making both fists collide, creating a large shock wave. Sold smiles and says, have fun, Saiyan Vegas. He also smiled, and thus began a great fist fight where each blow was more powerful than the last, creating several shock waves that make the entire planet tremble, and in a final blow that Sold was going to give. To his surprise he gave it, but it went through Vegas's body like a bucking ghost. Vegas did not waste that opportunity and gave Sold a powerful blow to the face, sending him flying a few meters. Vegas did not miss that opportunity and surrounded himself with his divine aura and went in the direction of Sold, who was somewhat stunned and confused. But he didn't even have time to react when Vegas appeared above him, giving him a powerful blow with his hammer that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a small crater from his fall. And still in the air, the 9 Gudadamas on his back appeared in front of Vegas and began to spin rapidly while creating a type of purple and green light. Vegas screams and says swallow this heavenly punisher, and without further ado, a gigantic purple energy beam with green touches was shot out of the Gudadamas, hitting the crater where Sold was, creating a gigantic explosion and raising a gigantic cloud of dust. But that only lasted a few seconds when Vegas heard a loud scream and a big flash of green color coming out of the crater where he was standing. And Vegas didn't even have time to react when he was taken by his right foot and sent to the ground, but that didn't end until before Vegas hit the ground. Sold appeared above Vegas and, taking us by the head, buried us in the ground, creating another small crater. But he hadn't finished yet, he grabbed him by the foot and began to hit him several times on the ground. Vegas managed to free himself with the Kamui and then kneed Sold in the stomach, making him spit out the pain and then grabbing him by the face and starting to hit him and dragging him into an iceberg on the planet Astro. Sold recovered as best he could and then dealt him a powerful blow to the face, sending him crashing into another iceberg. and creating a large crater from being crashed, but seconds later Vegas is surrounded by his divine me and will launch himself to fight against Sold. Seeing that surrounded himself with a green Kai with green rays and also launched himself in the direction of Vegas, thus beginning a great hand-to-hand fight. And so they were fighting for about 20 minutes where in the sky you could only see an aura like fire colliding with another green one, creating shock waves wherever they passed and destroying everything in their path, but in a small moment of carelessness, Vegas Soul gave a powerful blow to Vegas's face, sending him crashing to the ground where there was an iceberg. And quickly he kicked Vegas towards him, giving him a shower of blows, and finally a powerful kick that made him bounce on the ground, and he began to give him another shower of blows. And for the first time making Vegas scream in pain, and to finish Soul came out from where Vegas's body was, he raised one of his fingers where a mini sun began to form and shouted swallow the supernova. And so the supernova goes in the direction of Vegas, destroying everything in its path, and when it collides with Vegas's body, it creates a gigantic explosion, making the planet Astro tremble. It destroys everything in its path, raising a large curtain of smoke, and not even 5 seconds passed before the cloud of dust disappeared, showing Vegas without the upper part of his clothes in a basic state and very hurt and with some torn parts of his pants. Sold, seeing that, started laughing ha 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 how stupid you were to stop my technique, or else you would have done it, this planet would now be cosmic dust. But you did that mainly so that the rats that are hiding wouldn't die. What an idiot, but I'll go and kill them, and without further ado, he disappeared, leaving only Vegas. Vegas was thinking what to do, but then he heard a voice he had never thought of, and that voice was Vegeta's. Vegeta says mentally, what's happening insect? In case you're left without tricks, Vegas answers mentally. Using the Izanagi didn't make me lose my light in one of my eyes, but it changed. I lost a lot of my Kai, and using the Kamui so many times took more of my Kai, and counting that the Super Saiyan Red God practically consumes an industrial amount. Well, what else did you expect? I don't even have enough power to use Super Saiyan Phase 1. And another thing, that damn god doesn't even look tired and is just using Super Saiyan Phase 1. Vegeta responds, you're absolutely right about that. That bug has only been playing with us this whole time. But I don't want that wretch to kill my daughter. He's the only family I have left after Omega Shenlong. But then they hear another voice say, friend, what if you fuse with that other Saiyan called Son Gohan with the help of the Metamori dance? I'm sure a warrior of infinite power will be born. Vegeta answers that would be a good idea, but that takes time and a good distraction. Drake answers that there is no problem partner, you can create the shadow clones. Vegas answers. That's right, but with all my power left, I can only create one. Drake answers. That's more than enough. Outside of Vegas's mind, in the real world, a clone exactly like Vegas appeared. Vegas responds, you know what to do, the clone responds like that, boss, and without further ado, Vegas and his clone disappear. In another part of the planet Astro Sold had already found where Gran and Gohan were hiding. Sold said, I finally found the vermin, but when he was about to attack, he received a powerful blow to his face that sent him flying a few meters. Jiren was going to say something, but then Vegas appears and says there's no time for explanations. Tell me, do you know how to do the Metamoru function? Gohan quickly responds, that's right, Vegas answers very well because we won't merge. This surprised Bojin a lot, but both Jiren and Vegas took their distance and started doing the steps, and when they finished together they shouted fusion. And in that a great pillar of light could be seen, and seeing that they said what the hell. Chapter 22 shows the supreme warrior, and his name is Hanges. After the great pillar of light disappeared, another being could be seen better. With a powerful aura and a ring of light on his back. But something very curious was that you couldn't feel its power or presence, while the new being began to stretch and throw punches and legs in the air. And it says so this is the result of a triple merger, but now the most important thing is what will my name be? If before fusing with Vegeta my name was Vegas, now that Vegas and Gohan have fused, how about Hanges, the maximum and supreme fusion? That will be my name, Hanges. And without further ado he disappeared in the blink of an eye. On another part of the planet Astro, Sold was humiliating Vegas when he saw that pillar of light and said, so, boss got it. Sold, upon hearing Vegas say that, furiously says, it seems that you're hallucinating because you're on the verge of death. Vegas, very hurt, responds. It seems that you are even more of an idiot than the boss thought. But this will be our farewell, and without further ado, Vegas disappeared in smoke. When Sold saw that, he said what the hell was a damn clone. So the real one was the cause of that pillar of light. But why can't I feel his presence? What the hell happened? But in that, Sold says it's not important. But he couldn't continue speaking when Hanges appeared in front of Sold. Sold was very surprised when he saw him. And he said, who the hell are you, Hanges? Answer. I'm not from Vegas or Gohan. My name is Hanges, the ultimate and supreme function. Sold answers, "It doesn't matter if you're a stupid fusion or I can't feel your power, I'll kill you anyway." And without further ado, he launched himself against Hangis in a shower of blows, but to his surprise and those who were watching him, he was dodging his blows as if they were nothing, but that didn't end there, since Hangis appeared on Sold's back and gave him a powerful blow that sent him to the ground, creating a large crater from his fall. Seeing this, Serena launched herself at Hangis, but to her surprise, Hangis grabbed her fist. And Serena said, "At this moment my power is beyond Xenosama's," and without further ado, she hit Serena, throwing her against the ground next to Sold, creating another crater due to her fall. Sold, coming out of the crater where he was sent courtesy of Hangis, said, "That new warrior is incredible. His power goes beyond what I expected, so I will be able to fight without holding back." Serena left the crater and said, "That's right, Sold-sama. We'll be able to fight both of them at the same time. I was already getting very bored of just being a spectator." Sold responds, "That's how it will be," and without further ado, Sold increases the power of Super Saiyan Phase 1 to its maximum. And without further ado, together with Serena, they headed towards Hangis. Hangis, seeing this, just smiled and crossed his arms. The first to attack with a barrage of blows was Sold, but to his surprise, Hangis dismissed them as if nothing had happened. Serena, seeing that, also began to attack Hangis, but had the same result as Sold. And to Sold's further anger, he saw how Hangis began to yawn with clear boredom. But without further ado, he said Shinra Tensei, sending Sold and Serena flying. Without further ado, he raised his finger in the air and said, "Divine Wrath." And at that moment a mini-sun began to form on the tip of his finger, which he threw in the direction of the sun, impacting against it. Creating a huge explosion from the impact. When the explosion passed, you could see Sold with his arms in an X and somewhat injured. Sold, seeing that, smiled madly and said, "Okay, let's level up." Without further ado, Sold began to shout while making the entire planet Astro shake again. And the crater where it was began to get bigger and bigger, and the nearby icebergs began to be destroyed, creating a big green light. When the light disappeared, Sold could be seen very different, his muscles grew in size, as well as his green hair became more bristly and gave off a large green aura with many rays. In addition to having his wide eyes without pupils. Sold says that the vermin admires Super Saiyan Phase 2 and it will be the last thing you see before you die. And without further ado, Sold launches himself at Hangis, giving him a barrage of blows that Hangis only manages to dodge. Sold screams, "Damn, stop moving," and without further ado he stops to touch Sold's chest and a huge shock wave threw Sold against an iceberg, but that wasn't all. It crossed the planet from side to side, crossing several other planets in the process. Sold just screamed in pain and without further ado, Sold in space with the remains of the destroyed planets, just screamed and increased his power to the maximum. Speed flew to the planet Astro where Hangis, upon seeing it, only smiled to receive Sold with a big blow to the stomach, making him spit blood. At great speed, Hangis disappeared, giving Sold a great rain of punches and kicks from all sides. They finally give him another kick that sent him crashing hard to the ground. Creating a gigantic crater due to its fall, raising a large curtain of dust, but after a few seconds it disappeared when Sold, very wounded, shouted, Damn, I'll kill you," and without further ado, Sold threw a large red beam of power at Hangis, who deflected it with his hand, as if it were nothing. Destroying several icebergs, Sold, seeing this, very angry, disappeared and with all his speed began to rain blows on Hangis that only created shock waves and destroyed everything in their path, but Hangis didn't even care. At high speed, Hangis disappeared and appeared in front of Sold, giving him a powerful blow that made him spit out a lot of blood and sent him crashing against another iceberg. But that wasn't all. Hangis charged a powerful purple energy in his hand, which he launched in Sold's direction, creating a large purple explosion when it collided with the latter. Serena was very astonished to see how this new being treated Sold like his personal dog. And without further ado, she expelled all her power, surrounding herself with a black aura and launched herself at full speed against Hangis, who, upon seeing her, only smiled. And he said, "Don't get in the way, woman," and without mercy he created a golden Kai sword in his right hand and without further ado, he cut off Serena's head. His body fell silent and his head rolled at Hangis's feet and he crushed it mercilessly, spilling all his brains and cerebral fluid. And without further ado, the body of the serene dead woman began to disappear into dark particles. Hangis said that was all really to see. Being a former angel was very devil, but Hangis is taken out of his thoughts when he hears a powerful scream saying damn. And in that a great quantity of divine Kai began to be felt throughout the planet and silencing rays everywhere, and when the rays disappeared, you could see Soul transformed into Super Saiyan Starklight Phase 1. Sold shouts, damn it, I'll kill you, and without further ado, at great speed, he launched himself against Hanges, who surrounded himself with his great aura and launched himself against Sold, starting a great fight. With punches and kicks, Sold threw his powerful punches, but Hanges only hit them at the corners. Hanges's punches were causing damage to Sold. And Hanges gave Sold a powerful blow that sent him flying a few meters. Sold, seeing that, increased all the power he had in Super Saiyan Starklight Phase 1. And he launched himself against Vegas in a big fight, but without either of them realizing it, a huge crack began to open. It will be theirs because of the great power that it gave off. But it was too late to realize it, and without further ado, the two were caught in the dimensional rift. Seeing that, Gran flew towards the dimensional rift, which quickly closed. Leaving the planet a mess. Chapter 23. Hanges vs. Sold. Fight in Paris, Part 1. Elsewhere, more specifically in the palace of the king of all the destroyer gods and former destroyer gods. They were very surprised by that new being that appeared. Topo says that being called Hanges. It is very powerful, but why can't its power be felt? Xeno-sama answers that I don't know why in another dimension there were two people fighting against a woman with brown skin and tight black clothing, reddish black hair with a Wi-Fi sign on her chest and a phone in her right hand. And there was also a kind of superheroine with a tight red suit with black dots, dark blue hair and a mask. Next to her was another superhero with a tight black cat-like suit, blonde hair, and a mask. The woman in red said, "There's no escape, lady, you've lost your Wi-Fi." And without further ado, the woman in red took her phone and then smashed it. And from it came out a kind of black butterfly, and seconds later the superheroine took her loyo and caught the butterfly and said, "No more evil for you, little butterfly." Thus transforming Lady Wi-Fi, revealing who Lady Wi-Fi was, revealing a brunette teenager with black glasses. The cat theme being said, "We did it, my lady," but he couldn't continue speaking as he saw a kind of crack open in the sky where something flew out at high speeds. Crashing into the Eiffel Tower, destroying it, the aforementioned lady says, "But what the hell, in fact it is another Akuma created by Hawkmoth that caused the disaster." But he saw a man flying out of the same portal and seconds later a woman came out. And then the portal closes. Chad Noir said, "What the hell is going on here?" The brunette named Alia said, "I have to broadcast this live on my ladybug," and without further ado, Alia ran away. Ladybug said, "Wait, that's very dangerous," but it was too late since Alia had already left. Chad Noir said, "My lady, it would be better to go and find out what is happening." Ladybug responded in agreement with Chad Noir, and without further ado the two heroes left. But Sold, he was in the rubble of what used to be the Eiffel Tower and was very surprised by the power of this new being called Hanges. But without further ado, Sold smiled and gave a powerful shout, making the foundations of Paris and the entire planet Earth tremble, increasing his Super Saiyan Starklight Phase 1 power to the maximum. And in a flash of blue, she shot into the air against Hanges. Hanges, seeing him, just smiled and waited for Sold. Sold threw a powerful punch at Hanges' face. Hanges only stopped his blow, and without further ado, Hanges gave him a powerful blow to the stomach, making him spit blood along with saliva, so that later Hanges sent Sold to the ground, creating a gigantic crater from his fall, and making all of Paris tremble. Hanges in the sky floating just crossed his arms and said, "This is not fun anymore, it's sad and disappointing." But Ladybug and Chad Noir, they were very surprised and speechless by what they saw. Beings capable of making all of Paris tremble. Ultimately, these beings were not human. They were gods. Sold, very furious, rose from the crater he created and shouted, "Damn mortal, I will kill you." Sold was covered with an immense and powerful blue aura with lightning bolts and began to scream. Making its crater bigger, causing the sky in Paris to darken, and powerful lightning bolts will begin to fall, destroying everything in its path. And again all of Paris will begin to shake strongly, starting to create more destruction. Ladybug said, "What the hell is this power? That being is more of a god than a human. His power gives me chills." Chad Noir says, "My lady, I feel very scared, my body is paralyzed and I can't even move a muscle, this is very scary." But Alia, I was recording live what was happening and all the spectators in Paris were trembling with fear and couldn't move from their computers. When the sun stopped screaming, the tremors stopped, the lightning stopped falling, but the sky was still dark. Sold rose to the sky still covered in that blue aura with rays, and the aura was disappearing little by little, and when the aura disappeared, Sold could be seen in the Super Saiyan Starklight Phase 2 state. Much more muscular and with longer hair, Sold shouts, "I'll kill them," and in a blue flash he disappeared, appearing in front of Hanges, hitting him in the face and causing a shock wave from the powerful blow. But to his surprise, Hanges just moved his face a little and said, "That's all." Sold was surprised for the first time, and before he could do anything, Hanges punched him in the stomach, making him spit blood and double over in pain. Hanjus put his hand on his face and said, "Die heavenly extermination," and in a purple ray, Sold shot out several meters from Hanjus. When Salat could be seen, he was very injured. Hanjus said, "That's all your power. You really are trash." Sold said, "Damn trash, but I will kill you," while increasing his power, surrounding himself with that powerful blue aura, with lightning, and the sky darkened, making the whole earth tremble, and lightning began to fall, while Sold shouted at us and showed us his new and imposing form. Sold said he admires the Super Saiyan Starklight Phase 3, and without further ado, Sold launched himself at Hanjus at immense speed, hitting him in the face and sending him flying. Hanjus, very surprised, said, "How is it possible?" He surrounded himself with his aura and launched himself against Sold. Seeing this, Sold launched himself at Hanjus, and they started a huge fight that sent out huge shock waves and lightning all around, and on the ground, you could see two enormous auras colliding with each other without mercy. In a moment of carelessness, Soul's Hanjus gave him a powerful blow to the face, sending him flying against a building and destroying it. Sold went out furiously and threw a ray that Hanjus deflected to another building, creating a huge explosion. Hanjus surrounded himself with his aura and launched himself at Suns, giving him a powerful combo of kicks and punches, sending him crashing into another building and destroying it. Hanjus carried a green sphere and said, "Take this Omega Blaster," hitting the Sun's head on and creating a powerful explosion. I would have said that was all garbage. I expected more from a destroyer god and a Saiyan, but I see that you are just worthless garbage. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.